Hudibras, in 3 parts, written in the time of the late wars ******* Hudibras by Samuel Butler. Transcribers' notes, credits. This e-text was scanned, proofed and edited with a glossary and translations from the Latin by Donal O'Donoghue. Kodak_seaside@hotmail.com. The text is that of an edition published in London, 1805. This e-text is hereby placed in the public domain. Spelling and punctuation, these are the same as in the book as far as possible. The A and O ideographs have been transcribed as 2 letters. Greek words have been transliterated. Notes. The notes are identified by letters in the text, thus, A. In a few cases the note has no text reference, these are indicated. Layout. The line numbers all end in col 65. View this e-text in a monospaced font such as Courier and they will all line up in the right margin. Latin. All translations are by the transcriber. In the notes, they immediately follow the Latin text in square brackets. Translations of Latin phrases in the poem are in the glossary. Disclaimer. These translations are probably very inaccurate. I am no great Latin scholar. Hudibras in 3 parts written in the time of the late wars, by Samuel Butler, Esquires, with annotations and an index, to the reader. Poeta nascita non fit, poets are born, not made, is a sentence of as great truth as antiquity, it being most certain, that all the acquired learning imaginable is insufficient to complete a poet, without a natural genius and propensity to so noble and sublime an art. And we may, without offense, observe, that many very learned men, who have been ambitious to be thought poets, have only rendered themselves obnoxious to that satirical inspiration our author wittily invokes, which made them, though it were in spite of nature and their stars, to write. On the one side some who have had very little human learning, but were endued with a large share of natural wit and parts, have become the most celebrated, Shakespeare, D'Avenant, and C. poets of the age they lived in. But, as these last are, rari aves interes, so, when the Muses have not disdained the assistances of other arts and sciences, we are then blessed with those lasting monuments of wit and learning, which may justly claim a kind of eternity upon earth. And our author, had his modesty permitted him, might, with Horace, have said, Exegi monumentum ere perennius, I have raised a memorial more lasting than bronze, or, with Ovid, jam opus exegi, quod nec Jovis ia, nec ignis, nec poterit ferrum, nec edaxabolere vetustas. For I have raised a work which neither the rage of Jupiter, nor fire, nor iron, nor consuming age can destroy. The author of this celebrated poem was of this his last composition, for although he had not the happiness of an academical education, as some affirm, it may be perceived, throughout his whole poem, that he had read much, and was very well accomplished in the most useful parts of human learning. Rapin, in his Reflections, speaking of the necessary qualities belonging to a poet, tells us, he must have a genius extraordinary, great natural gifts, a wit just, fruitful, piercing, solid, and universal, an understanding clear and distinct, an imagination neat and pleasant, an elevation of soul, that depends not only on art or study, but is purely the gift of heaven, which must be sustained by a lively sense and vivacity, judgment to consider wisely of things, and vivacity for the beautiful expression of them, and see. Now, how justly this character is due to our author, we leave to the impartial reader, and those of nicer judgment, who had the happiness to be more intimately acquainted with him. The reputation of this incomparable poem is so thoroughly established in the world, that it would be superfluous, if not impertinent, to endeavor any panegyric upon it. King Charles II, whom the judicious part of mankind will readily acknowledge to be a sovereign judge of wit, was so great an admirer of it, that he would often pleasantly quote it in his conversation. However, since most men have a curiosity to have some account of such anonymous authors, whose compositions have been eminent for wit or learning, we have, for their information, subjoined a short life of the author. The author's life. Samuel Butler, the author of this excellent poem, was born in the parish of Strensham, in the county of Worcester, and baptized there the 13th of February, 1612. His father, who was of the same name, was an honest country farmer, who had some small estate of his own, but rented a much greater of the lord of the manor where he lived. However, perceiving in this son an early inclination to learning, he made a shift to have him educated in the free school at Worcester, under Mr. Henry Bright, where having passed the usual time, and being become an excellent school scholar, he went for some little time to Cambridge, but was never matriculated into that university, his father's abilities not being sufficient to be at the charge of an academical education, so that our author returned soon into his native county, and became clerk to one Mr. Jefferies, of Earlscombe, an eminent justice of the peace for that county, with whom he lived some years, in an easy and no contemptible service. Here by the indulgence of a kind master, he had sufficient leisure to apply himself to whatever learning his inclinations led him, which were chiefly history and poetry, to which, for his diversion, he joined music and painting, and I have seen some pictures, said to be of his drawing, which remained in that family, which I mention not for the excellency of them, but to satisfy the reader of his early inclinations to that noble art, for which also he was afterwards entirely beloved by Mr. Samuel Cooper, one of the most eminent painters of his time. He was after this recommended to that great encourager of learning, Elizabeth Countess of Kent, where he had not only the opportunity to consult all manner of learned books, but to converse also with that living library of learning, the great Mr. Selden. Our author lived some time also with Sir Samuel Luke, who was of an ancient family in Bedfordshire but, to his dishonour, an eminent commander under the usurper Oliver Cromwell, and then it was, as I am informed, he composed this loyal poem. For, though fate, more than choice, seems to have placed him in the service of a knight so notorious, both in his person and politics, yet, by the rule of contraries, one may observe throughout his whole poem, that he was most orthodox, both in his religion and loyalty. And I am the more induced to believe he wrote it about that time, because he had then the opportunity to converse with those living characters of rebellion, nonsense, and hypocrisy, which he so livelily and pathetically exposes throughout the whole work. After the restoration of King Charles II, those who were at the helm, minding money more than merit, our author found that verse in Juvenal to be exactly verified in himself: Haud facile emergunt, quorum virtutibus obstat res angusta de me. They do not easily rise whose virtues are held back by the straitened circumstances of their home, and being endued with that innate modesty, which rarely finds promotion in princes' courts. He became secretary to Richard Earl of Carbery, Lord President of the Principality of Wales, who made him steward of Ludlow Castle, when the court there was revived. About this time he married one Mrs. Herbert, a gentlewoman of a very good family, but no widow. As the Oxford Antiquary has reported, she had a competent fortune, but it was most of it unfortunately lost, by being put out on ill securities, so that it was of little advantage to him. He is reported by the Antiquary to have been secretary to His Grace George Duke of Buckingham, when he was Chancellor to the University of Cambridge, but whether that be true or no, it is certain, the Duke had a great kindness for him, and was often a benefactor to him. But no man was a more generous friend to him, than that Mæcenas of all learned and witty men, Charles Lord Buckhurst, the late Earl of Dorset and Middlesex, who, being himself an excellent poet, knew how to set a just value upon the ingenious performances of others, and has often taken care privately to relieve and supply the necessities of those, whose modesty would endeavor to conceal them, of which our author was a signal instance, as several others have been, who are now living. In fine, the integrity of his life, the acuteness of his wit, and easiness of his conversation, had rendered him most acceptable to all men, yet he prudently avoided a multiplicity of acquaintance, and wisely chose such only whom his discerning judgment could distinguish, as Mr. Cowley expresseth it, from the great vulgar or the small. And having thus lived to a good old age, admired by all, though personally known to few, he departed this life in the year 1680, and was buried at the charge of his good friend Mr. Longaville, of the Temple, in the yard belonging to the Church of St. Paul's Covent Garden, at the west end of the said yard, on the north side, under the wall of the said church, and under that wall which parts the yard from the common highway. And since he has no monument yet set up for him, give me leave to borrow his epitaph from that of Michael Drayton, the poet, as the author of Mr. Cowley's has partly done before me, and though no monument can claim to be the treasurer of thy name, this work, which ne'er will die, shall be an everlasting monument to thee. Part I canto either argument, Sir Hudibras his passing worth, the manner how he sallied forth, his arms and equipage are shown, his horse's virtues, and his own. Th adventure of the bear and fiddle is sung, but breaks off in the middle. When civil dudgeon, first grew high, and men fell out they knew not why. When hard words, jealousies, and fears, set folks together by the ears, and made them fight, like mad or drunk. 5 For Dame Religion, as for punk, whose honesty they all durst swear for, though not a man of them knew wherefore, when gospel trumpeter, surrounded with long-eared rout, to battle sounded, 10 And pulpit, drum ecclesiastic, was beat with fist, instead of a stick. Then did Sir Knight abandon dwelling, and out he rode a kerneling. A wight he was, whose very sight would 15 entitle him mirror of knighthood, that never bent his stubborn knee to anything but chivalry, nor put up blow, but that which laid right worshipful on shoulder blade. 20 Chief of domestic knights and errant, either for cartel or for warrant, great on the bench, great in the saddle, that could as well bind o'er as swaddle. Mighty he was at both of these. 25 And styled of war, as well as peace. So some rats, of amphibious nature, are either for the land or water. But here our authors make a doubt whether he were more wise, or stout. 30 Some hold the one, and some the other, but howsoe'er they make a pother, the difference rents was so small, his brain outweighed his rage but half a grain, which made some take him for a tool. 35 That knaves do work with, called a fool, and offer to lay wagers that as Montin, playing with his cat, complains she thought him but an ass, much more she would Sir Hudibras. 40 For that's the name our valiant knight to all his challenges did write. But they are mistaken very much. 'Tis plain enough he was no such, we grant, although he had much wit. 45 H was very shy of using it, as being loath to wear it out, and therefore bore it not about, unless on holidays, or so, as men their best apparel do. 50 Beside, 'tis known he could speak Greek as naturally as pigs squeak, that Latin was no more difficile, than to a blackbird 'tis to whistle. Being rich in both, he never scant 55 His bounty unto such as wanted, but much of either would afford to many, that had not one word. For Hebrew roots, although they are found to flourish most in barren ground, 60 He had such plenty, as suffic to make some, think him circumcised, and truly so, he was, perhaps, not as a proselyte, but for claps. He was in logic a great critic. 65 Profoundly skilled in analytic, he could distinguish, and divide a hair twixt south, and southwest side, on either which he would dispute, confute, change hands, and still confute. 70 He'd undertake to prove, by force of argument, a man's no horse, he'd prove a buzzard is no fowl, and that a lord may be an owl, a calf an alderman, a goose a justice. 75 And rooks committee men and trustees. He'd run in debt by disputation, and pay with ratiocination. All this by syllogism, true in mood and figure, he would do. 84 Rhetoric, he could not ope his mouth, but out there flew a trope, and when he happened to break off ith middle of his speech, or cough, had hard words ready to show why. 85 And tell what rules he did it by, else, when with greatest art he spoke, you'd think he talked like other folk, for all a rhetorician's rules teach nothing but to name his tools. 90 His ordinary rate of speech in loftiness of sound was rich, a Babylonish, dialect, which learned pedants much affect. It was a party-colored dress 95 of patched and piebald languages. 'Twas English cut on Greek and Latin, like fustian heretofore on satin. It had an odd promiscuous tone, as if H had talked 3 parts in 100, which made some think, when he did gabble, Th had heard 3 labourers of Babel, or G. Cerberus himself pronounce a leash of languages at once. This he as volubly would vent 105 as if his stock would ne'er be spent, and truly, to support that charge, he had supplies as vast and large, for he could coin, or counterfeit new words, with little or no wit, 110 words so debasty and hard, no stone was hard enough to touch them on, and when with hasty noise he spoke the ignorant for current took that had the orator, who once 115 did fill his mouth with pebble stones when he harangued, but known his phrase he would have us know other ways. In mathematics he was greater than Tycho Brahe, or Error Pater, 124 he, by geometric scale, could take the size of pots of ale, resolve, by sines and tangents straight, if bread or butter wanted weight, and wisely tell what hour OTH day 125 the clock does strike by algebra. Beside, he was a shrewd philosopher, and had read every text and gloss over, waiter the crabbed st authoreth, he understood be implicit faith, 130 whatever, skeptic could inquire for every why he had a wherefore, knew more than 40 of them do, as far as words and terms could go. All which he understood by rote, 135 and, as occasion served would quote, no matter whether right or wrong, they might be either said or sung. His notions fitted things so well, that which was which he could not tell, 140 but oftentimes mistook th one for th other, as great clerks have done. He could reduce all things to acts, and knew their natures by abstracts, where entity and quiddity, 145 the ghosts of defunct bodies fly, where truth in person does appear, like words, congealed in northern air. He knew what's what, and that's as high as metaphysic wit can fly. 150 in school divinity as able as, he that hight, irrefragable, a second, Thomas, or, at once, to name them all, another dunce, profound in all the nominal 155 and real ways, beyond them all, for he a rope of sand could twist as, tough as learned Sorbonist, and weave fine cobwebs, fit for skull that's empty when the moon is full, 160 such as take lodgings in a head that's to be let unfurnished. He could raise scruples dark and nice, and after solve them in a trice, as if divinity had catched 165 the itch, on purpose to be scratched or, like a mountebank, did wound and stab herself with doubts profound, only to show with how small pain the sores of faith are cured again. 170 although by woeful proof we find, they always leave a scar behind. He knew, the seat of paradise, could tell in what degree it lies, and, as he was disposed, could prove it, 175 below the moon, or else above it. What Adam dreamt of, when his bride came from her closet in his side, whether the devil tempted her by a.s. High Dutch interpreter, 180 if either of them, had a navel, who first, made music malleable, whether the serpent, at the fall, had cloven feet, or none at all. All this, without a gloss, or comment, 185 he could unriddle in a moment, in proper terms, such as men smatter when they throw out, and miss the matter. For his religion, it was fit to match his learning and his wit, 190 'twas Presbyterian true blue, for he was of that stubborn crew of errant saints, whom all men grant to be the true church militant, such as do build their faith upon 195 the holy text of pike and gun, decide all controversies by infallible artillery, and prove their doctrine orthodox by apostolic blows and knocks, 200 call fire and sword and desolation, a godly thorough reformation, which always must be carried on, and still be doing, never done, as if religion were intended 205 for nothing else but to be mended. A sect, whose chief devotion lies in odd perverse antipathies, in falling out with that or this, and finding somewhat still amiss, 210 more peevish, cross, and splenetic, than dog distract, or monkey sick. That with more care keep holiday the wrong, than others the right way, compound for sins they are inclined to, 215 by damning those they have no mind to, still so perverse and opposite, as if they worshipped God for spite. The self-same thing they will abhor one way, and long another for. 223 will they one way disavow, another, nothing else allow, all piety consists therein in them, in other men all sin, rather than fail, they will defy 225 that which they love most tenderly, quarrel with mince-pies, and disparage their best and dearest friend, plum porridge, fat pig and goose itself oppose, and blaspheme custard through the nose. 230 apostles of this fierce religion, like Mahomes, were ass and pigeon, to whom our knight, by fast instinct of wit and temper, was so linked, as if hypocrisy and nonsense 235 had got advocacy of his conscience. Thus was he gifted and accoutred, we mean on inside, not the outward, that next of all we shall discuss. Then listen, sirs, it follows thus 240 his tawny beard was equal grace both of his wisdom and his face, in cut and dye so like a tile, a sudden view it would beguile, the upper part thereof was way, 245 the nether, orange mixed with grey. This hairy meteor did denounce the fall of sceptres and of crowns, with grisly type did represent declining age of government, 250 and tell with hieroglyphic spade, its own grave and the states were made. Like Samson's heartbreakers, it grew in time to make a nation rue, though it contributed its own fall, 255 to wait upon the public downfall, it was, monastic, and did grow in holy orders by strict vow, of rule as sullen and severe as that of rigid Cordelia. 260 'twas bound to suffer persecution and martyrdom with resolution, T oppose itself against the hate and vengeance of th incensed state, in whose defiance it was worn. 265 Still ready to be pulled and torn, with red-hot irons to be tortured, reviled, and spit upon, and martyred. More growl which, 'twas to stand fast as long as monarchy showed last. 270 But when the state should hap to reel, 'twas to submit to fatal steel, and fall, as it was consecrate, a sacrifice to fall of state, whose thread of life the fatal sisters 275 did twist together with its whiskers, and twine so close, that time should never, in life or death, their fortunes sever, but with his rusty sickle mow both down together at a blow. 280 So learned Talia Cotius, why, from the brawny part of Porter's balm cut supplemental noses, which would last as long as parent breech, but when the date of knock was out, 285 off dropped the sympathetic snout. His back, or rather burthen, showed as if it stooped with its own load, for as Aeneas, Z, bore his sire upon his shoulders through the fire, 290 Our knight did bear no less a pack of his own buttocks on his back, which now had almost got the upper hand of his head, for want of crupper. To poise this equally, he bore 295 a paunch of the same bulk before, which still he had a special care to keep well crammed with thrifty fare, as white pot, buttermilk, and curds, such as a country house affords, 300 with other victual, which anon we farther shall dilate upon, when of his hose we come to treat, the cupboard where he kept his meat. His doublet was of sturdy buff, 305 and though not sword, yet cudgel-proof, whereby 'twas fitter for his use, who feared no blows, but such as bruise. His breeches were of rugged woolen, and had been at the siege of Butler, 310 to old King Harry so well known, some writers held they were his own. Through they were lindy with many a piece of ammunition, bread and cheese, and fat black puddings, proper food 315 for warriors that delight in blood. For, as we said, he always chose to carry victual in his hose, that often tempted rats and mice the ammunition to surprise. 320 And when he put a hand but in the one or t'other magazine, they stoutly in defense on stood, and from the wounded foe drew blood, until were stormed and beaten out. 325 Ne'er left the fortified redoubt. And though knights errant, as some think, of old did neither eat nor drink, because, when thorough deserts vast, and regions desolate, they passed, 330 where belly timber above ground, or under, was not to be found, unless they grazed, there's not one word of their provision on record, which made some confidently write, 335 They had no stomachs, but to fight. 'Tis false. For, Arthur wore in whole round table like a farthingale, on which with shirt pulled out behind, and eke before, his good knights dindy. 340 Though 'twas no table, some suppose, but a huge pair of round trunk hose, in which he carried as much meat as he and all the knights could eat, when, laying by their swords and truncheons, 345 they took their breakfasts, or their nuncheons. But let that pass at present, lest we should forget where we digressed, as learned authors use, to whom we leave it, and to th purpose come. 350 His puissant sword unto his side, near his undaunted heart, was tidy, with basket hilt, that would hold broth, and serve for fight and dinner both. In it he melted lead for bullets, 355 to shoot at foes, and sometimes pullets, to whom he bore so fell a grutch, he ne'er gave quarter to any such. The trenchant blade, B. Toledo trusty, for want of fighting, was grown rusty, 360 and et unto itself, for lack of somebody to hew and hack. The peaceful scabbard where it dwelled the rancour of its edge had felt, for of the lower end 2 handful 365 it had devoured. 'Twas so manful, and so much scorned to lurk in case, as if it durst not show its face. In many desperate attempts, of warrants, exigence, contempts, 370 it had appeared with courage bolder than sergeant Baum invading shoulder. Oft had it ta'en possession, and prisoners too, or made them run. This sword a dagger had his page, 375 that was but little for his age, and therefore waited on him so, as dwarfs upon knights errant do. It was a serviceable dudgeon, either for fighting or for drudging. 380 when it had stabbed or broke a head, it would scrape trenches, or chip bread, toast cheese or bacon, though it were to bait a mouse trap, 'twould not care. 'Twould make clean shoes, and in the earth 385 set leeks and onions, and so forth. It had been prenticed to a brewer, where this and more it did endure, but left the trade, as many more have lately done on the same score. 390 in th holsters, at his saddlebow, 2 aged pistols he did stow, among the surplus of such meat as in his hose he could not get. These would inveigle rats with th scent, 395 to forage when the cocks were bent, and sometimes catch 'em with a snap as cleverly as th ablest trap. They were upon hard duty still, and ever by night stood sentinel, 400 to guard the magazine ith hose from 2-legged and from 4-legged foes. Thus clad and fortified, Sir Knight from peaceful home set forth to fight. But first with nimble, active force 405 he got on th outside of his horse, for having but one stirrup tied to his saddle, on the further side, it was so short, had much ado to reach it with his desperate toe, 410 but, after many strains and heaves, he got up to the saddle eaves, from whence he vaulted into th seat, with so much vigour, strength and heat, that he had almost tumbled over 415 with his own weight, but did recover, by laying hold on tail and mane, which oft he used instead of rein. But now we talk of mounting steed, before we further do proceed, 420 it doth behoves us to say something of that which bore our valiant bumpkin. The beast was sturdy, large, and tall, with mouth of meal, and eyes of wall. I would say for had but one, 425 as most agree, though some say none. He was well stayed, and in his gate preserved a grave, majestic state. At spur or switch no more he skipped, or mended pace, than Spaniard whipped. 430 And yet so fiery, he would bound as if he grieved to touch the ground, that Caesar's horse, who, as fame goes, had corns upon his feet and toes, was not by half so tender-hoofed. 435 Nor trod upon the ground so soft. And as that beast would kneel and stoop, some right, to take his rider up, so Hudibras his, 'tis well known, would often do to set him down. 440 We shall not need to say what lack of leather was upon his back, for that was hidden under pad, and breech of night, galled full as bad. His strutting ribs on both sides showed 445 like furrows he himself had ploughed, for underneath the skirt of panel, twixt every there was a channel. His draggling tail hung in the dirt, which on his rider he would flirt. 450 Still as his tender side he pricked with armed heel, or with unarmed kicked, for Hudibras wore but one spur, as wisely knowing, could he stir to active trot one side of's horse. 455 The other would not hang an ass. A squire he had, whose name was Ralph, that in adventure went his half. The writers, for more stately tone, do call him Ralpho, 'tis all one. 460 And when we can with meter safe, we'll call him so, if not, plain Ralph, for rhyme the rudder is of verses, with which like ships they steer their courses. An equal stock of wit and valor 465 he had laid in, by birth a tailor. The mighty Tyrian queen, that gained with subtle shreds a tract of land, did leave it with a castle fair to his great ancestor, her heir. 470 From him descended cross-legged knights, famed for their faith, and warlike fights against the bloody cannibal, whom they destroyed both great and small. This sturdy squire, he had, as well 475 as the bold Trojan knight, seen hell, not with a counterfeit pass of golden bow, but true gold lace. His knowledge was not far behind the knights, but of another kind. 480 And he another way came by some call it gifts, and some new light, a liberal art, that costs no pains of study, industry, or brains. His wit was sent him for a token. 485 But in the carriage cracked and broken, like commendation 9 pence crooked, with, to and from my love, it looked He ne'er considered it, as loath to look a gift horse in the mouth. 490 And very wisely would lay forth no more upon it than 'twas worth. But as he got it freely, so he spent it frank and freely too. For saints themselves will sometimes be 495 of gifts, that cost them nothing, free. By means of this, with hem and cough, prolong as to enlighten stuff, he could deep mysteries unriddle as easily as thread a needle. 500 For as of vagabonds we say, that they are ne'er beside their way, waiter men speak by this new light, still they are sure to be right. 'Tis a dark lantern of the spirit, 505 which none see by but those that bear it, a light that falls down from on high, for spiritual trades to cozen by an ignis fatuus, that bewitches and leads men into pools and ditches, 510 to make them dip themselves, and sound for Christdom in dirty pond to dive like wild fowl for salvation, and fish to catch regeneration. This light inspires and plays upon 515 the nose of saint-like bagpipe drone, and speaks through hollow empty soul, as through a trunk, or whispering hole, such language as no mortal ear but spiritual eavesdroppers can hear. 520 Sophbus, or some friendly muse, into small poet's song infuse, which they at second hand rehearse, through reed or bagpipe, verse for verse. Thus Ralph became infallible 525 as, g. 3 or 4-legged oracle, the ancient cup, or modern chair, spoke truth point blank, though unaware. For mystic learning, wondrous able in, magic talisman and cabal, 530 whose primitive tradition reaches as far, as Adam's first green breeches, deep-sighted in intelligences, ideas, atoms, influences, and much of terra incognita, 535 intelligible world, could he say, a deep occult philosopher, as learned K. as the wild Irish R. or Sir Agrippa L. for profound and solid lying much renowned 540 he, Anthroposophus, and Flout, and Jacob Behmen understood, knew many an amulet and charm, that would do neither good nor harm, in Rosicrucian, n. law as learned, 545 as he that vir adeptus earned. He understood the speech of birds as well as they themselves do words, could he tell what subtlest parrots mean, that speak, and think contrary clean, 550 what member tease of whom they talk, when they cry, rope, and walk, knave, walk. He'd extract numbers out of matter, and keep them in a glass, like water, of sov rain powr to make men wise, 555 for drop d in blear thick-sighted eyes, they'd make them see in darkest night like owls, though purblind in the light. By help of these, as he professed he had first matter seen undressed 560 he took her naked all alone, before one rag of form was on. The chaos too he had descried and seen quite through, or else he lied not that of pasteboard which men show 565 for Groats, at fair of Bartholomew, but its great grandsy, first the name, whence that and Reformation came, both cousin Germans, and right able to inveigle and draw in the rabble. 570 but Reformation was, some say, younger house to puppet play. He could foretell whatsoever was by consequence to come to pass, as death of great men, alterations, 575 diseases, battles, inundations. All this, without eclipse o sun, or dreadful comet, he hath done, by inward light, a way as good, and easy to be understood, 580 but with more lucky hit than those that used to make the stars depose, like knights post, and falsely charge upon themselves what others forge, as if they were consenting to 585 all mischiefs in the world men do, or, like the devil, did tempt and sway to rogueries, and then betray 'em. They'll search a planet's house, to know who broke and robbed a house below. 590 Examine Venus, and the moon, who stole a thimble or a spoon, and though they nothing will confess, yet by their very looks can guess, and tell what guilty aspect bodes. 595 Who stole, and who received the goods. They'll question Mars, and, by his look, detect who 'twas that nimmed a cloak, make Mercury confess, and peach those thieves which he himself did teach. 600 They'll find, physiognomies planets, all men's destinies like him that took the doctor's bill, and swallowed it instead pill cast the nativity question. 605 And from positions to be guessed on, as sure as it they knew the moment of native's birth, tell what will come on They'll feel the pulses of the stars, to find out agues, coughs, catarrhs. 610 And tell what crisis does divine the rot in sheep, or mange in swine in men, what gives or cures the itch, what makes them cuckolds, poor or rich, what gains or loses, hangs or saves. 615 What makes men great, what fools or knaves, but not what wise, for only of those the stars, they say, cannot dispose, no more than can the astrologans. There they say right, and like true Trojans. This Ralpho knew, and therefore took 620 the other course, of which we spoke. Thus was the accomplished squire endued with gifts and knowledge, Pelus shrewdy. Never did trusty squire with knight, or knight with squire, jump more right. 625 Their arms and equipage did fit, as well as virtues, parts, and wit. Their valours too were of a rate, and out they sallied at the gate. 630 Few miles on horseback had they jogged, but fortune unto them turned dogged, for they a sad adventure met, of which anon we mean to treat, but ere we venture to unfold 635 achievements so resolved and bold, we showed as learned poets use, invoke assistance of some muse. However, critics count it sillier than jugglers talking to familiar. 640 We think 'tis no great matter which they are all alike, yet we shall pitch on one that fits our purpose most, whom therefore thus do we accost, thou that with ale, or viler liquors, 645 didst inspire withers, pryno, and vicars, and force them, though it was in spite of nature and their stars, to write, who, as we find in sullen writs, and cross-grained works of modern wits, 650 with vanity, opinion, want, the wonder of the ignorant, the praises of the author, pen be himself, or wit. Ensuring friend, the itch of picture in the front, 655 with base and wicked rhyme upon all that is left forked hill, to make men scribble without skill, canst make a poet spite of fate, and teach all people to translate. 660 Though out of languages in which they understand no part of speech, assist me but this once, I implore, and I shall trouble thee no more. In Western Clim there is a town, 665 to those that dwell therein well known, therefore there needs no more be said here, we unto them refer our reader. for brevity is very good, when are, or are not, understood. 670 To this town people did repair, on days of market, or of fair, and, to crack de fiddle, and horse tabor, in merriment did drudge and labor. But now a sport more formidable 675 had racked together village rabble. 'Twas an old way of recreating, which learned butchers call bear baiting, a bold adventurous exercise, with ancient heroes in high prize. 684 Authors do affirm it came from Isthmian or Nemean game, others derive it from the bear that's fixed in northern hemisphere, and round about the pole does make 685 a circle like a bear at stake, that at the chain's end wheels about, and overturns the rabble rout. For after solemn proclamation, in the bear's name, as is the fashion, 690 according to the law of arms, to keep men from inglorious harms, that none presume to come so near as 40 foot of stake of bear, if any yet be so foolhardy. 695 To expose themselves to vain jeopardy, if they come wounded off, and lame, no honours got by such a maim, although the bear gain much, being bound in honour to make good his ground. 700 When he's in gagged, and takes no notice, if any press upon him, who tease, but lets them know, at their own cost, that he intends to keep his post. This to prevent, and other harms. 705 Which always wait on feats of arms, for in the hurry of a fray 'tis hard to keep out of harm's way. Thither the knight his course did steer, to keep the peace twixt dog and bear. 710 As he believed he was bound to do in conscience, and commission too, and therefore thus bespoke the squire. With that, are wisely mounted higher than constables in curule wit, when on tribunal bench we sit, like speculators show foresee, from pharos of authority, portended mischiefs farther than low proletarian tithing men. 720 And therefore being informed by brute, that dog and bear are to dispute, for so of late men fighting name, because they often prove the same, for where the first does hap to be, 725 the last does coincide a winking smiley. Quantum in nobis, have thought good, to save expense of Christian blood, and try if we, by mediation of treaty and accommodation, 730 can end the quarrel and compose the bloody duel without blows. Are not our liberties, our lives, the laws, religion and our wives, enough at once to lie at stake? 735 For Covenant and the causes Sake. But in that quarrel dogs and bears, as well as we must venture there's this feud, by Jesuits invented, by evil counsel is fomented. 740 There is a Machiavellian plot, though everwine a real fact is not, a deep design in to divide the well-affected that confide, by setting brother against brother. 745 To claw and curry one another. Have we not enemies plus Satis, that Cain and Angpegus hate us? And shall we turn our fangs and claws upon our own selves, without cause? 750 That some occult design doth lie in bloody synatomashi, is plain enough to him that knows how saints lead brothers by the nose. I wish myself a pseudo-prophet, 755 But sure some mischief will come of it, unless by providential wit, or force, we overuncate it. For what design, what interest, can beast have to encounter beast? 760 They fight for no espoused cause, frail privilege, fundamental laws, not for a thorough reformation, nor covenant, nor protestation, nor liberty of consciences. 765 Nor lords and commons ordinances, nor for the church, nor for church lands, to get them in their own no hands, nor evil counsellors to bring to justice that seduce the king. 770 Nor for the worship of us men, though we have done as much for them. The Egyptians worshipped dogs, and for their faith made internecine war. Others aided a rat, and some 775 for that church suffered martyrdom. The Indians fought for the truth of elephant and monkey's tooth, and many, to defend that faith, fought it out mordicus to death. 780 But no beast ever was so slight, for man, as for his God, to fight. They have more wit, alas, and know themselves and us better than so. But we, who only do infuse 785 the rage in them like boot fuse, 'tis our example that instills in them infection of our ills. For, as some late philosophers have well observed, beasts that converse 790 with man, take after him, as hogs get pigs all the year, and bitches dogs. Just so, by our example, cattle learn to give one another battle. We read, in Nero's time, the heathen, 795 when they destroyed the Christian brethren, did sow them in the skins of bears, and then set dogs about their ears. From thence, no doubt, invention came of this lewd antichristian game. 800 To this, quoth Ralpho, verily the point seems very plain to me. It is an antichristian game, unlawful both in thing and name. First, for the name, the word, bear-baiting 805 is carnal, and of man's creating. For certainly there's no such word in all the scripture on record, therefore unlawful, and a sin, and so is, secondly, the thing. 810 A vile assembly tease, that can no more be proved by scripture than provincial, classic, national, mere human creature cobwebs all. Thirdly, it is idolatrous. 815 For when men run a whoring thus with their inventions, whatsoe'er the thing be, whether dog or bear, it is idolatrous and pagan, no less than worshipping of Dagon. 820 Quoth Hudibras, I smell a rat. Ralpho, thou dost prevaricate, for though the thesis which thou layest be true Adamassim, as thou sayest, for that bear-baiting should appear 825 a divino lawfuller than synods are, thou dost deny, totidem verbis, so do I winking smiley. Yet there's a fallacy in this, for if by sly homeosis, 830 tusses pro crepitu, an art under a cough to slur af. Thou would sophistically imply, both are unlawful, I deny. And I, quoth Ralpho, do not doubt 835 but bear-baiting may be made out, in gospel times, as lawful as is provincial or parochial classy, and that both are so near of kin, and like in all, as well as sin. 840 That put them in a bag, and shake 'em, yourself oth sudden would mistake 'em, and not know which is which, unless you measure by their wickedness. For 'tis not hard to imagine whether 845 oth2 is worst, though I name neither. Quoth Hudibras, thou offerest much, but art not able to keep touch. Myrrha lent, as 'tis ith adage, ideist, to make a leek a cabbage. 850 Thou lt be at best but such a bull, or sheer swine, all cry, and no wool, for what can synods have at all with bear that's analogical? Or what relation has debating 855 of church affairs with bear baiting? A just comparison still is of things adjustum generis, and then what genus rightly doth include and comprehend them both. 860 If animal both of us may as justly pass for bears as they, for we are animals no less, although of different specieses. But, Ralpho, this is not fit place 865 nor time to argue out the case, for now the field is not far off, where we must give the world a proof of deeds, not words, and such as suit another manner of dispute. 870 A controversy that affords actions for arguments, not words, which we must manage at a rate of prowess and conduct adequate to what our place and fame doth promise. 875 And all the godly expect from us, nor shall they be deceived unless we're slurred and outed by success. Success, the mark no mortal wit, or surest hand can always hit. 884 Whatsoe'er we perpetrate, we do but row, we're steered by fate, which in success oft disinherits, for spurious causes, noblest merits. Great actions are not always true sons. 885 Of great and mighty resolutions, nor do boldest attempts bring forth events still equal to their worth, but sometimes fail, and, in their stead, fortune and cowardice succeed. 890 Yet we have no great cause to doubt, our actions still have borne us out, which though they are known to be so ample, we need not copy from example. We are not the only persons durst 895 attempt this province, nor the first. In northern Clim a valorous knight did whilom kill his bear in Fght, and wound a fiddler. We have both of these the objects of our wrath. 900 And equal fame and glory from attempt of victory to come. 'Tis sung, there is a valiant, Mameluke in foreign land, Euclipdi, to whom we have been oft compared. 905 For person, parts, address, and beard, both equally reputed stout, and in the same cause both have fought. He oft in such attempts as these came off with glory and success. 910 Nor will we fail in execution, for want of equal resolution. Honor is like a widow, one with brisk attempt and putting on, with entering manfully, and urging. 915 Not slow approaches, like a virgin. 'Tis said, as used the Phrygian knight, so ours with rusty steel did smite his Trojan horse, and just as much he mended pace upon the touch. 920 But from his empty stomach groaned he just as that hollow beast did sound, and angry answered he from behind, with brandished tail and blast of wind. So have I seen, with armed heel, 925 a wight bestride a common wheel, while still the more he kicked and spurred the less the sullen jade has stirred. Notes to Part I, Canto I1. When civil a dudgeon, and c. Dudgeon. Who made the alterations in the last edition of this poem I know not, but they are certainly sometimes for the worse, and I cannot believe the author would have changed a word so proper in that place as dudgeon for that of fury, as it is in the last edition. To take in dudgeon, is inwardly to resent some injury or affront, a sort of grumbling in the gizzard, and what is previous to actual fury. 24b That could as well, and c. Bind over to the sessions as being a justice of the peace in his county, as well as colonel of a regiment of foot in the Parliament's army, and a committee man. 38c As Montin, and c. Montin, in his essays, supposes his cat thought him a fool, for losing his time in playing with her. 62d To make some, and c. Here again is an alteration without any amendment, for the following lines, and truly, so he was, perhaps, not as a proselyte, but for claps, are thus changed, and truly so, perhaps, he was, tease many a pious Christian's case. The heathens had an odd opinion, and have a strange reason why Moses imposed the law of circumcision on the Jews, which, how untrue soever, I will give the learned reader an account of without translation, as I find it in the annotations upon Horace, wrote by my worthy and learned friend Mr. William Baxter, the great restorer of the ancient and promoter of modern learning. Ho. Saturday 9. Sermon. Lib. I. Curtis, quia pellicula imminuti sunt, quia Moses rex judoiarum, cujus legibus regunta, negligentia fimosis medicinaliter exectus ist, and any souls essit notabi omnes circumcidi voluit. Vet. Skol. Vocem. Fimosis quarentia libri exciderat repursuamus ex conjectura, ut and medicinaliter exectus pro medicinalis effectus qua nihil erant. Quis maerita ejus modi convitia homini epicurio at pagano exidis. Iure agita Henrico Gleriano diaboli organum vita. Etiam satira quinta hic habet, constat omnia miracula certa ration fri, de quibus epicuria prudentissime disputant. Circumcised, Moses the king of the Jews, by whose laws they are ruled, and whose foreskin overhung the tip of his penis, had this blockage carelessly medicinally removed, and not wishing to be alone wanted them all to be circumcised. We have tentatively restored the word blockage, which the scribe's incompetence has omitted, and substituted medically removed for carried out by a doctor, which was never there. Who shall wonder that this kind of cutting caused an outcry by Epicureans and pagans? It can be seen therefore, why Henricus Glerianus judged it an implement of the devil. So the fifth satire has it, It is certain that every miracle can be fitted into the philosophical systems which the Epicureans most carefully discuss. 66 E profoundly skilled E, and C. Analytic is a part of logic, that teaches to decline and construe reason, as grammar does words. 93 Fa Babylonish, and C. A confusion of languages, such as some of our modern virtuosi used to express themselves in. 103 G. or Cerberus himself, and C. Cerberus, a name which poets give a dog with 3 heads, which they feigned doorkeeper of hell, that caressed the unfortunate souls sent thither, and devoured them that would get out again, yet Hercules tied him up, and made him follow. This dog with 3 heads denotes the past, the present, and the time to come, which receive, and, as it were, devour all things. Hercules got the better of him, which shows that heroic actions are always victorious over time, because they are present in the memory of posterity. 115 H. that had the, and C. Demosthenes, who is said to have had a defect in his pronunciation, which he cured by using to speak with little stones in his mouth. 120 Ivan Tycho Brahe, and C. Tycho Brahe was an eminent Danish mathematician. Q. In Collier's Dictionary, or elsewhere. 131 K. Whatever skeptic, and C. Skeptic. Pyrrho was the chief of the skeptic philosophers, and was at first, as Apollodorus saith, a painter, then became the hearer of Driso, and at last the disciple of Anaxagoras, whom he followed into India, to see the Gymnosophists. He pretended that men did nothing but by custom, there was neither honesty nor dishonesty, justice nor injustice, good nor evil. He was very solitary, lived to be 90 years old, was highly esteemed in his country, and created chief priest. He lived in the time of Epicurus and Theophrastus, about the 120th Olympiad. His followers were called Pharaonians, besides which they were named the Ephectics and Aphoretics, but more generally skeptics. This sect made their chiefest good to consist in a sedateness of mind, exempt from all passions, in regulating their opinions, and moderating their passions, which they called ataxia and metriopathia, and in suspending their judgment in regard of good and evil, truth or falsehood, which they called epechai. Sextus Empiricus, who lived in the 2nd century, under the Emperor Antoninus Pius, writ 10 books against the mathematicians or astrologers, and 3 of the Pharaonian opinion. The word is derived from the Greek skeptesi, quodist, consideraria, speculare. To consider or speculate. 143 L. He could reduce, and C. The old philosophers thought to extract notions out of natural things, as chemists do spirits and essences, and, when they had refined them into the nicest subtleties, gave them as insignificant names as those operators do their extractions, but, as Seneca says, the subtiler things are they are but the nearer to nothing. So are all their definitions of things by acts the nearer to nonsense. 147 M. Where truth, and c. Some authors have mistaken truth for a real thing, when it is nothing but a right method of putting those notions or images of things, in the understanding of man, into the same and order that their originals hold in nature, and therefore Aristotle says unumquid sicut habet secundum s, itase habet secundum veritatem. Met. L2. As everything has a secondary essence, therefore it has a secondary truth. 148 N like words congealed E, and C. Some report in Nova Zembla, and Greenland, men's words are wont to be frozen in the air, and at the thaw may hurt. 151 In school divinity as able, as O he that height, irrefragable, and c. Here again is another alteration of 3 or lines, as I think, for the worse. Some specific epithets were added to the title of some famous doctors, as Angelicus, Irrefragabilis, Subtilis, Angelic, Unopposable, Discriminating, and c. Vide vossi etymologue. Balit judgments de scavens, and possevins apparatus 153 pa second Thomas or at once, to name them all, another dunce. Thomas Aquinas, a Dominican friar, was born in 1224, and studied at Cologne and Paris. He modelled the school divinity, and was therefore called the angelic doctor, and eagle of divines. The most illustrious persons of his time were ambitious of his friendship, and put a high value on his merits, so that they offered him bishoprics, which he refused with as much ardor as others seek after them. He died in the 50th year of his age, and was canonized by Pope John XII. We have his works in 18 volumes, several times printed. Johannes Dunscotus was a very learned man, who lived about the end of the 13th and beginning of the 14th century. The English and Scotch strive which of them shall have the honour of his birth. The English say, he was born in Northumberland, the Scots allege he was born at Duns, in the Meuse, the neighbouring county to Northumberland, and hence was called Dunscotus. Maury, Buchanan, and other Scotch historians, are of this opinion, and for proof cite his epitaph, Scotia me genuit, Anglia suscepit, Gallia adicit, Germania tenet. Scotland bore me, England reared me, France instructed me, Germany kept me. He died at Cologne, Novem. 1308. In the supplement to Dr. Cave's Historia Literaria, he is said to be extraordinarily learned in physics, metaphysics, mathematics, and astronomy, that his fame was so great when at Oxford, that 30,000 scholars came thither to hear his lectures, that when at Paris, his arguments and authority carried it for the Immaculate Conception of the Blessed Virgin, so that they appointed a festival on that account, and would admit us scholars to degrees but such as were of this mind. He was a great opposer of Thomas Aquinas's doctrine, and, for being a very acute logician, was called Doctor Subtilis, discriminating, or, literally, slender, teacher, which was the reason also, that an old punster always called him the lathy doctor. 158 Q as tough as, and c. Sorbonne was the first and most considerable college of the University of Paris, founded in time reign of Saint Louis, by Robert Sorbonne, which name is sometimes given to the whole University of Paris, which was founded, about the year 741, by Charlemagne, at the persuasion of the learned Alcuinus, who was one of the first professors there, since which time it has been very famous. This college has been rebuilt with an extraordinary magnificence, at the charge of Cardinal Richelieu, and contains lodgings for 36 doctors, who are called the Society of Sorbonne. Those which are received among them before they have received their doctor's degree are only said to be of the hospitality of Sorbonne. Claude Hémorrhoise de Rocade, Paris. Spondon in Annal 173 Arhenu, and c. There is nothing more ridiculous than the various opinions of authors about the seat of paradise. Sir Walter Raleigh has taken a great deal of pains to collect them, in the beginning of his History of the World, where those, who are unsatisfied, may be fully informed. 180 by a High Dutch, and c. Goropius Buchanus endeavors to prove that High Dutch was the language that Adam and Eve spoke in paradise. 181 if either of and c. Adam and Eve being made, and not conceived and formed in the womb had no navels as some learned men have supposed, because they had no need of them. 182 You who first made, and c. Music is said to be invented by Pythagoras, who first found out the proportion of notes from the sounds of hammers upon an anvil. 232 W like Mahomet's and c. Mahomet had a tame dove, that used to pick seeds out of his ear that it might be thought to whisper and inspire him. His ass was so intimate with him, that the Mahometans believed it carried him to heaven, and stays there with him to bring him back again. 257 It was monastic, and did grow in holy orders by strict vow. He made a vow never to cut his beard until the Parliament had subdued the king, of which order of fanatic votaries there were many in those times. 281 Why so learned Taliacotius and c. Taliacotius was an Italian surgeon, that found out a way to repair lost and decayed noses. This Taliacotius was chief surgeon to the great Duke of Tuscany, and wrote a treatise, De Curtis Membris, of cut-off parts, which he dedicates to his great master, wherein he not only declares the models of his wonderful operations in restoring of lost members, but gives you cuts of the very instruments and ligatures he made use of therein. From hence our author, cum poetica licentia, with poetic license, has taken his simile. 289 Z for Aeneas, and c. Aeneas was the son of Anchises and Venus, a Trojan, who, after long travels, came to Italy, and after the death of his father-in-law, Latinus, was made king of Latium, and reigned 3 years. His story is too long to insert here, and therefore I refer you to Virgil's Aeneid. Troy being laid in ashes, he took his aged father Anchises upon his back, and rescued him from his enemies. But being too solicitous for his son and household gods, he lost his wife Creusa, which Mr. Dryden, in his excellent translation, thus expresseth: Haste, my dear father, 'tis no time to wait, and load my shoulders with a willing freight. Whate'er befalls, your life shall be my care, one death, or one deliverance, we will share. My hand shall lead our little son, and you, my faithful consort, shall our steps pursue. 337a, for Arthur, and C. Who this Arthur was and whether any ever reigned in Britain, has been doubted heretofore, and is by some to this very day. However, the history of him, which makes him one of the 9 worthies of the world, is a subject sufficient for the poet to be pleasant upon. 359b, Toledo trustee, and C. The capital city of New Castile, Spain, with an archbishopric and primacy. It was very famous, amongst other things, for tempering the best metal for swords, as Damascus was and perhaps may be still. 389c, but left the trade, as many more have lately done, and C. Oliver Cromwell and Colonel Pride had been both brewers. 433d, that Caesar's horse, who, as fame goes, had corns upon his feet and toes. Julius Caesar had a horse with feet like a man's. Ut Buturaquo insine, pedibus prophumanes, modum digitarum ungulis physis. He rode a horse with this distinction: it had feet like a man's, having the hooves split like toes. Suet. In July cap. 61 467c, the mighty Tyrian queen, that gained with subtle shreds a tract of land. Dido, queen of Carthage, who bought as much land as she could compass with an ox's hide, which she cut into small thongs, and cheated the owner of so much ground as served her to build Carthage upon. 476f, as the bold, and C. Aeneas, whom Virgil reports to use a golden bow for a pass to hell, and tailors call that place hell where they put all they steal. 526g, as 3, and C. Read the great geographical dictionary, under that word. 520h, in magic, and C. Talisman is a device to destroy any sort of vermin, by casting their images in metal, in a precise minute, when the stars are perfectly inclined to do them all the mischief they can. This has been experienced by some modern virtuosi upon rats, mice, and fleas, and found, as they affirm, to produce the effect with admirable success. Raymond Lully interprets cabal, out of the Arabic, to signify scientia superabundans, which his commentator, Cornelius Agrippa, by over-magnifying, has rendered a very superfluous foppery. 532i, as far as, and C. The author of Magia Adamica endeavors to prove the learning of the ancient Magi to be derived from that knowledge which God himself taught Adam in paradise before the fall. 535 and much of terra incognita, the intelligible world Codice. The intelligible world is a kind of terra del fuego, or Psittacarum regio, land of parrots, and sea discovered only by the philosophers, of which they talk, like parrots, what they do not understand. 538k Learned and C. No nation in the world is more addicted to this occult philosophy than the wild Irish are, as appears by the whole practice of their lives, of which see Camden in his description of Ireland. 539l or Sir Agrippa, and C. They who would know more of Sir Cornelius Agrippa, here meant, may consult the great dictionary. 541m He Anthroposophus and Floud, and Jacob Behmen understood. Anthroposophus is only a compound Greek word, which signifies a man that is wise in the knowledge of men, as is used by some anonymous author to conceal his true name. Dr. Floud was a sort of an English Rosicrucian, whose works are extant, and as intelligible as those of Jacob Behmen. 545n In Rosicrucian lore as learned as he that vir adeptus earned. The fraternity of the Rosicrucians is very like the sect of the ancient Gnostici, who called themselves so from the excellent learning they pretended to, although they were really the most ridiculous sots of mankind. Vir adeptus is one that has commenced in their fanatic extravagance. 646 O thou that with ale or vile liquors didst inspire withers, Pryn, and Vickers. This Vickers was a man of as great interest and authority in the late Reformation as Pryn or Withers, and as able a poet. He translated Virgil's Aeneid into as horrible travesty, in earnest, as the French Scaroon did in burlesque, and was only outdone in his way by the politic author of Oceana. 714p with that R, and C. This speech is set down as it was delivered by the knight, in his own words. But since it is below the gravity of heroical poetry to admit of humor, but all men are obliged to speak wisely alike, and too much of so extravagant a folly would become tedious and impertinent, the rest of his harangues have only his sense expressed in other words, unless in some few places, where his own words could not be so well avoided. 753q In bloody, and C. Sinatumashi signifies no thing in the world but a fight between dogs and bears, though both the learned and ignorant agree that in such words very great knowledge is contained, and our knight, as one, or both, of these, was of the same opinion. 758 R or force, and C. A veruncate, another of the same kind, which, though it appear ever so learned and profound, means nothing else but the weeding of corn. 777s The Indians fought for the truth of th elephant and monkey's tooth. The history of the white elephant and the monkey's tooth, which the Indians adored, is written by Mons. Leblanc. This monkey's tooth was taken by the Portuguese from those that worshipped it, and though they offered a vast ransom for it, yet the Christians were persuaded by their priests rather to burn it. But as soon as the fire was kindled, all the people present were not able to endure the horrible stink that came from it, as if the fire had been made of the same ingredients with which seamen used to compose that kind of granados which they call stinkards. 786t The rage, and C. Boutefuse is a French word, and therefore it were uncivil to suppose any English person, especially of quality, ignorant of it, or so ill-bred as to need an exposition. 903 UTs sung, and c. Mameluke is the name of the militia of the sultans of Egypt. It signified a servant or soldier. They were commonly captives taken from amongst the Christians, and instructed in military discipline, and did not marry. Their power was great, for besides that the sultans were chosen out of their body, they disposed of the most important offices of the kingdom. They were formidable about 200 years, till at last Selim, Sultan of the Turks, routed them, and killed their sultan, near Aleppo, 1516, and so put an end to the empire of Mamelukes, which had lasted 267 years. No question but the rhyme to Mameluke was meant Sir Samuel Luke, of whom in the preface 913 W honor is like, and c. Our English proverbs are not impertinent to this purpose. He that woos a maid, must seldom come in her sight, but he that woos a widow, must woo her day and night. He that woos a maid, must feign, lie, and flatter, but he that woos a widow, must down with his breeches, and at her. This proverb being somewhat immodest, Mr. Ray says he would not have inserted it in his collection, but that he met with it in a little book, entitled, The Quaker's Spiritual Court Proclaimed, written by Nathaniel Smith, student in physic, wherein the author mentions it as counsel given him by Hilkiah Bedford, an eminent Quaker in London, who would have had him to have married a rich widow, in whose house he lodged. In case he could get her, this Nathaniel Smith had promised Hilkiah a chamber gratis. The whole narrative is worth the reading. Part I Canto 2. The Argument. The catalogue and character of Th enemy's best men of war, whom, in bold harangue, the knight defies, and challenges to fight. H encounters Talgol, routs the bear, and takes the fiddler prisoner, conveys him to enchanted castle, there shuts him fast in wooden bastille. There was an ancient sage philosopher, that had read Alexanderos over, and swore the world, as he could prove, was made of fighting and of love, just so romances are, for what else five is in them all, but love and battles. Oth first of these we've no great matter to treat of, but a world oth latter, in which to do the injury right we mean, in what concerns just fight. 10 certs our authors are to blame, for to make some well-sounding name a pattern fit for modern knights to copy out in phrase and fights, like those that a whole street do raise 15 to build a palace in the place. They never care how many others they kill, without regard of mothers, or wives, or children, so they can make up some fierce, dead-doing man, 20 composed of many ingredient valus, just like the manhood of 9 tailors. So a wild Tartar, when he spies a man that's handsome, valiant, wise, if he can kill him, thinks t inherit 25 his wit, his beauty, and his spirit, as if just so much he enjoyed as in another is destroyed for when a giant's slain in fight, and mowed o earthwart, or cleft downright, 30 it is a heavy case, no doubt, a man should have his brains beat out because he's tall, and has large bones, as men kill beavers for their stones. But as for our part, we shall tell 35 the naked truth of what befell, and as an equal friend to both the knight and bear, but more to troth, with neither faction shall take part, but give to each his due desert, 40 and never coin a formal lie on tea, to make the knight o'ercome the giant. This being prophesied, we've hopes enough, and now go on where we left off. They rode, but authors having not 45 determined whether pace or trot, that is to say, whether tolutation, as they do term tea, or circussation, we leave it, and go on, as now suppose they did, no matter how, 50 yet some from subtle hints have got mysterious light, it was a trot, but let that pass, they now begun to spur their living engines on. For as whip-d tops, and banded balls, 55 the learned hold, are animals, so horses they affirm to be mere engines made by geometry, and were invented first from engines, as, Indian Britons were from penguins. 60 so let them be, and, as I was saying, they their live engines plied, not staying until they reached the fatal champaign, which th enemy did then encamp on, the dire Pharsalian plain, where battle 65 was to be wagged twixt puissant cattle and fierce auxiliary men, that came to aid their brethren, who now began to take the field, as night from ridge of steed beheld. 74 as our modern wits behold, mounted a pick-back on the old, much further oft, much further he, ready on his aged beast could see, yet not sufficient to descry 75 all postures of the enemy, wherefore he bids the squire ride further, to observe their numbers, and their order, that when their motions he had known he might know how to fit his own. 80 meanwhile he stopped his willing steed, to fit himself for martial deed. Both kinds of metal he prepared, either to give blows, or to ward, courage and steel, both of great force, 85 prepared for better, or for worse. His death-charged pistols he did fit well, drawn out from life-preserving victual. These being primed, with force he laboured to freeze sword from retentive scabbard 90 and, after many a painful pluck, from rusty durance he bailed tuck. Then shook himself, to see that prowess in scabbard of his arms sat loose, and, ready upon his desperate foot, 95 on stirrup side he gazed about, portending blood, like blazing star, the beacon of approaching war. Ralpho rode on with no less speed than Hugo in the forest did, 100 but far more in returning made, for now the foe he had surveyed, ranged as to him they did appear, with van, main battle, wings, and rear. Either head of all this warlike rabble, 105 Crowdero marched, expert and able. Instead of trumpet and of drum, that makes the warrior's stomach come, whose noise whets valor sharp, like beer by thunder turned to vinegar, 110, for if a trumpet sound, or drum beat, who has not a month's mind to combat? A squeaking engine he applied unto his neck, on northeast side, just where the hangman does dispose, 115 to special friends, the knot of noose, for 'tis great grace, when statesmen straight dispatch a friend, let others wait. His warped ear hung o'er the strings, which was but souse to chitterlings, 124 guts, some write, ere they are sodden, are fit for music, or for pardon, from whence men borrow every kind of minstrelsy by string or wind. His grizzly beard was long and thick, 125 with which he strung his fiddlestick, for he to horse-tail scorned to owe, for what on his own chin did grow. Chiron, the four-legged bard, had both a beard and tail of his own growth, 130 and yet by author's tease of a D, he made use only of his beard. In Staffordshire, where virtuous worth does raise the minstrelsy, not birth, where bulls do choose the boldest king, 135 and ruler, o'er the men of string, as once in Persia, Tease said, kings were proclaimed by a horse that neighed winking smiley. He bravely venturing at a crown, by chance of war was beaten down, 140 and wounded sore. His leg then broke, had got a deputy of oak, for when a shin in fight is cropped, the knee with one of timbers propped, esteemed more honourable than the other, 145 and takes place, though the younger brother. Next marched brave Orson, famous for wise conduct, and success in war, a skilful leader, stout, severe, now marshal to the champion bear. 150 with truncheon, tipped with iron head, the warrior to the lists he led, with solemn march and stately pace, but far more grave and solemn face, grave, as the Emperor of Pegu 155 or Spanish potentate Don Diego. This leader was of knowledge great, either for charge or for retreat. He knew when to fall on pell-mell, to fall back and retreat as well. 160 so lawyers, lest the bare defendant, and plaintiff dog, should make an end on't, do stave and tail with writs of error, reverse of judgment, and demurrer, to let them breathe a while, and then 165 cry whoop, and set them on again. As Romulus a wolf did rear, so he was dry nursed by a bear, that fed him with the perch as prey of many a fierce and bloody fray, 170 bred up, where discipline most rare is, in military garden Paris. For soldiers heretofore did grow in gardens, just as weeds do now, until some splayfoot politicians 175 Apollo offered up petitions for licensing a new invention they'd found out of an antique engine, to root out all the weeds that grow in public gardens at a blow, 180 and leave herbs standing. Quoth Sir Son, my friends, that is not to be done. Not done. Quoth Statesman, yes, an't please ye, when it's once known, you'll say 'tis easy. Why then let's know it, quoth Apollo. 185 we'll beat a drum, and they'll all follow. A drum. Quoth Phoebus winking smiley troth, that's true, a pretty invention, quaint and new. But though of voice and instrument we are the undoubted president, 190 we such loud music don't profess, the devil's master of that office, where it must pass, if 't be a drum, he'll sign it with Clo. Pal. Dom. Commander, to him apply yourselves, and he 195 will soon dispatch you for his fee. They did so, but it proved so ill, had better let 'em grow there still. But to resume what we discoursing were on before, that is, stout Orson, 200, that which so oft, by sundry writers, has been applied to almost all fighters, more justly may be ascribed to this than any other warrior, viz. None ever acted both parts bolder, 205, both of a chieftain and a soldier. He was of great descent and high for splendor and antiquity, and from celestial origin derived himself in a right line. 210, not as the ancient heroes did, who, that their base births might be hid, knowing they were of doubtful gender, and that they came in at a window, made Jupiter himself and others 215 oth gods, gallants to their own mothers, to get on them a race of champions, of which old Homer first made lampoons. Artophylax, in northern spheres was his undoubted ancestor, 220 from him his great forefathers came, and in all ages bore his name. Learned he was in medicinal lore, for by his side a pouch he wore, replete with strange hermetic powder, 225, that wounds 9 miles point blank would solder, by skillful chemist, with great cost, extracted from a rotten post, but of a heavenlier influence than that which mountebanks dispense, 230, though by Promethean fire made, as they do quack that drive that trade. For as when slovens do amiss at others' doors, by stool or piss, the learned write, a red-hot spit 235 being prudently applied to it, will convey mischief from the dung unto the part that did the wrong, so this did healing, and as sure as that did mischief this would cure. 240, thus virtuous Orson was endued with learning, conduct, fortitude, incomparable, and as the prince of poets, Homer sung long since, a skillful leech is better far 245 than 100 men of war, so he appeared and by his skill, no less than dint of sword, could kill the gallant Bruin marched next him, with visage formidably grim, 250, and rugged as a Saracen, or Turk of Mahomet's own kin, clad in a mantle de la guerre of rough impenetrable fur, and in his nose, like Indian king, 255 he wore, for ornament, a ring, about his neck a threefold gorget, as rough as trebled leathern target, armed, as heralds cant, and langed, or, as the vulgar say, sharp-fanged. 264, as the teeth in beasts of prey are swords, with which they fight in fray, so swords, in men of war, are teeth, which they do eat their victual with. He was by birth, some authors write, 265, a Russian, some, a Muscovite, and 'mong the Cossacks had been bred, of whom we in diurnals read, that serve to fill up pages here, as with their bodies ditches there. 270, Skrymensky was his cousin German, with whom he served and fed on vermin, and when these failed he'd suck his claws, and quarter himself upon his paws. And though his countrymen, the Huns, 275, did stew their meat between their bums and horses' backs o'er which they straddle, and every man eat up his saddle, he was not half so nice as they, but eat it raw when tea came in's way. 280 He had tracked countries far and near, more than Leblanc, the traveller, who writes, he spaced in India, of noble house, a lady gay, and got on her a race of worthies, 285 as stout as any upon earth is. Full many a fight for him between Talgol and Orsin oft had been, each striving to deserve the crown of a saved citizen, the one 290 to guard his bear, the other fought to aid his dog, both made more stout by several spurs of neighborhood, church fellow membership, and blood, but Talgol, mortal foe to cows, 295 never got aught of him but blows, hard and heavy, such as he had lent, repaid with usury. Yet Talgol was of courage stout, and vanquished oftener than he fought, 300 inured to labor, sweat and toil, and like a champion shone with oil. Right many a widow his keen blade, and many fatherless had made. He many a boar and huge dun cow 305 did, like another Guy, o'erthrow, but Guy with him in fight compardy, had like the boar or dun cow fardy with greater troops of sheep had fought than Ajax or bold Don Quixote, 310 and many a serpent of fell kind, with wings before and stings behind, subdued, as poets say, long agon bold Sir George, Saint George did the dragon. Nor engine, nor device polemic, 31 disease, nor doctor epidemic, though steered with deleta medicines, which whosoever took is dead since, sent so vast a colony to both the underworlds as he, 324 He was of that noble trade that demigods and heroes made, slaughter and knocking on the head. The trade to which they all were bred, and is, like others, glorious when 325 T's great and large, but base if mean. The former rides in triumph for it, the latter in a two-wheeled chariot for daring to profane a thing so sacred with vile bungling. 330 Next these the brave Magnano came, Magnano, great in martial fame. Yet when with Orsin he wagged fight, T's sung, he got but little by tea. Yet he was fierce as forest boar, 335 whose spoils upon his back he wore, as thick as Ajax' sevenfold shield, which o'er his brazen arms he held, but brass was feeble to resist the fury of his armed fist, 340 Nor could he the hardest iron hold out against his blows, but they wooed through tea. In magic he was deeply read as he that made the brazen head, profoundly skilled in the black art, 345 as English Merlin for his heart, but far more skillful in the spheres than he was at the sieve and shears. He could transform himself in colour as like the devil as a collier, 350 as like as hypocrites in show are to true saints, or crow to crow. Of warlike engines he was author, Davies for quick dispatch of slaughter, the cannon, blunderbuss, and saker, 355 He was inventor of, and maker, the trumpet, and the kettle drum, did both from his invention come. He was the first that did teach to make, and how to stop, a breach. 360 A lance he bore with iron pike, one half would thrust, the other strike, and when their forces he had joined he scorned to turn his parts behind. He truller loved truller, more bright 365 than burnished armor of her knight, a bold virago, stout and tall, as Joan of France, or English Mall. Through perils both of wind and limb, through thick and thin, she followed him. 370 in every adventure undertook, and never him or it forsook. At breach of wall, or hedge surprise, she shod it hazard and the prize, at beating quarters up, or forage. 375 behaved herself with matchless courage, and laid about in fight more busily than the Amazonian Dame Penthesilea. And though some critics here cry shame, and say our authors are to blame, 380 that, spite of all philosophers, who hold no females stout, but bears, and heretofore did so abhor that women should pretend to war, they would not suffer the stoutest dame 385 to swear, by Hercules' name, make feeble ladies, in their works, to fight like termagants and Turks, to lay their native arms aside, their modesty, and ride astride, 390 to run a tilt at men, and wield their naked tools in open field, as stout Armida, bold Trallistris, and she that would have been the mistress of Gundibert, but he had grace, 395 and rather took a country lass, they say, 'tis false, without all sense, but of pernicious consequence to government, which they suppose can never be upheld in prose. 400 strip nature naked to the skin, you'll find about her no such thing. It may be so, yet what we tell of Truller that's improbable, shall be deposited by those who've seen 405 or, what's as good, product in print, and if they will not take our word, we'll prove it true upon record. The upright Cerdan next advanced, of all his race the valiant St. 410 Cerdan the great, renowned in song, like Hercules, for repair of wrong, he raid the low, and fortified the weak against the strongest side, ill has he read, that never hit 415 on him in Muse's deathless writ. He had a weapon keen and fierce, that through a bull-hide shield would pierce, and cut it in 1,000 pieces, 420 though tougher than the knight of Greece his, with whom his black-thumbed ancestor was comrade in the 10 Years' War, for when the restless Greeks sat down so many years before Troy town, 425 and were renowned, as Homer writes, for well-sold boots no less than fights, they owed that glory only to his ancestor, that made them so. Fast friend he was to Reformation, 430 until 'twas worn quite out of fashion. Next rectifier of wry law, and would make 3 to cure 1 flaw. Learned he was, and could take note, transcribe, collect, translate, and quote. 435 but preaching was his chiefest talent, or argument, in which being valiant, he used to lay about and stickle, like ram or bull, at conventicle, for disputants, like rams and bulls. 440 do fight with arms that spring from skulls. Last came, bold man of war, destined to blows by fatal star, right expert in command of horse, but cruel, and without remorse. 445 That which of Centaur long ago was said, and has been wrested to some other knights, was true of this, he and his horse were of a piece. One spirit did inform them both. 450 The self-same vigor, fury, wrath, yet he was much the rougher part, and always had a harder heart, although his horse had been of those that fed on man's flesh, as fame goes. 455 Strange food for horse. And yet, alas! It may be true, for flesh is grass. Sturdy he was, and no less able than Hercules to clean a stable, as great a drover, and as great 460 a critic too, in hog or neat. He ripped the womb up of his mother, Dame Tellus, cause she wanted fodder and provender wherewith to feed himself, and his less cruel steed. 465 It was a question, whether he or horse were of a family more worshipful, till antiquaries, after had almost poured out their eyes, did very learnedly decide 470 the business on the horse's side, and proved not only horse, but cows, nay, pigs, were of the elder house, for beasts, when man was but a piece of earth himself, did earth possess. 475 These worthies were the chief that led the combatants, each in the head of his command, with arms and rage, ready and longing to engage. The numerous rabble was drawn out 480 of several counties round about, from villages remote, and shires, of east and western hemispheres, from foreign parishes and regions, of different manners, speech, religions. 485 came men and mastiffs, some to fight for fame and honor, some for sight. And now the field of death, the lists, were entered by antagonists, and blood was ready to be broached. 490 When Hudibras in haste approached, with squire and weapons, to attack him, but first thus from his horse bespake him, What rage, O citizens! What fury doth you to these dire actions hurry? 495 What, Eastrom, what frenetic mood, makes you thus lavish of your blood, while the proud vies your trophies boast and unrevenged walks, ghost? What towns, what garrisons might you 500 with hazard of this blood subdue, which now we are bent to throw away in vain, untriumphable fray? Shall saints in civil bloodshed wallow of saints, and let the cause lie fallow? 505 The cause for which we fought and swore so boldly, shall we now give o'er? Then, because quarrels still are seen with oaths and swearings to begin, the solemn league and covenant 510 will seem a mere goddamn me rant, and we, that took it, and have fought, as lewd as drunkards that fall out. For as we make war for the king against himself the self-same thing, 515 Some will not stick to swear we do for God and for religion too, for if bear baiting we allow, what good can reformation do? The blood and treasure that's laid out, 520 is thrown away, and goes for naught. Are these the fruits of protestation, the prototype of reformation, which all the saints, and some, since martyrs, wore, in their hats like wedding garters? 525 When 'twas, resolved by either house 6 members quarrel to espouse. Did they for this draw down the rabble, with zeal and noises formidable, and make all cries about the town 530 joined throats to cry the bishops down. Who having round begirt the palace, as once a month they do the gallows, as members gave the sign about, set up their throats with hideous shout. 535 when Tinkers Baldy allowed to settle church discipline, for patching kettle, no sow gelder did blow his horn to geld a cat, but cried reform. The oyster women locked their fish up, 540 and trugged away, to cry, no bishop. The mouse-trap men laid save alls by, and gainst evil counsellors did cry. Botchers left old clothes in the lurch, and fell to turn and patch the church. 545 some cried the covenant instead of pudding pies and gingerbread, and some for brooms, old boots and shoes, Baldy out to purge the commons' house. Instead of kitchen stuff, some cry, 550 a gospel preaching ministry, and some, for old suits, coats, or cloak, no surplices nor service book. A strange harmonious inclination of all degrees to reformation. 555 and is this all? Is this the end to which these carrings on did tend? Ath public faith, like a young heir, for this tie up all sorts of ware, and run in't every tradesman's book, 560 till both turn bankrupts, and are broke. Did saints for this bring in their plate, and crowd as if they came too late? For when they thought the cause had need on't, happy was he that could be rid on't. 565 did they coin piss pots, bowls, and flagons, into officers of horse and dragoons, and into pikes and musqueteers stamp beakers, cups, and porringers. A thimble, bodkin, and a spoon, 570 did start up living men as soon as in the furnace they were thrown, just like the dragon's teeth being sown. Then was the cause of gold and plate, the brethren's offerings, consecrate, 575 like Hebrew calf, and down before it the saints fell prostrate, to adore it so say the wicked, and will you make that, sarcasmus scandal true, by running after dogs and bears? 580 beasts more unclean than calves or steers. Have powerful preachers plied their tongues, and laid themselves out and their lungs, used all means, both direct and sinister, ithpowr of gospel preaching minister. 585 have they invented tones to win the women, and make them draw in the men, as Indians with a female tame elephant inveigle the male. Have they told Providence what it must do, 590 whom to avoid, and whom to trust to? Discover enemy's design, and which way best to countermine. Prescribe what ways it'th to work, or it will ne'er advance the kirk. 595 told it the news last express, and after good or bad success, made prayers, not so like petitions, as overtures and propositions, such as the army did present 600 to their Creator, Parliament, in which they freely will confess they will not, cannot acquiesce, unless the work be carried on in the same way they have begun. 605 By setting church and commonweal all on a flame, bright as their zeal, on which the saints were all agog, and all this for a bear and dog. The Parliament drew up petitions 610 to itself, and sent them, like commissions, to well-affected persons down, in every city and great town, with POWR to leave horse and men, only to bring them back again. 615 For this did many a mile, ride manfully in rank and file, with papers in their hats, that showed as if they to the pillory rode. Have all these courses, these efforts, 620 been tried by people of all sorts, velis and remis, omnibus nervis and all to advance the cause's service? And shall all now be thrown away in petulant intestine fray? 625 Shall we that in the covenant swore, each man of us to run before another, still in reformation, give dogs and bears a dispensation? How will dissenting brethren relish it? 630 What will malignants say? Vidlicet, that each man swore to do his best, to damn and perjure all the rest, and bid the devil take the hindmost, which at this race is like to win most. 635 They'll say our busness, to reform the church and state, is but a worm, for to subscribe, unsight, unseen, to an unknown church discipline, what is it else, but beforehand 640 T engage, and after understand. For when we swore to carry on the present Reformation, according to the purest mode of churches best reformed abroad, 645 What did we else, but make a vow to do we know not what, nor how? For no three of us will agree, where or what churches these should be, and is indeed, n. the self-same case 650 with theirs that swore et ceteras, or the, French League, in which men vowed to fight to the last drop of blood. These slanders will be thrown upon the cause and work we carry on. 655 If we permit men to run headlong to exorbitances fit for bedlam rather than gospel-walking times, when slightest sins are greatest crimes. But we the matter so shall handle, 660 as to remove that odious scandal. In name of King and Parliament, I charge ye all, no more foment this feud, but keep the peace between your brethren and your countrymen. 665 And to those places straight repair where your respective dwellings are. But to that purpose first surrender the fiddler, as the prime offender, incendiary vile, that is chief 670 author and engineer of mischief, that makes division between friends, for profane and malignant ends. He, and that engine of vile noise, on which illegally he plays, 675 shall, dictum factum, both be brought to condign punishment, as they ought. This must be done, and I would fain see mortal so sturdy as to gainsay, for then I'll take another course, 680 and soon reduce you all by force. This said, he clapped his hand on sword, to show he meant to keep his word. But Talgol, who had long suppressed inflamed wrath in glowing breast, 685 which now began to rage and burn as implacably as flame in furnace, Thus answered he him, thou vermin wretched as ere in measled pork was hatched, thou tail of worship, that dost grow 690 on rump of justice as of cow, how darst thou, with that sullen luggage oth self, old iron, and other baggage, with which thy steed of bones and leather has broke his wind in halting hither, 695 how durst I say, adventure thus oppose thy lumber against us? Could thine impertinence find out to work employ itself about, where thou, secure from wooden blow, 700 thy busy vanity might show? Was no dispute afoot between the caterwauling brethren? No subtle question ready among 705 those out o' their wits, and those wrong, no prize between those combatants times, the land and water saints, where thou mightest stickle without hazard of outrage to thy hide and mazard, and not for want of busness come 710 to us to be so troublesome, to interrupt our better sort of disputants, and spoil our sport. Was there no felony, no board, cut purse, no burglary abroad, 715 no stolen pig, nor plundered goose, to tie thee up from breaking loose? No ale unlicensed broken hedge, for which thou statute mightest allege, to keep thee busy from foul evil, 720 and shame due to thee from the devil. Did no committee sit, where he might cut out journey work for thee, and set a task, with subornation, to stitch up sale and sequestration, 725 to cheat, with holiness and zeal, all parties, and the commonweal? Much better had it been for thee, had kept thee where art us to be, or sent on busness any whither, 730 so he had never brought thee hither. But if hast brain enough in skull to keep itself in lodging hole, and not provoke the rage of stones and cudgels to thy hide and bones, 735 tremble, and vanish, while thou mayest, which I'll not promise if thou stayest. At this the knight grew high in wrath, and lifting hands and eyes up both, 3 times he smote on stomach stout, 740 from whence at length these words broke out, was I for this entitled sir, and girt with trusty sword and spur, for fame and honour to wage battle, thus to be braved by foe to cattle. 745 Not all that pride that makes thee swell as big as thou dost blown up veal, nor all thy tricks and sleights to cheat, and sell thy carrion for good meat, not all thy magic to repair 750 decayed old age in tough lean wear, make natural appear thy work, and stop the gangrene in stale pork, not all that force that makes thee proud, because by bullock ne'er withstood, 755 though armed with all thy cleavers, knives, and axes made to hew down lives, shall save or help thee to evade the hand of justice, or this blade, which I, her sword bearer, do carry, 760 for civil deed and military. Nor shall those words of venom base, which thou hast from their native place, thy stomach, pump to fling on me, go unrevenged, though I am free, 765 thou down the same throat shalt devour like tainted beef, and pay dear for Nor shall it e'er be said, that white with gantlet blue, and bases white, and round blunt truncheon by his side. 770 So great a man at arms defied he with words far bitterer than wormwood, that would in job or grisel stir mood. Dogs with their tongues their wounds do heal, but men with hands, as thou shalt feel. 775 This said, with hasty rage he snatched his gunshot, that in holsters watched and bending cock, he levelled full against outside of Talgol's skull, vowing that he showed ne'er stir further. 780 Nor henceforth cow nor bullock murther. But Pallas came in shape of rust, and twixt the spring and hammer thrust her Gorgon shield, which made the cock stand stiff, as were transformed to stock. 785 Meanwhile fierce Talgol, gathering might, with rugged truncheon charged the knight, but he with patronal upheved, instead of shield, the blow received. The gun recoiled, as well it might. 790 Not us to such a kind of fight, and shrunk from its great master's gripe, knocked down and stunned by mortal stripe. Then Hudibras, with furious haste, drew out his sword, yet not so fast. 795 But Talgol first, with hardy thwack, twice bruised his head, and twice his back. But when his nut-brown sword was out, with stomach huge he laid about, imprinting many a wound upon 800, his mortal foe, the truncheon. The trusty cudgel did oppose itself against dead-doing blows, to guard its leader from fell bane, and then revenged itself again. 805 And though the sword, some understood, in force had much the odds of wood, 'twas nothing so, both sides were balanced so equal, none knew which was valiantest, for wood with honour being ingagged. 810 Is so implacably enrigged, though iron hew and mangle saw, wood wounds and bruises honour more. And now both knights were out of breath, turdy in the hot pursuit of death. 815 While all the rest amazed stood still, expecting which should take or kill. This Hudibras observed, and fretting conquest should be so long a getting, he drew up all his force into 821 body, and that into one blow. But Talgol wisely avoided it by cunning sleight, for had it hit the upper part of him the blow had slit as sure as that below. 825 Meanwhile incomparable Colon, to aid his friend, began to fall on him. Ralph encountered, and straight grew a dismal combat twixt them two, one armed with metal, other with wood. 830 This fit for bruise, and that for blood. With many a stiff thwack, many a bang, hard crabtree and old iron rang, while none that saw them could divine to which side conquest would incline. 835 Until Magnano, who did envy that two should with so many men vie, by subtle stratagem of brain, performed what force could ne'er attain, for he, by foul hap, having found 840 where thistles grew on barren ground, in haste he drew his weapon out, and having cropped them from the root, he clapped them underneath the tail of steed, with pricks as sharp as nail. 845 The angry beast did straight resent the wrong done to his fundament, began to kick, and fling, and wince, as if H had been beside his sense, striving to disengage from thistle. 850 that galled him sorely under his tail, instead of which, he threw the pack of squire and baggage from his back, and blundering still with smarting rump, he gave the knight's steed such a thump 855 as made him reel. The knight did stoop, and sat on further side lope. This Talgol viewing, who had now by sleight escaped the fatal blow, he rallied and again fell to 864 catching foe by near a foot, he lifted with such might and strength, as would have hurled him thrice his length, and dashed his brains, if any, out, but Mars, that still protects the stout. 865 in pudding time came to his aid, and under him the bear conveyed the bear, upon whose soft fur gown the knight with all his weight fell down. The friendly rug preserved the ground, 870 and headlong knight, from bruise or wound, like feather bed betwixt a wall and heavy brunt of cannon ball. As Sancho on a blanket fell, and had no hurt, our Sfardi as well 875 in body, though his mighty spirit, being heavy, did not so well bear it, the bear was in a great affright, beat down and worsted by the knight. He roared and racked and flung about, 880 to shake off bondage from his snout. His wrath inflamed boiled o'er, and from his jaws of death he threw the foam, fury in stranger postures threw him, and more than herald ever drew him. 885 he tore the earth which he had saved from squelch of night, and stormed and raved and vexed the more because the harms he felt were gainst the law of arms. For men he always took to be 890 his friends, and dogs the enemy, who never so much hurt had done him, as his own side did falling on him. It grieved him to the guts that they for whom H had fought so many a fray, 895 and served with loss of blood so long, showed offer such inhuman wrong of unsoldier-like condition, for which he flung down his commission, and laid about him, till his nose 900 from thrall of ring and cord broke loose. Soon as he felt himself enlarged, through thickest of his foes he charged, and made way through amazed crew, some he o'erran, and some o'erthrew. 905 but took none, for by hasty flight he strove to escape pursuit of night, from whom he fled with as much haste and dread as he the rabble chased. In haste he fled, and so did they, 910 each and his fear a several way. Crowdero only kept the field, not stirring from the place he held, though beaten down and wounded sore, ith fiddle, and a leg that bore 915 one side of him, not that of bone, but much its better, wooden one. He spying Hudibras lie strode upon the ground, like log of wood, with fright of fall, supposed wound, 920 and loss of urine, in a swound. In haste he snatched the wooden limb, that hurt the ankle lay by him, and fitting it for sudden fight, straight drew it up to attack the knight, 925 for getting up on stump and huckle, he with the foe began to buckle, vowing to be revenged for breach of crowd and skin upon the wretch. Sole author of all detriment 930 he and his fiddle underwent. But Ralpho, who had now begun adventure resurrection from heavy squelch, and had got up upon his legs, with sprained crup, 935 looking about, beheld perdition approaching night from fell musician. He snatched his vineyard up, that fled when he was falling off his steed, as rats do from a falling house, 940 to hide itself from rage of blows, and, winged with speed and fury, flew to rescue night from black and blue, which, ere he could achieve, his sconce the leg encountered twice and once, 945 and now 'twas ready to smite again, when Ralpho thrust himself between. He took the blow upon his arm, to shield the knight from further harm, and, joining wrath with force, bestowed 950 on wooden member such a load, that down it fell, and with it bore Crowdero, whom it propped before. To him the squire right nimbly ran, and setting conquering foot upon 955 his trunk, thus spoke, "What desperate frenzy made thee, thou whelp of sin, to fancy thyself, and all that coward rabble, encounter us in battle able? How durst I say, oppose thy curship 960 gainst arms, authority, and worship? And Hudibras or me provoke, though all thy limbs were heart of oak, and other half of thee as good to bear out blows, as that of wood? 965 could not the whipping post prevail with all its rhetoric, nor the jail, to keep from flaying scourge thy skin, and ankle free from iron gin. Which now thou shalt, but first our care 970 must see how Hudibras doth fare." This said, he gently rayed the knight, and set him on his balm upright. To rouse him from lethargic dump, he tweaked his nose, with gentle thump 975 knocked on his breast, as if had been to raise the spirits locked within. They, wakened with the noise, did fly from inward room to window and gently opening glid, the casement, 980 looked out, but yet with some amazement. This glad Ralpho much to see, who thus bespoke the knight, quoth he, tweaking his nose, "You are, great sir, a self-denying conqueror, 985 as high, victorious, and great, as fought for the churches yet, if you will give yourself but leave to make out what we already have, that's victory. The foe, for dread 990 of your worthiness, is fled, all, save Crowdero, for whose sake you did the cause undertake, and he lies prisoner at your feet, to be dispersed as you think meet, 995 either for life, or death, or sale, the gallows, or perpetual jail. For one wink of your powerful eye must sentence him to live or die. His fiddle is your proper purchase, 1001 in the service of the churches, and by your doom must be allowed to be, or be no more, a crowd. For though success did not confer just title on the conqueror, 1005 though dispensations were not strong conclusions, whether right or wrong, although outgoings did confirm, and owning were but a mere term, yet as the wicked have no right 1010 to creature, though usurped by might, the property is in the saint, from whom injuriously detained of him they hold their luxuries, their dogs, their horses, whores, and dice, 1015 their riots, revels, masks, delights, pimps, buffoons, fiddlers, parasites, all which the saints have title to, and ought to enjoy, if th had their due. What we take from them is no more 1020 than what was ours by right before, for we are their true landlords still, and they our tenants but at will. At this the knight began to ruse, and by degrees grow valorous. 1025 he starred about, and seeing none of all his foes remain, but one, he snatched his weapon, that lay near him, and from the ground began to rear him, vowing to make Crowdero pay 1030 for all the rest that ran away. But Ralpho now, in colder blood, his fury mildly thus withstood. Great sir, quoth he, your mighty spirit is ready too high. This slave does merit 1035 to be the hangman's business, sooner than from your hand to have the honor of his destruction. I, that am a nothingness indeed and name did scorn to hurt his forfeit carcass, 1040 or ill entreat his fiddle or case, will you, great sir, that glory blot in cold blood which you gained in hot? Will you employ your conquering sword to break a fiddle and your word? 1045 For though I fought, and overcame, and quarter gave, 'twas in your name. For great commanders only own what's prosperous by the soldier done. To save, where you have POWR to kill, 1050 argues your POWR above your will, and that your will and POWR have less than both might have of selfishness. This POWR which, now alive, with dread he trembles at, if he were dead, 1055 would no more keep the slave in awe, than if you were a knight of straw, for death would then be his conqueror, not you, and free him from that terror. If danger from his life accrue, 1060 or honor from his death, to you, 'twere a policy, and honor too, to do as you resolved to do, but, sir, to wrong your valor much, to say it needs or fears a crutch. 1065 Great conquerors greater glory gain by foes in triumph led, than slain. The laurels that adorn their brows are pulled from living not dead boughs, and living foes, the greatest fame 1070 of cripple slain can be but lame. One half of him's already slain, the other is not worth your pain. Honor can but on one side light, as worship did, when we were dubbed knight. 1075 Wherefore I think it better far to keep him prisoner of war, and let him fast in bonds abide, at court of justice to be tried where, if he appear so bold and crafty, 1080 there may be danger in his safety. If any member there dislike his face, or to his beard have pique, or if his death will save or yield, revenge or fright, it is revealed 1085 Though he has quarter, ne'ertheless why have power to hang him when you please. This has been often done by some of our great conquerors, you know whom, and has by most of us been held 1090 wise justice, and to some revealed for words and promises, that yoke the conqueror, are quickly broke, like Samson's cuffs, though by his own direction and advice put on. 1095. For if we should fight for the cause by rules of military laws, and only do what they call just, the cause would quickly fall to dust. This we among ourselves may speak. 1100. But to the wicked, or the weak, we must be cautious to declare perfection truths, such as these are. This said, the high outrageous metal of night began to cool and settle. 1105. He liked the squire's advice, and soon resolved to see the business done, and therefore charged him first to bind Crowdero's hands on rump behind, and to its former place and use. 1110. The wooden member to reduce, but force it take an oath before, ne'er to bear arms against him more. Ralpho dispatched with speedy haste, and having tied Crowdero fast, 1115. He gave Sir Knight the end of cord, to lead the captive of his sword in triumph, whilst the steeds he caught, and them to further service brought. The squire in state rode on before, 1120, and on his nut-brown wineyard bore the trophy fiddle and the case, leaning on shoulder like a mace. The knight himself did after ride, leading Crowdero by his side, 1125, and towed him, if he lagged behind, like boat against the tide and wind. Thus grave and solemn they marched on, until quite through the town had gone, at further end of which there stands 1130 an ancient castle, that commands adjacent parts. In all the fabric you shall not see one stone nor a brick, but all of wood, by a full spell of magic made impregnable. 1135. There's neither iron bar nor gate, portcullis, chain, nor bolt, nor grate, and yet men durance there abide, in dungeons scarce 3 inches wide, with roof so low, that under it 1140 they never stand, but lie or sit, and yet so foul, that whoso is to the middle leg in prison, in circle magical confludi, with walls of subtile air and wind. 1145. Which none are able to break thorough, until they are freed by head of borough. Thither arrived adventurous knight and bold squire from their steeds alight at outward wall, near which there stands 1150 a bastille, built to imprison hands, by strange enchantment made to fetter the lesser parts and free the greater, for though the body may creep through, the hands in great are fast enough. 1155. And when a circle bout the wrist is made by beadle exorcist, the body feels the spur and switch, as if 'twere a ridden post by which at 20 miles an hour pace, 1160, and yet ne'er stirs out of the place. On top of this there is a spire, on which Sir Knight first bids the squire the fiddle and its spoils, the case, in manner of a trophy place. 1165. That done, they ope the trapdoor gate, and let Crowdero down thereat, Crowdero making doleful face, like hermit poor in pensive place. To dungeon they the wretch commit, 1170, and the survivor of his feet but other, that had broke the peace and head of knighthood, they release, though a delinquent false and forged, yet being a stranger, he's enlarged, 1175, while his comrade, that did no hurt, is clapped up fast in prison 40. So justice, while she winks at crimes, stumbles on innocence sometimes. Notes to Part I Canto 2. 47x, that is to say, whether tollulation, as they do term tea, or succussation. Tollulation and succussation are only Latin words for ambling and trotting, though I believe both were natural amongst the old Romans, since I never read they made use of the trammel, or any other art, to pace their horses. 60 As Indian Britons, and c. The American Indians call a great bird they have, with a white head, a penguin, which signifies the same thing in the British tongue, from whence, with other words of the same kind, some authors have endeavored to prove that the Americans are originally derived from the Britons. 65 Z. The Dyer, and c. Pharsalia is a city of Thessaly, famous for the battle won by Julius Caesar against Pompey the Great, in the neighboring plains, in the 607th year of Rome, of which read Lucan's Pharsalia. 129 Acheron, the and c. Chiron, a centaur, son to Saturn and Philois, living in the mountains, where, being much given to hunting, he became very knowing in the virtues of plants and one of the most famous physicians of his time. He imparted his skill to Aesculapius and was afterwards Apollo's governor, until being wounded by Hercules, and desiring to die, Jupiter placed him in heaven, where he forms the sign of Sagittarius or the archer. 133 B. In Staffordshire, where virtuous worth does raise the minstrelsy, not birth, and c. The whole history of this ancient ceremony you may read at large in Dr. Plott's History of Staffordshire, under the town Tutbury. 155 C. Grave as, and c. For the history of Pegu, read Mandelsor and O'Learius's Travels. 172 In military, and c. Paris Garden, in Southwark, took its name from the possessor. 231 Though by, and c. Promethean fire. Prometheus was the son of Iapetus, and brother of Atlas, concerning whom the poets have feigned, that having first formed men of the earth and water, he stole fire from heaven to put life into them, and that having thereby displeased Jupiter, he commanded Vulcan to tie him to Mount Caucasus with iron chains, and that a vulture should prey upon his liver continually. But the truth of the story is, that Prometheus was an astrologer, and constant in observing the stars upon that mountain, and that, among other things, he found the art of making fire, either by the means of a flint, or by contracting the sunbeams in a glass. Bocart will have Magog, in the scripture, to be the Prometheus of the pagans. He here and before sarcastically derides those who were great admirers of the sympathetic powder and weapon salve, which were in great repute in those days, and much promoted by the great Sir Kenelm Digby, who wrote a treatise ex professo, of his own knowledge, on that subject, and, I believe, thought what he wrote to be true, which since has been almost exploded out of the world. 267 And Mong, and c. Cossacks are a people that live near Poland. This name was given them for their extraordinary nimbleness, for kosa, or kosa, in the Polish tongue, signifies a goat. He that would know more of them, may read Lullabora and Thuldanus. 275 and though, and c. This custom of the Huns is described by Ammianus Marcellinus, Huni semicruda cujusvis picoris convescanta, quasi inter femoris andicarum terga subsertum, calephosiant brevi. p. 686. The Huns stoutheartedly eat half raw meat, which is warned briefly by being hidden between their thighs and their hoses' backs. 283. He spasti in India, of noble house, a lady gay. The story in Le Blanc, of a bear that married a king's daughter, is no more strange than many others, in most travellers, that pass with allowance, for if they should write nothing but what is possible, or probable, they might appear to have lost their labour, and observed nothing but what they might have done as well at home. 343. In magic he was deeply read, as he that made the brazen head, profoundly skilled in the black art, as English Merlin for his heart. Roger Bacon and Merlin. See Collier's Dictionary. 368. D as Joan, and c. Two notorious women, the last was known here by the name of Moll Cutpurse. 378. Ethan the Amazonian, and c. Penthesile, queen of the Amazons, succeeded Orithyia. She carried succors to the Trojans, and after having given noble proofs of her bravery, was killed by Achilles. Pliny saith, it was she that invented the battle axe. If any one desire to know more of the Amazons, let him read Mr. Songson. 385. F. They would not suffer the stout St. Dame to swear by Hercules's name. The old Romans had particular oaths for men and women to swear by, and therefore Macrobius says, Veripa castrum non jurabant antiquitas. Nec mulieres per Herculum, a Oedipal autem juramentum erat tum mulieribus, quam viris commune, and c. Men did not swear by Castor in ancient times, nor women by Hercules, however women swore by a Oedipal as much as men did. 393. G as stout, and c. Two formidable women at arms, in romances, that were cudgelled into love by their gallants. 395. H of Gundibert and c. Gundibert is a feigned name, made use of by Sir William de Avenant in his famous epic poem, so called, wherein you may find also that of his mistress. This poem was designed by the author to be an imitation of the English drama, it being divided into 5 books, as the other is into 5 acts, the cantos to be parallel of the scenes, with this difference, that this is delivered narratively, the other dialogue-wise. It was ushered into the world by a large preface, written by Mr. Hobbes, and by the pens of 2 of our best poets, viz. Mr. Waller and Mr. Cowley, which one would have thought might have proved a sufficient defense and protection against snarling critics. Notwithstanding which, 4 eminent wits of that age, two of which were Sir John Denham and Mr. Donne, published several copies of verses to Sir William's discredit, under this title, certain verses written by several of the author's friends, to be reprinted with the second edition of Gundibet in 8vo. Lond. 1653. These verses were as wittily answered by the author, under this title, the incomparable poem of Gundibet, vindicated from the wit combat of 4 esquires, Clinias, Damo Etas, Sancho, and Jack Pudding, printed in 8vo. Lond. 1665. Vide Langbane's account of dramatic poets. 496. I what oestrum, and c. Oestrum is not only a Greek word for madness, but signifies also a gadby or horse fly, that torments cattle in the summer, and makes them run about as if they were mad. 525. K wore in their hats, and c. Some few days after the king had accused the 5 members of treason in the House of Commons, great crowds of the rabble came down to Westminster Hall, with printed copies of the protestation tied in their hats like favours. 526. When 'twas resolved by either House 6 members quarrel to espouse. The 6 members were the Lord Kimbolton, Mr. Pym, Mr. Hollis, Mr. Hampden, Sir Arthur Hasselrig, and Mr. Stroud, whom the king ordered to be apprehended, and their papers seized, charging them of plotting with the Scots, and favouring the late tumults, but the House voted against the arrest of their persons or papers, whereupon the king, having preferred articles against those members, he went with his guard to the House to demand them, but they, having notice, withdrew. 578. Make that, and c. Abusive or insulting had been better, but our knight believed the learned language more convenient to understand in than his own mother tongue. 650. And is indeed the self same case with theirs that swore etc. The Convocation, in one of the short parliaments, that ushered in the long one, as dwarfs are wont to do knights errant, made an oath to be taken by the clergy for observing canonical obedience, in which they enjoined their brethren, out of the abundance of their consciences, to swear to articles with, and c. 652. Or the French League, in which men vowed to fight to the last drop of blood. The Holy League in France, designed and made for the extirpation of the Protestant religion, was the original out of which the Solemn League and Covenant here was, with the difference only of circumstances, most faithfully transcribed. Nor did the success of both differ more than the intent and purpose, for after the destruction of vast numbers of people of all sorts, both ended with the murder of 2 kings, whom they had both sworn to defend, and as our Covenanters swore every man to run one before another in the way of reformation, so did the French, in the Holy League, to fight to the last drop of blood. Part I Canto 3. The Argument. The scattered rout return and rally, surround the place, the knight does sally, and is made prisoner, then they seize enchanted fort by storm, release Crowdero, and put the squire in's place. I should have first said Hudibras. Army. What perils do environ the man that meddles with cold iron? What plaguy mischiefs and mishaps do dog him still with afterclaps? For though Dame Fortune seemed to smile five and leer upon him for a while, she laughed to show him, in the nick of all his glories, a dog trick. This any man may sing or say, ith ditty called what if a day? 10 for Hudibras, who thought H had won the field, as certain as a gun, and having routed the whole troop, with victory was cock a hoop, thinking H had done enough to purchase 15 Thanksgiving Day among the churches, wherein his mettle, and brave worth, might be explained by holder forth, and registered by fame eternal, in deathless pages of diurnal, 20 found in few minutes, to his cost, he did but count without his host, and that a turnstile is more certain than, in events of war, Dame Fortune. For now the late faint-hearted rout, 25 o'erthrown, and scattered round about, chased by the horror of their fear from bloody fray of night and bear, all but the dogs, who, in pursuit of the knight's victory, stood to 30 and most ignobly fought to get the honor of his blood and sweat, seeing the coast was free and clear. Oth conquered and the conqueror took heart again, and faced about 35 as if they meant to stand it out, for by this time the routed bear, attacked by enemy ith rear, finding their number grew too great for him to make a safe retreat, 40 like a bold chieftain, faced about, but wisely doubting to hold out, gave way to fortune, and with haste faced the proud foe, and fled, and faced, retiring still, until he found 45 had got the advantage of the ground, and then as valiantly made head to check the foe, and forthwith fled, leaving no art untready, nor trick of warrior stout and politic, 50 until, in spite of hot pursuit, he gained a pass to hold dispute on better terms, and stop the course of the proud foe. With all his force he bravely charged, and for a while 55 forked their whole body to recoil, but still their numbers so increased, he found himself at length oppressed, and all evasions, so uncertain, to save himself for better fortune, 60 that he resolved, rather than yield, to die with honor in the field, and sell his hide and carcass at a price as high and desperate as he could. This resolution 65 he forthwith put in execution, and bravely threw himself among the enemy ith greatest throng. But what could single valor do against so numerous a foe? 70 yet much he did indeed, too much to be believed, where odds were such. But one against a multitude is more than mortal can make good. For while one party he opposed, 75 his rear was suddenly enclosed, and no room left him for retreat, or fight against a foe so great. For now the mastiffs, charging home, to blows and handy gripes were come, 80 while manfully himself he bore, and setting his right foot before, he rayed himself, to show how tall his person was above them all. This equal shame and envy stirred 85 in enemy, that one should beard so many warriors, and so stout, as he had done, and starved it out, disdaining to lay down his arms, and yield on honorable terms. 90 enraged thus, some in the rear attacked him, and some everywhere, till down he fell, yet falling fought, and, being down, still laid about, as Widrington, in doleful dumps. 95 is said to light upon his stumps. But all, alas, had been in vain, and he inevitably slain, if Trowler and Surden, in the nick, to rescue him had not been quick. 100 for Trowler, who was light of foot as shafts which long-field Parthians shoot, but not so light as to be borne upon the ears of standing corn, or trip it o'er the water quicker. 105 than witches, when their staves they liquor, as some report, was got among the foremost of the martial throng, there pitying the vanquished bear, she called to Surden, who stood near. 110 viewing the bloody fight, to whom shall we, quoth she, stand still humdrum, and see stout Bruin all alone, by numbers basely overthrown. Such feats already has achieved, 115 in story not to be believed, and 'twould to us be shame enough, not to attempt to fetch him off. I would, quoth he, venture a limb to second thee, and rescue him. 120 but then we must about it straight, or else our aid will come too late. Quarter he scorns, he is so stout, and therefore cannot long hold out. This said, they waved their weapons round. 125 about their heads, to clear the ground, and joining forces, laid about so fiercely, that amazed rout turned tail again, and straight begun, as if the devil drove, to run. 130 meanwhile approached place where Bruin was now ingagged to mortal ruin. The conquering foe they soon assailed, first Trowler, starved, and Surden tailed, until their mastiffs loosed their hold. 135 and yet, alas, do what they could, the worsted bear came off with store of bloody wounds, but all before, for as Achilles, dipped in pond, was anabaptized free from wound. 140 made proof against dead doing steel all over, but the pagan heel, so did our champion's arms defend all of him, but the other end, his head and ears, which, in the martial 145 encounter, lost a leathern parcel for as an Austrian archduke once had one ear, which in ducatoons is half the coin, in battle pardy close to his head, so Bruin fardy, 150 but tugged and pulled on other side, like Scrivener newly crucified, or like the late Q. corrected leathern ears of the circumcised brethren. But gentle Trowler into ring 155 he wore in's nose conveyed a string, with which she marched before, and led the warrior to a grassy bed, as authors write, in a cool shade, which eglantine and roses made. 160 close by a softly murmuring stream, where lovers used to loll and dream. There leaving him to his repose, secured from pursuit of foes, and wanting nothing but a song. 165 and a well-tuned theorbo hung upon a bough, to ease the pain his tugged ears suffered. With a strain, they both drew up, to march in quest of his great leader and the rest. 174 Orson, who was more renowned for stout maintaining of his ground in standing fight, than for pursuit, as being not so quick of foot, was not long able to keep pace 175 with others that pursued the chase, but found himself left far behind, both out of heart and out of wind, grieved to behold his bear pursued so basely by a multitude, 180 and like to fall, not by the prowess, but numbers of his coward foes. He ragged and kept as heavy a coil as stout Hercules for loss of Hylas, forcing the valleys to repeat 185 the accents of his sad regret. He beat his breast, and tore his hair, for loss of his dear crony bear, that Iccho, from the hollow ground, his doleful wailings did resound 190 more wistfully, by many times, than in small poets' splayfoot rhymes that make her, in their rueful stories to answer to interrogatories, and most unconscionably depose 195 to things of which she nothing knows, and when she has said all she can say, 'tis rested to the lover's fancy. Quoth he, O whither, wicked Bruin, art thou fled to my, Iccho, ruin? 200 I thought hadst scorned to budge a step for fear. Quoth Iccho, marry Gep. Am not I here to take thy part? Then what has quelled thy stubborn heart? Have these bones rattled, and this head 205 so often in thy quarrel bled? Nor did I ever winch or grudge it, for thy dear Sake. Quoth she, Ma'am budget thinkest thou'lt will not be laid dish thou turn dst thy back. Quoth Iccho, fish. 210 to run from those tearst overcome thus cowardly. Quoth Iccho, Mum. But what a vengeance makes thee fly from me too, as thine enemy? Or if thou hast no thought of me, 215 nor what I have endured for thee, yet shame and honor might prevail to keep thee thus from turning tail, for who would grudge to spend his blood in his honor's cause? Quoth she, a puddin'. 220 This said, his grief to anger turned which in his manly stomach burned thirst of revenge, and wrath, in place of sorrow, now began to blaze. He vowed the authors of his woe 225 should equal vengeance undergo, and with their bones and flesh pay dear for what he suffered and his bear. This being resolved with equal speed and rage he hasted to proceed 230 to action straight, and giving o'er to search for Bruin any more, he went in quest of Hudibras, to find him out where he was, and, if he were above ground, vowed 235 he'd ferret him, lurk where be woody. But scarce had he a furlong on this resolute adventure gone, when he encountered with that crew whom Hudibras did late subdue. 240 honor, revenge, contempt, and shame, did equally their breasts inflame. 'Mong these the fierce Magnano was, and Talgol, foe to Hudibras, Cerdan and Colon, warriors stout, 245 as resolute, as ever fought, whom furious Orson thus bespoke, Shall we, quoth B, thus basely brook the vile affront that paltry ass, and feeble scoundrel, Hudibras, 250 with that more paltry ragamuffin, Ralpho, with vapouring and huffing, have put upon us like tame cattle, as if had routed us in battle. For my part, it shall ne'er be said, 255 I for the washing gave my bead, nor did I turn my back for fear oth rascals, but loss of my bear, which now I'm like to undergo, for whether those fell wounds, or no 260 he has received in fight, are mortal, is more than all my skill can foretell, nor do I know what is become of him, more than the Pope of Rome. But if I can but find them out 265 that caused it, as I shall, no doubt, where eth in Huggamugga lurk, I'll make them rue their handiwork, and wish that they had rather dard to pull the devil by the beard. 270. Quoth Sir 0n, noble Orson, th'st great reason to do as thou sayest, and so has every body here, as well as thou'st, or thy bear. Others may do as they see good. 275 But if this twig be made of wood that will hold tack, I'll make the fur fly bout the ears of that old cur, and the other mongrel vermin, Ralph, that braved us all in his behalf. 280 Thy bear is safe, and out of peril, though lugged indeed, and wounded very ill. Myself and Trowler made a shift to help him out at a dead lift, and, having brought him bravely off, 285 have left him where he's safe enough. There let him rest, for if we stay, the slaves may hap to get away. This said, they all ingagged to join their forces in the same design. 290 and forthwith put themselves in search of Hudibras upon their march. Where leave we a while, to tell what the victorious knight befell. For such, Crowdero being fast 295 in dungeon shut, we left him last. Triumphant laurels seemed to grow nowhere so green as on his brow, laden with which, as well as turdy with conquering toil, he now returned 300 unto a neighbouring castle by, to rest his body, and apply fit medicines to each glorious bruise he got in fight, reds, blacks, and blues, to mollify th uneasy pang 305 of every honourable bang, which being by skilful midwife dressed, he laid him down to take his rest. But all in vain. H had got a hurt oth inside, of a deadlier sort, 310 by Cupid made, who took his stand upon a widow's jointure land, for he, in all his hospitals, no advantage finds like goods and chattels, drew home his bow, and, aiming right, 315 let fly an arrow at the knight, the shaft against a rib did glance, and galled him in the pertinence. But time had somewhat swagged his pain, after he found his suit in vain. 320 for that proud dame, for whom his soul was burnt in's belly like a coal, that belly which so oft did ache and suffer griping for her sake, till purging comfits and ants' eggs 325 had almost brought him off his legs, used him so like a base rascallion, that, old Pyg, what do call him, Marlion, that cut his mistress out of stone, had not so hard a hearted one. 330 She had 1,000 jadish tricks, worse than a mule that flings and kicks, mong which one cross-grained freak she had, as insolent as strange and mad, she could love none, but only such 335 as scorned and hated her as much. 'Twas a strange riddle of a lady, not love, if any loved her. heyday. So cowards never use their might, but against such as will not fight. 340 So some diseases have been found only to seize upon the sound. He that gets her by heart, must say her the back way, like a witch's prayer. Meanwhile the knight had no small task 345 to compass what he durst not ask. He loves, but dares not make the motion, her ignorance is his devotion, like caitiff vile, that, for misdeed, rides with his face to rump of steed. 350 Or rowing scull, he's fain to love, look one way, and another move, or like a tumbler, that does play his game, and look another way, until he sees upon the cunny. 355 Just so he does by matrimony, but all in vain, her subtle snout did quickly wind his meaning out, which she returned with too much scorn to be by man of honour born. 360 Yet much he bore, until the distress he suffered from his spiteful mistress did stir his stomach, and the pain he had endured from her disdain, turned to regret so resolute. 365 That he resolved to waive his suit, and either to renounce her quite, or for a while play least in sight. This resolution being put on, he kept some months, and more had done. 370 But being brought so nigh by fate, the victory he achieved so late did set his thoughts agog, and ope a door to discontinued hope, that seemed to promise he might win. 375 His dame too, now his hand was in, and that his valour, and the honour had newly gained might work upon her. These reasons made his mouth to water with amorous longings to be at her. 380 Quoth he, unto himself, who knows, but this brave conquest o'er my foes may reach her heart, and make that stoop, as I but now have forked the troop. If nothing can pardon love, 385 And virtue in various ways can prove, what may he not confide to do that brings both love and virtue to? But thou bringest valour too and wit, two things that seldom fail to hit. 390 Valour's a mouse trap, wit a gin, which women oft are taken in. Then, Hudibras, why shouldst thou fear to be, that art a conqueror? Fortune audacious doth javer. 395 But lets the timidous miscarry. Then while the honour thou'st got is spick and span new, piping hot, strike her up bravely, thou hadst best, and trust thy fortune with the rest. 400 Such thoughts as these the knight did keep, more than his bangs or fleas, from sleep. And as an owl, that in a barn sees a mouse creeping in the corn, sits still, and shuts his round blue eyes, 405 As if he slept, until he spies the little beast within his reach, then starts, and seizes on the wretch, so from his couch the knight did start to seize upon the widow's heart, 410 Crying with hasty tone, and hoarse, Ralpho, dispatch, to horse, to horse. And 'twas but time, for now the rout, we left in Gagdi to seek him out, by speedy marches, were advanced 415 up to the fort, where he ensconced, and all avenues had possessed about the place, from east to west. That done, a while they made a halt, to view the ground, and where t assault. 420 then called a council, which was best, by siege or onslaught, to invest the enemy, and 'twas agreed, by storm and onslaught to proceed. This being resolved, in comely sort 425 they now drew up to attack the fort, when Hudibras, about to enter upon another gate's adventure, to Ralpho called aloud to arm, not dreaming of approaching storm. 430 whether Dame Fortune, or the care of angel bad or tutelar, did arm, or thrust him on a danger to which he was an utter stranger, that foresight might, or might not, blot 435 the glory he had newly got, for to his shame it might be said, they took him napping in his bed. To them we leave it to expound, that deal in sciences profound. 440 his courser scarce he had bestrid, and Ralpho that on which he rid, when setting ope the postern gate, which they thought best to sally at, the foe appeared, drawn up and drilled, 445 ready to charge them in the field. This somewhat startled the bold knight, surprised with unexpected sight. The bruises of his bones and flesh the thought began to smart afresh. 450 till recollecting wonted courage, his fear was soon converted to rage, and thus he spoke, the coward foe, whom we but now gave quarter to, look, yonder's rallied, and appears 455 as if they had outrun their fears. The glory we did lately get, the fates command us to repeat, and to their wills we must succumb, quo cunc trahunt, 'tis our doom. 460 This is the same numeric crew which we so lately did subdue, the self same individuals that did run as mice do from a cat, when we courageously did wield 465 our martial weapons in the field to tug for victory, and when we shall our shining blades again brandish in terror o'er our heads, they'll straight resume their wonted dreads. 470 Fear is an ugh, that forsakes and haunts by fits those whom it takes, and they'll opine they feel the pain and blows they felt today again. Then let us boldly charge them home, 475 and make no doubt to overcome. This said, his courage to inflame, he called upon his mistress' name. His pistol next he cocked anew, and out his nut-brown vineyard drew, 480 and, placing Ralpho in the front, reserved himself to bear the brunt, as expert warriors use, then plied with iron heel his courser's side, conveying sympathetic speed 485 from heel of knight to heel of steed. Meanwhile the foe, with equal rage and speed, advancing to engage, both parties now were drawn so close, almost to come to hand blows. 490 when Orson first let fly a stone at Ralpho, not so huge a one as that which Diam did maul in ease on the barm withal, yet big enough if rightly hurled. 495 T have sent him to another world, whether above ground, or below, which saints twice dipped are destined to. The danger startled the bold squire, and made him some few steps retire. 500, but Hudibras advanced to aid, and roused his spirits, half dismayed. He wisely doubting lest the shot of th enemy, now growing hot, might at a distance gall, pressed close, 505 to come pell-mell to hand blows, and, that he might their aim decline, advanced still in an oblique line, but prudently forbore to fire, till breast to breast he had got nigher. 510 as expert warriors used to do when hand to hand they charge their foe. This order the adventurous knight, most soldier-like, observed in fight, when fortune, as she's wont, turned fickle. 515 and for the foe began to stickle. The more shame for her goodiship, to give so near a friend the slip. For choosing out a stone, levelled so right, it thumped upon 520 his manly paunch with such a force, as almost beat him off his horse. He lost his vineyard, and the rein, but, laying fast hold of the mane, preserved his seat, and as a goose 525 in death contracts his talons close, so did the knight, and with one claw the trigger of his pistol draw. The gun went off, and as it was still fatal to stout Hudibras, 530 in all his feats of arms, when least he dreamt of it, to prosper best, so now he fared the shot, let fly at random 'mong the enemy, pierced Talgol's gabardine, and grazing 535 upon his shoulder, in the passing, logged in Magnano's brass habergeon, who straight, a surgeon, cried a surgeon. He tumbled down, and, as he fell, did murther, yell. 540 this startled their whole body so, that if the knight had not let go his arms, but been in warlike plight, had won, the second time, the fight, as, if the squire had but fallen on 545 he had inevitably done, but he, diverted with the care or Hudibras his hurt, forbear to press advantage of his fortune while danger did the rest dishearten. 554 he with Cerdan being ingagged in close encounter, they both wagged the fight so well, 'twas hard to say which side was like to get the day. And now the busy work of death 555 had turned them so, agreed to breath, preparing to renew the fight, when the disaster of the night, and other party, did divert their fell intent, and forked them part. 560 Ralpho pressed up to Hudibras, and Cerdan where Magnano was, each striving to confirm his party with stout encouragements, and hearty. Quoth Relio, courage, valiant sir, 565 and let revenge and honor stir your spirits up, once we fall on, the shattered foe begins to run, for if but half so well you knew to use your victory as subdue, 570 they durst not, after such a blow as you have given them, face us now. But from so formidable a soldier had fled like crows when they smell powder. Thrice have they seen your sword aloft 575 waved o'er their heads, and fled as oft. But if you let them recollect their spirits, now dismayed and checked, you'll have a harder game to play than yet why have had to get the day. 580 thus spoke the stout squire, but was heard by Hudibras with small regard. His thoughts were fuller of the bang be lately took than Ralph's harangue, to which he answered, cruel fate 585 tells me thy counsel comes too late. the knotted blood within my hose, that from my wounded body flows, with mortal crisis doth portend my days to a propinquent end. 590 I am for action now unfit, either of fortitude or wit. Fortune, my foe, begins to frown, resolved to pull my stomach down. I am not apt, upon a wound, 595 or trivial basting, to despond, yet I'd be loath my days to curtail, for if I thought my wounds not mortal, or that we'd time enough as yet, to make an honourable retreat, 600 'twere the best course, but if they find we fly, and leave our arms behind for them to seize on, the dishonour, and danger too, is such, I'll sooner stand to it boldly, and take quarter, 605 to let them see I am no starter. In all the trade of war, no feat is nobler than a brave retreat, for those that run away, and fly, take place at least of enemy. 610 This said, the squire, with active speed dismounted from his bonny steed, to seize the arms, which, by mischance, fell from the bold knight in a trance. These being found out, and wrested 615 to Hudibras their natural lord, as a man may say, with might and main, he hasted to get up again. Thrice he essayed to mount aloft, but, by his weighty bum, as oft 620 he was pulled back, till having found advantage of the rising ground, thither he led his warlike steed, and having placked him right, with speed prepared again to scale the beast, 625 when Orson, who had newly dressed the bloody scar upon the shoulder of Talgol with Promethean powder, and now was searching for the shot that laid Magnano on the spot, 630 beheld the sturdy squire aforesaid preparing to climb up his horse side. He left his cure, and laying hold upon his arms, with courage bold, cried he out, "'Tis now no time to dally." 635 The enemy begin to rally, let us, that are unhurt and whole, fall on, and happy man bestowal. This said, like to a thunderbolt, he flew with fury to assault, 640 striving the enemy to attack before he reached his horse's back. Ralpho was mounted now, and got no athwart his beast with active vorting, wriggling his body to recover 645 his seat, and cast his right leg over, when Orson, rushing in, bestowed on horse and man so heavy a load, the beast was startled, and begun to kick and fling like mad, and run, 650 bearing the tough squire like a sack, or stout King Richard, on his back, till stumbling, he threw him down, sore bruised, and cast into a swoon. Meanwhile the knight began to ruse 655 the sparkles of his wonted prowess. He thrust his hand into his hose, and found, both by his eyes and nose, 'twas only collier, and not blood, that from his wounded body flowed. 660 This, with the hazard of the squire, inflamed him with despiteful ire. Courageously he faced about, and drew his other pistol out, and now had halfway bent the cock, 665 when Cerdan gave so fierce a shock, with sturdy truncheon, thwart his arm, that down it fell, and did no harm, then stoutly pressing on with speed, assayed to pull him off his steed. 670 The knight his sword had only left, with which he Cerdun's head had cleft, or at the least cropped off a limb, but Orson came, and rescued him. He, with his lance, attacked the knight 675 upon his quarters opposite. But as a bark, that in foul weather, tossed by two adverse winds together, is bruised and beaten to and fro, and knows not which to turn him to. 680 So far the knight between two foes, and knew not which of them to oppose, till Orson, charging with his lance at Hudibras, by spiteful chance, hit Cerdun such a bang, as stunned 685 and laid him flat upon the ground. At this the knight began to key up, and, raising up himself on stirrup, cried out, Victoria! Lie thou there, and I shall straight dispatch another, 690 to bear thee company in death, but first I'll halt a while, and breath, as well he might, for Orson, grieved at th wound that Cerdun had received ran to relieve him with his law, 695 and cure the hurt he gave before. Meanwhile the knight had wheeled about, to breathe himself, and next find out th advantage of the ground, where best he might the ruffled foe infest. 700 This being resolved he spurred his steed, to run at Orson with full speed, while he was busy in the care of Cerdun's wound, and unaware, but he was quick, and had already 705 unto the part applied remedy, and, seeing th enemy prepared, drew up, and stood upon his guard. Then, like a warrior right expert and skillful in the martial art, 710 The subtle knight straight made a halt, and jugged it best to stay th assault, until he had relieved the squire, and then in order to retire, or, as occasion should invite, 715 with forces joined renew the fight. Ralpho, by this time disentranced, upon his balm himself advanced, though sorely bruised, his limbs all o'er with ruthless bangs were stiff and sore. 720 Right fain he would have got upon his feet again, to get him gone, when Hudibras to aid him came, quoth he, and called him by his name, Courage. The day at length is ours, 725 and we once more, as conquerors, have both the field and honour won, the foe is profligate, and run. I mean all such as can, for some this hand hath sent to their long home, 730 and some lie sprawling on the ground, with many a gash and bloody wound. Caesar himself could never say he got 2 victories in a day, as I have done, that can say, twice 735 in one day, veni, vidi, vici. The foes so numerous, that we cannot so often vincere as they peria, and yet enow be left to strike an after blow, 740 then, lest they rally, and once more put us to fight the business o'er. Get up, and mount thy steed, dispatch, and let us both their motions watch. Quoth Ralph, I should not, if I were 745 in case for action, now be here, nor have I turned my back, or hanged an ass, for fear of being banged. It was for you I got these harms, adventuring to fetch off your arms. 750 The blows and drubs I have received have bruised my body, and bereaved my limbs of strength. Unless you stoop, and reach your hand to pull me up, I shall lie here, and be a prey. 755 To those who now are run away. That thou shalt not, quoth Hudibras winking smiley. We read, the ancients held it was more honourable far, servare civem, than slay an adversary. 760 The one we oft today have done, the other shall dispatch anon, and though th art of a difference rent church I will not leave thee in the lurch. This said, he jogged his good steed nigher, 765 and steered him gently toward the squire, then bowing down his body, stretched his hand out, and at Ralph reached when Trulla, whom he did not mind, charged him like lightning behind. 770 She had been long in search about Magnano's wound, to find it out, but could find none, nor where the shot, that had so startled him, was got. But having found the worst was past, 775 She fell to her own work at last, the pillage of the prisoners, which in all feats of arms was hers, and now to plunder Ralph she flew, when Hudibras his hard fate drew. 780 To succour him, for, as he bowed to help him up, she laid a load of blows so heavy, and plagued so well, on t'other side, that down he fell. Yield, scoundrel base, quoth she, or die. 785 Thy life is mine and liberty, but if thou thinkest I took thee tardy, and darst presume to be so hardy, to try thy fortune o'er afresh, I'll waive my title to thy flesh. 790 Thy arms and baggage, now my right, and if thou hast the heart to try I'll lend thee back thyself a while, and once more, for that carcass vile, fight upon tick. Quoth Hudibras, 795 Thou offerest nobly, valiant lass, and I shall take thee at thy word. First let me rise and take my sword. That sword which has so oft this day through squadrons of my foes made way, 800 and some to other worlds dispatched now with a feeble spinster matched will blush with blood ignoble stained by which no honours to be gained But if thou lt take advice in this, 805 consider whilst thou mayest what 'tis to interrupt a victor's course, be opposing such a trivial force. For if with conquest I come off, and that I shall do sure enough, 810 quarter thou canst not have, nor grace, by law of arms, in such a case, both which I now do offer freely. I scorn, quoth she, thou coxcomb silly, clapping her hand upon her breech, 815 to show how much she prized his speech, quarter or counsel from a foe if thou canst force me to it, do. But lest it should again be said, when I have once more won thy head, 820 I took thee napping, unprepared, arm, and betake thee to thy God. This said, she to her tackle fell, and on the knight let fall a peal of blows so fierce, and pressed so home, 825 that he returred and followed bum. Stand to quoth she, or yield to mercy. It is not fighting us versi shall serve thy turn. This stirred his spleen more than the danger he was in, 830 The blows he felt, or was to feel, although already made him reel. Honor, despite, revenge and shame, at once into his stomach came, which furdy it so, he raised his arm 835 above his head, and rained a storm of blows so terrible and thick, as if he meant to hush her quick. But she upon her truncheon took them, and by oblique diversion broke them, 840 waiting an opportunity to pay all back with usury, which long she failed not of, for now the knight with one dead-doing blow resolving to decide the fight, 845 and she, with quick and cunning sleight, avoiding it, the force and weight he charged upon it was so great, as almost swayed him to the ground. No sooner she advantage found, 850 but in she flew, and seconding with home-made thrust the heavy swing, she laid him flat upon his side, and mounting on his trunk astride, quoth she, I told thee what would come 855 of all thy vapouring, base scum. Say, will the law of arms allow I may have grace and quarter now? Or wilt thou rather break thy word, and stain thine honour than thy sword? 860 A man of war to damn his soul, in basely breaking his parole and when, before the fight, had vowed to give no quarter in cold blood now thou hast got me for a Tartar. 865 To make me gainst my will take quarter, why dost not put me to the sword, but cowardly fly from thy word? Quoth Hudibras, the day's thine own, thou and thy stars have cast me down, 870 My laurels are transplanted now, and flourish on thy conquering brow, my loss of honour's great enough. Thou needest not brand it with a scoff, sarcasms may eclipse thine own, 875 but cannot blur my lost renown. I am not now in fortune's power, he that is down can fall no lower. The ancient heroes were illustrious for being benign, and not blusterous, 880 against a vanquished foe. Their swords were sharp and trenchant, not their words, and did in fight but cut work out to employ their courtesies about. Quoth she, although thou hast deserved 885 base slubberdigullion, to be served as thou didst vow to deal with me, if thou hadst got the victory yet I shall rather act a part that suits my fame than thy desert. 890 Thy arms, thy liberty, beside all that's on outside of thy hide, are mine by military law, of which I will not hate one straw, the rest, thy life and limbs, once more, 895 Though doubly forfeit, I restore, quoth Hudibras. It is too late for me to treat or stipulate what thou commandest, I must obey, yet those whom I expugned today 900 of thine own party, I let go, and gave them life and freedom too, both dogs and bear, upon their parole, whom I took prisoners in this quarrel. Quoth Trulla, whether thou or they 905 let one another run away, concerns not me, but was not thou that gave Crowdero quarter to? Crowdero, whom, in irons bound, thou basely threwest into Lob's pound, 910 where still he lies, and with regret his generous bowels rage and fret. But now thy carcass shall redeem, and serve to be exchanged for him. This said, the knight did straight submit, 915 and laid his weapons at her feet. Next he disrobed his gabardine, and with it did himself resign. She took it, and forthwith divesting the mantle that she wore, said jesting, 920 take that, and wear it for my sake. Then threw it o'er his sturdy back, and as, the French, we conquered once, now give us laws for pantaloons, the length of breeches, and the gathers, 925 port cannons, periwigs, and feathers, just so the proud insulting laceradi and dighted Hudibras. Meanwhile the other champions, just in hurry of the fight dispersed, 930 arrived, when Troller won the day, to share in honor and the prey, and out of Hudibras his hide with vengeance to be satisfied, which now they were about to pour 935 upon him in a wooden shower, but Troller thrust herself between, and striding o'er his back again, she brandished o'er her head his sword, and vowed they should not break her word. 940 she had given him quarter, and her blood or theirs should make that quarter good, for she was bound by law of arms to see him safe from further harms. In dungeon deep Crowdero, cast 945 by Hudibras, as yet lay fast, where, to the hard and ruthless stones, his great heart made perpetual moans. Him she resolved that Hudibras should ransom, and supply his place. 950 this stopped their fury, and the basting which toward Hudibras was hasting. They thought it was but just and right, that what she had achieved in fight, she should dispose of how she pleased. 955 Crowdero ought to be released, nor could that any way be done so well as this she pitched upon, for who a better could imagine this, therefore they resolved to engage in. 960 the knight and squire first they made rise from the ground, where they were laid, then mounted both upon their horses, but with their faces to the asses. Orson led Hudibras's beast, 965 and Talgol that which Ralph oppressed, whom stout Magnano, valiant Cerdan, and Colon, waited as a guard on, all ushering Troller in the rear, with arms of either prisoner. 970 in this proud order and array they put themselves upon their way, striving to reach enchanted castle, where stout Crowdero in durance lay still. Thither with greater speed than shows 975 and triumph over conquered foes do use allow, or than the bears or pageants born before lord mayors are wont to use. They soon arrived in order, soldier-like contrived, 980 still marching in a warlike posture, as fit for battle as for muster. The knight and squire they first unhorse, and bending gainst the fort their force, they all advanced, and round about 985 begirt the magical redoubt. Magnan led up in this adventure, and made way for the rest to enter, for he was skilful in black art. No less than he that built the fort, 990, and with an iron mace laid flat a breach, which straight all entered at, and in the wooden dungeon found Crowdero laid upon the ground. Him they release from durance base, 995 rested his fiddle and his case, and liberty, his thirsty rage with luscious vengeance to assuage, for he no sooner was at large, but Troller straight brought on the charge, 1000 and in the self-same limbo put the knight and squire where he was shut, where leaving them in hockly ith hole, their bangs and durance to condole, confined and conjured into narrow 1005 enchanted mansion to no sorrow, in the same order and array which they advanced they marched away. But Hudibras who scorned to stoop to fortune, or be said to droop, 1010 kiddy up himself with ends of verse, and sayings of philosophers. Quoth he, one half of man, his mind, is, sui juris, unconfined, and cannot be laid by the heels. 1015 waiter the other moiety feels. 'Tis not restraint or liberty that makes men prisoners or free, but perturbations that possess the mind, or equanimities. 1020 The whole world was not half so wide to Alexander, when he cried, because he had but one to subdue, as was a paltry narrow tub to Diogenes, who is not said 1025, for aught that ever I could read, to whine, put finger ithi, and sob, because H had ne'er another tub. The ancients make two several kinds of prowess in heroic minds, 1030 the active, and the passive valiant, both which are pari libre gallant, for both to give blows, and to carry, in fights are equi necessary but in defeats, the passive stout 1035 are always found to stand it out most desperately, and to outdo the active gainst the conquering foe. Though we with blacks and blues are sigilled, or, as the vulgar say, are cudgelled, 1040 he that is valiant, and dares fight, though drubbed, can lose no honour by 't. Honour's a lease for lives to come, and cannot be extended from the legal tenant, 'tis a chattel 1045 not to be forfeited in battle. If he that in the field is slain, be in the bed of honour lain, he that is beaten, may be said to lie in honour's truckle bed. 1054 As we see th eclipsed sun by mortals is more gazed upon, than when, adorned with all his light, he shines in serene sky most bright, so valour, in a low estate, 1055 is most admired and wondered at. Quoth Ralph, how great I do not know, we may by being beaten grow, but none, that see how here we sit, will judge us overgrown with wit. 1060 As gifted brethren, preaching by a carnal hourglass, do imply, illumination can convey into them what they have to say, but not how much, so well enough 1065 know you to charge, but not draw off, for who, without a cap and bauble, having subdued a bear and rabble, and might with honour have come off, would put it to a second proof. 1070 A politic exploit, right fit for Presbyterian zeal and wit. Quoth Hudibras, that cuckoo's tone, Ralpho, thou always harpest upon. When thou at anything wouldest rail, 1075 thou makest presbytery the scale to take the height on t, and explain to what degree it is profane whatsoever will not with thy what do ye call, thy light jump right, thou callest synodical, 1080 as if presbytery were the standard to size whatsoever's to he slandered. Dost not remember how this day, thou to my beard wast bold to say, that thou couldst prove bear baiting equal 1085 with synods orthodox and legal. Do if thou canst, for I deny tea, and dare thee to tea with all thy light. Quoth Ralpho, truly that is no hard matter for a man to do. 1090 that has but any guts in his brains, and could he believe it worth his pains. But since you dare and urge me to it, you'll find I've light enough to do it. Synods are mystical bear gardens, 1095 where elders, deputies, church wardens, and other members of the court, manage the Babylonish sport, for prolocutor, scribe, and bear ward, do differ only in a mere word. 1100 both are but several synagogues of carnal men, and bears, and dogs, both antichristian assemblies, to mischief bent far as in them lies, both stave and tail with fierce contests. 1105 the one with men, the other beasts. The difference rents is, the one fights with the tongue, the other with the teeth, and that they bait but bears in this, in each other, souls and consciences. 1110 where saints themselves are brought to stake for gospel light, and conscience sarke, exposed to scribes and presbyters, instead of mastiff dogs and curs, than whom have less humanity. 1115 for these at souls of men will fly. This to the prophet did appear, who in a vision saw a bear, prefiguring the beastly rage of church rule in this latter age. 1120 as is demonstrated at full by him that baited the Pope's bull. Bears naturally are beasts of prey, that live by rapine, so do they. What are their orders, constitutions? 1125 church censures, curses, absolutions, but several mystic chains they make, to tie poor Christians to the stake, and then set heathen officers, instead of dogs, about their ears. 1134 to prohibit and dispense, to find out or to make offense, of hell and heaven to dispose, to play with souls at fast and loose, to set what characters they please. 1135 and mults on sin or godliness, reduce the church to gospel order, by rapine, sacrilege, and murder, to make presbytery supreme, and kings themselves submit to them. 1140 and force all people, though against their consciences, to turn saints, must prove a pretty thriving trade, when saints monopolists are made, when pious frauds, and holy shifts. 1145 are dispensations and gifts, their godliness becomes mere wear, and ever why synod but a fair. Synods are whelps of Inquisition, a mongrel breed of like pernition. 1150 and growing up, became the sires of scribes, commissioners, and triers, whose business is, by cunning sleight, to cast a figure for men's light, to find, in lines of beard and face, 1155 the physiognomy of grace, and by the sound and twang of nose, if all be sound within disclose, free from a crack or flaw of sinning, as men try pipkins by the ringing. 1160 by black caps underlaid with white, give certain guess at inward light, which surgents at the gospel wear, To make the spiritual calling clear, the handkerchief about the neck 1165, canonical cravative, U. Smek, from whom the institution came, when church and state they set on flame, and worn by them as badges then of spiritual warfaring men. 1170 Judge rightly if regeneration be of the newest cut in fashion. Sure 'tis an orthodox opinion, that grace is founded in dominion. Great piety consists in pride. 1175 To rule is to be sanctified, to domineer, and to control, both o'er the body and the soul, is the most perfect discipline of church rule, and by right divine. 1180 Bell and the Dragon's chaplains were more moderate than these by far, for they, poor knaves, were glad to cheat, to get their wives and children meat, but these will not be fobbed off so. 1185 They must have wealth and power too, or else with blood and desolation they'll tear it out. Oth heart, oth nation. Sure these themselves from primitive and heathen priesthood do derive. 1190 When butchers were the only clerks, elders and presbyters of kirks, whose directory was to kill, and some believe it is so still. The only difference rents is, that then 1195 they slaughtered only beasts, now men. For then to sacrifice a bullock, or now and then a child to Moloch, they count a vile abomination, but not to slaughter a whole nation. 1200 Presbytery does but translate the papacy to a free state, a commonwealth of popery, wherever village is a see as well as Rome, and must maintain 1205 a tithe pig metropolitan, wherever presbyter and deacon commands the keys for cheese and bacon, and ever hamlets governed by holiness, the church's head. 1210 More haughty and severe in's place, than Gregory or Boniface. Such church must, surely, be a monster with many heads, for if we consider what in th Apocalypse we find, 1215 according to th Apostle's mind, 'tis that the whore of Babylon with many heads did ride upon, which heads denote the sinful tribe of deacon, priest, lay elder, scribe. 1220 Lay elder, Simeon to Levi, whose little finger is as heavy as loins of patriarchs, prince prelate, and bishop secular. This zealot is of a mongrel, diverse kind. 1225 Cleric before, and lay behind, a lawless linsewilsy brother, half of one order, half another, a creature of amphibious nature, on land a beast, a fish in water. 1230 That always preys on grace or sin, a sheep without, a wolf within. This fierce inquisitor has chief dominion over men's belief and manners, can pronounce a saint 1235 idolatrous or ignorant, when superciliously he sifts through coarsest bowl to others' gifts, for all men live and judge amiss, whose talents jump not just with his. 1240 He'll lay on gifts with hands, and place on dullest noddle light and grace, the manufacture of the kirk. Those pastors are but th handiwork of his mechanic paws, instilling 1245 divinity in them by feeling, from whence they start up chosen vessels, made by contact, as men get measles. So cardinals, they say, do grope at th other end the new-made Pope. 1250 Hold, quoth Hudibras, soft fire, they say, does make sweet malt. Good squire, Festina Lent, not too fast, for haste, the proverb says, makes waste. The quirks and cavils thou dost make 1255 are false, and built upon mistake, and I shall bring you, with your pack of fallacies, tlnch back, and put your arguments in mood and figure to be understood. 1260 I'll force you, by right ratiocination, to leave your, vitilitigation, and make you keep to th question close, and argue dialecticos. The question then, to state it first, 1265 is, which is better, or which worst, synods or bears? Bears I avow to be the worst, and synods thou. But, to make good th assertion, thou sayest th are really all one. 1270 If so, not worst, for if th are idem why then, tantundum that tantidum. For if they are the same, by course, neither is better, neither worse. But I deny they are the same. 1275 More than a maggot and I am. That both are animalia I grant, but not rationalia, for though they do agree in kind, specific difference we find. 1280 And can no more make bears of these, than prove my horse is Socrates. That synods are bear gardens too, thou dost affirm, but I say no, and thus I prove it in a word. 1285 Whatsoever assemblies not empowered to censure, curse, absolve, and ordain, can be no synod, but bear garden has no such POWR, ergo, t's none, and so thy sophistries o'erthrown. 1290 But yet we are beside the question which thou didst raise the first contest on, for that was, whether bears are better than synod men. I say, negature. That bears are beasts, and synods men. 1295 is held by all, they are better then. For bears and dogs on 4 legs go, as beasts, but synod men on 2. 'Tis true, they all have teeth and nails, but prove that synod men have tails. 1300 Or that a rugged, shaggy fur grows o'er the hide of presbyter, or that his snout and spacious ears do hold proportion with a bear's. A bear's a savage beast. Of all 1305 most ugly and unnatural whelp d without form, until the dam has licked it into shape and frame, but all thy light can ne'er evict, that ever synod man was licked 1310 or brought to any other fashion, than his own will and inclination. But thou dost further yet in this oppugn thyself and sense, that is, thou wouldst have presbyters to go 1315 for bears and dogs, and bearwards too, a strange chimera of beasts and men, made up of pieces heterogen, such as in nature never met in eodum subjecto yet. 1320. Thy other arguments are all supposures, hypothetical, that do but beg, and we may choose either to grant them, or refuse. Much thou hast said, which I know when 1325, and where thou still st from other men, whereby 'tis plain thy light and gifts are all but plagiary shifts, and is the same that Ranter said, who, arguing with me, broke my head, 1330, and tore a handful of my beard. The self same cavils then I heard, when, being in hot dispute about this controversy, we fell out, and what thou knowest I answered then. 1335 will serve to answer thee again. Quoth Ralpho, nothing but abuse of human learning you produce, learning, that cobweb of the brain, profane, erroneous, and vain. 1340. A trade of knowledge, as replete as others are with fraud and cheat, an art to encumber gifts and wit, and render both for nothing fit, makes light unactive, dull, and troubled. 1345. Like little David in Saul's doublet, a cheat that scholars put upon other men's reason and their own, a fort of error, to ends consubsurdity and ignorance. 1350. That renders all the avenues to truth impervious and abstruse, by making plain things, in debate, by art, perplexity, and intricate, for nothing goes for sense or light. 1355. That will not with old rules jump right, as if rules were not in the schools derived from truth, but truth from rules. This pagan, heathenish invention is good for nothing but contention. 1364. As, in sword and buckler fight, all blows do on the target light, so when men argue, the great part oth contests falls on terms of art, until the fustian stuff be spent. 1365. And then they fall to argument. Quoth Hudibras' friend Ralph, thou hast outrun the constable at last, for thou art fallen on a new dispute, as senseless as untrue. 1370. But to the former opposite and contrary as black to white, mere, disparator, that concerning presbytery, this, human learning, two things averse, they never yet. 1375. But in thy rambling fancy met. But I shall take a fit occasion to evince thee by ratiocination, some other time, in place more proper than this we're in, therefore let's stop here. 1380. And rest our wearied bones a while, already turdy with other toil. Notes to Part I Canto 3. 134. P. First Truller Stave D, and C. Staving and tailing are terms of art used in the bear garden, and signify there only the parting of dogs and bears, though they are used metaphorically in several other professions, for moderating, as law, divinity, hectoring, and c. 153 q, or like the late corrected leathern ears of the circumcised brethren. Pryn, Baswick, and Burton, who laid down their ears as proxies for their profession of the godly party, not long after maintained their right and title to the pillory to be as good and lawful as theirs who first of all took possession of it in their names. 328 are that old, and c. Pygmalion, king of Tyre, was the son of Margenus, or Macress, whom he succeeded, and lived 56 years, whereof he reigned 47. Dido, his sister, was to have governed with him, but it was pretended the subjects thought it not convenient. She married Sichaeus, who was the king's uncle, and very rich, wherefore he put him to death, and Dido soon after departed the kingdom. Poets say, Pygmalion was punished for the hatred he bore to women with the love he had to a statue. 925s. And as the French we conquered once, now give us laws for pantaloons, and see pantaloons and port cannons were some of the fantastic fashions wherein we aped the French. At quisquis insula satis Britannica sic patria insolens fastidi et suam, ut more simii laborit fing, it emulari gallicas ineptas, it omni gallo ego hunc apina ebrium, ergo ex Britanno, ut gallus es nitita, sic die jubat, fiat ex gal capus. Thomas More. Gallus is a river in Phrygia, rising out of the mountains of Selene, and discharging itself into the river Sanger, the water of which is of that admirable quality, that, being moderately drank, it purges the brain, and cures madness, but largely drank, it makes men frantic. Pliny, Horatius. 1123. A learned divine in King James's time wrote a polemic work against the Pope, and gave it that unlucky nickname of the Pope's bull baited. 1166. U canonical cravat, and c. Smectymnuus was a club of 5 parliamentary holders forth, the characters of whose names and talents were by themselves expressed in that senseless and insignificant word. They wore handkerchiefs about their necks for a mark of distinction, as the officers of the Parliament army then did, which afterwards degenerated into carnal cravats. About the beginning of the Long Parliament, in the year 1641, these 5 wrote a book against episcopacy and the common prayer, to which they all subscribed their names, being Stephen Marshall, Edmund Calamy, Thomas Young, Matthew Newcomen, and William Spurstow, and from thence they and their followers were called Smectymnians. They are remarkable for another pious book, which they wrote some time after that, entitled, The King's Cabinet Unlocked, wherein all the chaste and endearing expressions, in the letters that passed betwixt His Majesty King Charles I and his royal consort are by these painful labourers in the devil's vineyard turned into burlesque and ridicule. Their books were answered with as much calmness and genteelness of expression, and as much learning and honesty, be the Reverend Mr. Symonds, then a deprived clergyman, as theirs was stuffed with malice, spleen, and rascally invectives. 1249. So cardinals they say do grope at t'other end the new-made pope. This relates to the story of Pope Joan, who was called John VIII. Platina saith she was of English extraction, but born at Mentz, who, having disguised herself like a man, travelled with her paramour to Athens, where she made such progress in learning, that coming to Rome, she met with few that could equal her, so that, on the death of Pope Leo IV, she was chosen to succeed him, but being got with child by one of her domestics, her travail came upon her between the Colossian Theatre and St. Clement's, as she was going to the Lateran Church, and died upon the place, having sat 2 years, 1 month, and 4 days, and was buried there without any pomp. He owns that, for the shame of this, the Popes decline going through this street to the Lateran, and that, to avoid the like error, when any Pope is placed in the porphyry chair, his genitals are felt by the youngest deacon, through a hole made for that purpose, but he supposes the reason of that to put him in mind that he is a man, and obnoxious to the necessities of nature, whence he will have the seat to be called, said Stercoraria. 1262. Why to leave your vitiligation, and c. Vitilitigation is a word the knight was passionately in love with, and never failed to use it upon all occasions, and therefore to omit it, when it fell in the way, bad argued too great a neglect of his learning and parts, though it means no more than a perverse humour of wrangling. 1373. Z. Mere disparata, and c. Disparata are things separate and unlike, from the Latin word disparo. Part 2, Canto either argument. The knight by damnable magician, being cast illegally in prison, love brings his action on the case, and lays it upon Hudibras. How he receives the lady's visit, and cunningly solicits his suite, which she defers, yet on parole redeems him from th enchanted hole. But now, observe a romantic method, let bloody steel a while be sheathed, and all those harsh and rugged sounds of bastinadoes, cuts, and wounds, exchanged to love's more gentle style. 5. To let our reader breathe a while, in which, that we may be as brief as is possible, by way of preface, is not enough to make one strange, that some men's fancies should ne'er change. 10. But make all people do and say the same things still the self same way some writers make all ladies purloined, and knights pursuing like a whirlwind others make all their knights, in fits 15 of jealousy, to lose their wits, till drawing blood at dames, like witches, are forthwith curdy of their caprices. Some always thrive in their amours by pulling plaisters off their sores, 20 as cripples do to get an alms, just so do they, and win their dames. Some force whole regions, in despite o' geography, to change their sight, make former times shake hands with latter, 25 and that which was before, come after. But those that write in rhyme, still make the one verse for the other's sake, for, one for sense, and one for rhyme, I think's sufficient at one time. 30. But we forget in what sad plight we whilom left the captive knight and pensive squire, both bruised in body, and conjured into safe custody. Turdy with dispute and speaking Latin, 35 as well as basting and bear-baiting, and desperate of any course, to free himself by wit or force, his only solace was, that now his dog-old fortune was so low, 40 that either it must quickly end or turn about again, and mend, in which he found th event, no less than other times beside his guess. There is a tall long-sided dame 45, but wondrous light, yclept fame that, like a thin chameleon, boards herself on air, and eats her words. Upon her shoulders wings she wears like hanging sleeves, lindy through with ears, 50 and eyes, and tongues, as poets list, made good by deep mythologist. With these she through the welkin flies, and sometimes carries truth, oft lies with letters hung like eastern pigeons, 55 and Mercuries of furthest regions, diurnals writ for regulation of lying, to inform the nation, and by their public use to bring down the rate of whetstones in the kingdom. 60 about her neck a paquet mail, fraught with advice, some fresh, some stale, of men that walked when they were dead, and cows of monsters brought to bed, of hailstones big as pullets' eggs, 65 and puppies whelped with twice 2 legs, a blazing star seen in the west, by 6 or 7 men at least. 2 trumpets she does sound at once, but both of clean contrary tones, 70 but whether both with the same wind, or one before, and one behind, we know not, only this can tell, the one sounds vilely, other well, and therefore vulgar authors name 75 one good, the other evil, fame. This tattling gossip knew too well what mischief Hudibras befell, and straight the spiteful tidings bears of all to unkind widows' ears. 80 Democritus ne'er laughed so loud to see boards carted through the crowd, or funerals with stately pomp march slowly on in solemn dump, as she laughed out, until her back, 85 as well as sides, was like to crack. She vowed she would go see the sight, and visit the distressed knight, to do the office of a neighbor, and be a gossip at his labor, 90 and from his wooden jail, the stocks, to set at large his fetterlocks, and, by exchange, parole, or ransom, to free him from enchanted mansion. This being resolved she called for hood 95 and usher, implements abroad which ladies wear, beside a slender young waiting damsel to attend her, all which appearing, on she went, to find the knight in limbo pent. 100 and 'twas not long before she found him, and the stout squire, in the pound, both coupled in enchanted tether, by further leg behind together for as he sat upon his rump, 105 his head like one in doleful dump, between his knees, his hands applied unto his ears on either side, and by him, in another hole, afflicted Ralpho, cheek by jowl, 110 she came upon him in his wooden magician's circle on the sudden, as spirits do to a conjurer, when in their dreadful shapes appear. No sooner did the knight perceive her, 115 but straight he fell into a fever, inflammed all over with disgrace, to be seen by her in such a place, which made him hang his head, and scowl, and wink, and goggle like an owl. 120 he felt his brains begin to swim, when thus the dame accosted him, "This place," quoth she, "they say's enchanted, and with delinquent spirits haunted, that here are tied in chains, and scourged 125 until their guilty crimes be purged. Look, there are 2 of them appear, like persons I have seen somewhere. Some have mistaken blocks and posts for spectres, apparitions, ghosts, 130 with saucer eyes, and horns, and some have heard the devil beat a drum, but if our eyes are not false glasses, that give a wrong account of faces, that beard and I should be acquainted. 135 Before 'twas conjured or enchanted, for though it be disfigured somewhat, as if he had lately been in combat, it did belong to a worthy knight. How this goblin has come by tea. 140 When Hudibras the lady heard discoursing thus upon his beard, and speak with such respect and honour, both of the beard and the beard's owner, he thought it best to set as good 145 a face upon it as he could and thus he spoke: Lady, your bright and radiant eyes are in the right, the beard's identic beard you knew, the same numerically true, 150 Nor is it worn by fiend or elf, but its proprietor himself. Oh, heavens! Quoth she, can that be true? I do begin to fear 'tis you, not by your individual whiskers, 155 but by your dialect and discourse, that never spoke to man or beast in notions vulgarly expressed. But what malignant star, alas, has brought you both to this sad pass? 160 Quoth he, the fortune of the war, which I am less afflicted for, than to be seen with beard and face, by you in such a homely case. Quoth she, those need not he ashamed 165 for being honourably maimed, if he that is in battle conquered, have any title to his own beard, though yours be sorely lugged and torn, it does your visage more adorn. 170 Than if 'twere pruned, and starched, and landed, and cut square by the Russian standard. A torn beard's like a tattered ensign, that's bravest which there are most rents in. That petticoat about your shoulders 175 does not so well become a soldier's, and I'm afraid they are worse handled although ith rear, your beard the van led, and those uneasy bruises make my heart for company to ache. 180 To see so worshipful a friend ith pillory set, at the wrong end. Quoth Hudibras, this thing called pain is, as the learned Stoics maintain, not bad simpliciter, nor good, 185 but merely as 'tis understood. Sense is deceitful, and may feign, as well in counterfeiting pain as other gross phenomenas, in which it oft mistakes the case. 190 But since the immortal intellect, that's free from error and defect, whose objects still persist the same, is free from outward bruise and maim, which naught external can expose. 195 To gross material bangs or blows, it follows, we can ne'er be sure, whether we pain or not endure, and just so far are sore and grieved, as by the fancy is believed. 200 Some have been wounded with conceit, and dyd of mere opinion straight, others, though wounded sore in reason, felt no contusion, nor discretion. A Saxon duke did grow so fat, 205 that mice, as histories relate, eat grots and labyrinths to dwell in his postic parts without his feeling. Then how is 't possible a kick should reach that way to the quick? 210 Quoth she, I grant it is in vain for one that's basted to feel pain, because the pangs his bones endure contribute nothing to the cure, yet on a hurt, is wont to rage. 215 With pain no medicine can assuage. Quoth he, that honour's very squeamish that takes a basting for a blemish, for what's more honorable than scars, or skin to tatters rent in wars? 220 Some have been beaten till they know what would a cudgels of bite blow. Some kick until they can feel whether a shoe be Spanish or neats leather, and yet have met, after long running, 225 with some whom they have taught that cunning. The furthest way about come, in the end does prove the nearest home. By laws of learned duelists, they that are brewest with wood or fists, 230 and think one beating may for once suffice, are cowards and poltroons, but if they dare engage a second, they are stout and gallant fellows reckoned. Old Romans freedom did bestow, 235 our princes worship, with a blow. King Pyrrhus curd his splenetic and testy courtiers with a kick. The negus, when some mighty lord or potentates to be rested 240 and pardoned for some great offence, with which bis willing to dispense, first has him laid upon his belly, then beaten back and side to a jelly, that done, he rises, humbly bows, 245 and gives thanks for the princely blows, departs not meanly proud, and boasting of this magnificent rib roasting. The beaten soldier proves most manful, that, like his sword, endures the anvil, 250 and justice held more formidable, the more his valor's malleable. But he that fears a bastinado will run away from his own shadow, and though I'm now in durance fast, 255 by our own party basely cast, ransom, exchange, parole refused, and worse than by the enemy usd, in close cataster shut, past hope of wit or valor to elope. 260 as beards the nearer that they tend to earth still grow more reverend, and cannons shoot the higher pitches, the lower we let down their breeches. I'll make this low dejected fate 265 advance me to a greater height. Quoth she, why have almost made me in love with that which did my pity move. Great wits and valors, like great states, do sometimes sink with their own weights, extremes of glory and of shame, 270 like east and west, become the same. No Indian prince has to his palace more full worse than a thief to gallows, but if a beating seems so brave, 275 what glories must a whipping have. Such great achievements cannot fail to cast salt on a woman's tale, for if I thought your natural talent of passive courage were so gallant, 280 as you strain hard to have it thought, I could grow amorous, and dote. When Hudibras this language heard, he pricked up's ears and stroked his beard, thought he, this is the lucky hour, 285 wines work when vines are in the flow this crisis then I'll set my rest on, and put her boldly to the question. Madam, what you would seem to doubt, shall be to all the world made out, 290 how I've been drubbed and with what spirit and magnanimity I bear it, and if you doubt it to be true, I'll stake myself down against you, and if I fail in love or troth, 295 be you the winner, and take both. Quoth she, I've beard old cunning stagers say, fools for arguments use wagers, and though I praised your valor, yet I did not mean to balk your wit, 300 which, if you have, you must needs know what I have told you before now, and you be experiment have proved, I cannot love where I'm beloved. Quoth Hudibras, "'Tis a capric 305 beyond th infliction of a witch, so cheats to play with those still aim that do not understand the game. Love in your heart as icily burns as fire in antique Roman urns, 310 to warm the dead, and vainly light those only that see nothing bitey. Have you not power to entertain, and render love for love again, as no man can draw in his breath 315 at once, and force out air beneath? Or do you love yourself so much, to bear all rivals else a grudge? What fate can lay a greater curse than you upon yourself would force? 324 Wedlock without love, some say, is but a lock without a key. It is a kind of rape to marry one that neglects, or cares not for ye, for what does make it ravishment? 325 But being against the mind's consent. A rape that is the more inhuman for being acted by a woman. Why are you fair, but to entice us to love you, that you may despise us? 330 But though you cannot love, you say, out of your own fanatic way, why should you not at least allow those that love you to do so too? For, as you fly me, and pursue 330 love more averse, so I do you, and am by your own doctrine taught to practice what you call a fouty. Quoth she, if what you say is true, you must fly me as I do you. 340 But 'tis not what we do, but say, in love and preaching, that must sway. Quoth he, to bid me not to love, is to forbid my pulse to move, my beard to grow, my ears to prick up. 345 Or, when I'm in a fit, to hiccup, command me to piss out the moon, and 'twill as easily be done. Love's power's too great to be withstood by feeble human flesh and blood. 350 'Twas he that brought upon his knees the hecked ring, kill cow Hercules, transformed his legal iron's skin to a petticoat, and made him spin, seized on his club, and made it dwindle 355 to a feeble distaff, and a spindle. 'Twas he that made emperors gallants to their own sisters and their aunts, set popes and cardinals agog, to play with pages at leapfrog. 360 'Twas he that gave our senate purges, and fluxed the house of many a burgess, made those that represent the nation submit, and suffer amputation, and all the grandees o' the cabal 365 adjourn to tubs at spring and fall. He mounted synod men, and rode to Dirty Lane and Little Sodom, made curvet like Spanish genets, and take the ring at Madam Bennet's. 370 'Twas he that made Saint Francis do more than the devil could tempt him to, in cold and frosty weather, grow enamoured of a wife of snow, and though she were of rigid temper, 375 with melting flames accost and tempt her, which after in enjoyment quenching, he hung a garland on his engine. Quoth she, if love have these effects, why is it not forbid our sex? 380 Why is he not damned and interdicted, for diabolical and wicked? And sung, as out of tune, against, as Turk and Pope are by the saints? I find I've greater reason for it. 385 Than I believed before te abhor it. Quoth Hudibras, these sad effects spring from your heathenish neglects of love's great POWR, which he returns upon yourselves with equal scorns. 390 And those who worthy lovers slight, plagues with preposterous appetite. This made the beauteous queen of Crete to take a town bull for her suite, and from her greatness stoop so low. 395 To be the rival of a cow, others to prostitute their great hearts, to he baboons and monkeys' sweethearts, some with the devil himself in league grow, vice representative a negro. 400 'Twas this made Vestal maids love sick, and venture to be buried quick, some by their fathers, and their brothers, to be made mistresses and mothers. 'Tis this that proudest dames enamors. 405 On lackeys and valets des chambres, their haughty stomachs overcomes, and makes them stoop to dirty grooms, to slight the world, and to disparage claps, issue, infamy, and marriage. 410 Quoth she, these judgments are severe, yet such as I should rather bear, than trust men with their oaths, or prove their faith and secrecy in love. Says he, there is as weighty reason. 415 For secrecy in love as treason. Love is a burglar, a felon, that at the window eyes does steal in to rob the heart, and with his prey steals out again a closer way. 420 Which whosoever can discover, he's sure, as he deserves, to suffer. Love is a fire, that burns and sparkles in men as naturally as in charcoals, which sooty chemists stop in holes. 425 When out of wood they extract coals, so lovers should their passions choke, that, though they burn, they may not smoke. 'Tis like that sturdy thief that stole and dragged beasts backwards into's hole. 430 So love does lovers, and us men draws by the tails into his den, that no impression may discover, and trace his cave, the wary lover. But if you doubt I should reveal. 435 What you entrust me under seal, I'll prove myself as close and virtuous as your own secretary Albertus. Quoth she, I grant you may be close in hiding what your aims propose. 440 Love passions are like parables, by which men still mean something else. Though love be all the world's pretense, money's the mythologic sense, the real substance of the shadow. 445 Which all address and courtship's made to. Thought he, I understand your play, and how to quit you your own way. He that will win his dame, must do as love does when he bends his bow. 450 With one hand thrust the lady from, and with the other pull her home. I grant, quoth he, wealth is a great provocative to amorous heat. It is all philters, and high diet. 455 That makes love rampant, and to fly out. 'Tis beauty always in the flower, that buds and blossoms at fourscore. 'Tis that by which the sun and moon at their own weapons are outdone. 460 That makes knights errant fall in trances, and lay about in romances. 'Tis virtue, wit, and worth, and all that men divine and sacred call, for what is worth in anything. 465 But so much money as 'twill bring, or what, but riches is there known, which man can solely call his own, in which no creature goes his half, unless it be to squint and laugh. 470 I do confess, with goods and land, I'd have a wife at second hand, and such you are. Nor is your person my stomach set so sharp and fierce on, but 'tis your better part, your riches, 475 that my enamoured heart bewitches. Let me your fortune but possess, and settle your person how you please, or make it o'er in trust to devil, you'll find me reasonable and civil. 480 Quoth she, I like this plainness better than false mock passion, speech, or letter, or any feat of qualm or soning, but hanging of yourself, or drowning. Your only way with me to break 485 your mind, is breaking of your neck, for as when merchants break, o'er a throne, like ninepins they strike others down, so that would break my heart, which done, my tempting fortune is your own. 490 These are but trifles, ever why lover will damn himself over and over, and greater matters undertake for a less worthy mistress Sake, yet are the only ways to prove 495 unfeigned realities of love, for he that hangs, or beats out's brains, the devil's in him if he feigns. Quoth Hudibras, this way's too rough for mere experiment and proof. 500 It is no jesting, trivial matter, to swing or douse in water, and, like a water witch, try love, that's to destroy, and not to prove, as if a man should be dissected 505 to find what part is disaffected. Your better way is to make over, in trust, your fortune to your lover. Trust is a trial, if it break, 'tis not so desperate as a neck. 510 Beside, experiments more certain, men venture next to gain a fortune, the soldier does it every day. 8 To the weak, for sixpence pay, your pettifoggers damn their souls. 515 To share with knaves in cheating fools, and merchants, venturing through the main, slight pirates, rocks, and horns, for gain. This is the way I advise you to, trust me, and see what I will do. 520 Quoth she, I should be loath to run myself all hazard, and you none, which must be done, unless some deed of yours aforesaid do proceed. Give but yourself one gentle swing 525 for trial, and I'll cut the string, or give that reverend head a maul, or two, or three, against a wall, to show you are a man of metal, and I'll engage myself to settle. 530 Quoth he, my head's not made of brass, as Friar Bacon's noodle was, nor, like the Indian's skull, so tough that, authors say, 'twas musket-proof, as yet on any new adventure. 535 As it had need to be, to enter. You see what bangs it has endured, that would, before new feats, be curdy. But if that's all you stand upon, here, strike me luck, it shall be done. 540 Quoth she, the matter's not so far gone as you suppose, 2 words a bargain, that may be done, and time enough, when you have given downright proof, and yet 'tis no fantastic peak. 545 I have to love, nor coy dislike, 'tis no implicit, nice aversion to your conversation, mine, or person, but a just fear, lest you should prove false and perfidious in love. 554 If I thought you could be true, I could love twice as much as you. Quoth he, my faith as adamantine, as chains of destiny, I'll maintain, true as Apollo ever spoke. 555 Or oracle from heart of oak, and if you'll give my flame but vent, now in close hugger-mugger pent, and shine upon me but benignly, with that one, and that other pigsney. 560 The sun and day shall sooner part, than love or you shake off my heart. The sun, that shall no more dispense his own but your bright influence. I'll carve your name on barks of trees. 565 With true love's knots and flourishes, that shall infuse eternal spring, and everlasting flourishing. Drink ever letter on tea instem, and make it brisk champagne become. 570 Where'er you tread, your foot shall set the primrose and the violet, all spices, perfumes, and sweet powders, shall borrow from your breath their odors, nature her charter shall renew. 575 And take all lives of things from you, the world depend upon your eye, and when you frown upon it, die, only our loves shall still survive, new worlds and natures to outlive. 580 And, like to heralds' moons, remain all crescents, without change or wane. Hold, hold, quoth she, no more of this, Sir Knight, you take your aim amiss, for you will find it a hard chapter. 585 To catch me with poetic rapture, in which your mastery of art doth show itself, and not your heart, nor will you raise in mine combustion by dint of high heroic fustian. 590 She that with poetry is one, is but a desk to write upon, and what men say of her, they mean no more than on the thing they lean. Some with Arabian spices strive. 595 To embalm her cruelly alive, or season her, as French cooks use their haute gustes, bouillies, or ragustes, use her so barbarously ill, to grind her lips upon a mill. 600 Until the facet doublet doth fit their rhymes rather than her mouth compardy to an oyster's, with a row of pearl in tea, stead of teeth. Others make poses of her cheeks. 605 Where red and whitest colors mix, in which the lily, and the rose, for Indian lake and ceruse goes. The sun and moon by her bright eyes eclipsed, and darkened in the skies. 610 Are but black patches, that she wears, cut into suns, and moons, and stars, by which astrologers as well, as those in heaven above, can tell what strange events they do foreshow. 615 Unto her underworld below. Her voice, the music of the spheres, so loud, it deafens mortals' ears, as wise philosophers have thought, and that's the cause we hear it not. 620 This has been done by some, who those tha'd in rhyme, would kick in prose, and in those ribbons would have hung on which melodiously they sung, that have the hard fate to write best. 625 Of those still that deserve it least, it matters not how false, or forked, so the best things be said. Oth worst, it goes for nothing when 'tis said, only the arrows drawn to th bead. 630 Whether it be a swan or goose they level at, so shepherds used to set the same mark on the hip both of their sound and rotten sheep, for wits that carry low or wide. 635 Must be aimed higher, or beside the mark, which else they ne'er come nigh, but when they take their aim awry. But I do wonder you should choose this way to attack me with your muse. 640 As one cut out to pass your tricks on, with volumes of poetic fiction, I rather I should no more hear from you gallanting score, for hard dry bastings us to prove. 645 The readiest remedies of love, next a dry diet, but if those fail, yet this uneasy loophole jail, in which ye are hampered by the fetlock, cannot but put in mind of wedlock. 650 Wedlock, that's worse than any hole here, if that may serve you for a cooler, to allay your metal, all agog upon a wife, the heavier clog, or rather thank your gentler fate. 655 That for a bruised or broken pate, has freed you from those knobs that grow much harder on the married brow. But if no dread can cool your courage, from venturing on that dragon, marriage. 660 Yet give me quarter, and advance to nobler aims your puissance, level at beauty and at wit, the fairest mark is easiest hit. Quoth Hudibras, I'm beforehand 665 in that already, with your command, for where does beauty and high wit but in your constellation meet? Quoth she, what does a match imply, but likeness and equality? 670 I know you cannot think me fit to be yoke fellow of your wit, nor take one of so mean deserts, to be the partner of your parts, a grace which, if I could believe, 675 I've not the conscience to receive. That conscience, quoth Hudibras, is misinformed. I'll state the case. A man may be a legal donor, of anything whereof he's owner, 680 and may confer it where he lists, ith judgment of all casuists, then wit, and parts, and valour, may be alienated, and made away, by those that are proprietors. 685 As I may give or sell my horse. Quoth she, I grant the case is true and proper twixt your horse and you, but whether I may take as well as you may give away or sell. 690 Buyers you know are bid beware, and worse than thieves receivers are. How shall I answer hue and cry, for a roan gelding, 12 hands high, all spurred and switched, a lock on's hoof, 695 A sorrel mane. Can I bring proof where, when, by whom, and what why were sold for, and in the open market told for? Or should I take you for a stray, you must be kept a year and day 700, ere I can own you. Here I the pound, where, if why are sought, you may be found, and in the meantime I must pay for all your provender and hay. Quoth he, it stands me much upon 705 to enervate this objection, and prove myself, by topic clear no gelding, as you would infer. Loss of virilities of a D to be the cause of loss of beard, 710 That does, like embryo in the womb, abortive on the chin become. This first a woman did invent, in envy of man's ornament, Semiramis, of Babylon, 715 Who first of all cut men oth stone, to mar their beards, and lay foundation of sow-gelding operation. Look on this beard, and tell me whether eunuchs wear such, or geldings either. 720 Next it appears I am no horse, that I can argue and discourse, have but 2 legs, and ne'er a tail. Quoth she, that nothing will avail, for some philosophers of late here. 725 Right, men have 4 legs by nature, and that 'tis custom makes them go erroneously upon but 2, as 'twas in Germany made good be a boy that lost himself in a wood. 730 And growing down to a man, was wont with wolves upon all 4 to hunt. As for your reasons drawn from tales, we cannot say they are true or false, till you explain yourself, and show. 735 Be experiment, 'tis so or no. Quoth he, if you'll join issue on tea, I'll give you satisfactory account, so you will promise, if you lose, to settle all, and be my spouse. 740 That never shall be done, quoth she, to one that wants a tale, by me, for tales by nature sure were meant, as well as beards, for ornament, and though the vulgar count them homely. 745 In men or beast they are so comely, so genteel, alamode, and handsome, I'll never marry man that wants one, until you can demonstrate plain, you have one equal to your main. 750 I'll be torn piecemeal by a horse, ere I'll take you for better or worse. The Prince of Cambay's daily food is asp, and basilisk, and toad, which makes him have so strong a breath. 755 Each night he stinks a queen to death, yet I shall rather lion's arms than yours, on any other terms. Quoth he, what nature can afford, I shall produce, upon my word. 760 And if she ever gave that boon to man, I'll prove that I have one, I mean by postulate elation, when you shall offer just occasion. But since why have yet denied ye to give 765 my heart, your prisoner, a reprieve, but made it sink down to my heel, let that at least your pity feel, and, for the sufferings of your martyr, give its poor entertainer quarter. 770 And, by discharge or main prize, grant deliver why from this base restraint. Quoth she, I grieve to see your leg stuck in a hole here like a peg, and if I knew which way to do t 775, your honour safe, I'd let you out. That dames by jail delivery of errant knights have been set free, when by enchantment they have been, and sometimes for it too, laid in. 780 Is that which knights are bound to do by order, oath, and honour too, for what are they renowned and famous else, but aiding of distressed damosels? But for a lady no ways errant. 785 To free a knight, we have no warrant in any authentical romance, or classic author, yet of France, and I'd be loath to have you break an ancient custom for a freak. 790 Or innovation introduce in place of things of antique use, to free your heels by any course, that might be unwholesome to your spurs, which, if I should consent unto. 795 It is not in my power to do, for 'tis a service must be done ye with solemn previous ceremony, which always has been us dt. Untie the charms of those who here do lie 800. For as the ancients heretofore to honour's temple had no door, but that which thorough virtues lay, so from this dungeon there's no way to honour freedom, but by passing 805 that other virtuous school of lashing, where knights are kept in narrow lists, with wooden lockets bout their wrists, in which they for a while are tenants, and for their ladies suffer penance. 810 Whipping, that's virtue's governess, tutress of arts and sciences, that mends the gross mistakes of nature, and puts new life into dull matter, that lays foundation for renown. 815 And all the honours of the gown. This suffer they are set at large, and freed with honourable discharge. Then in their robes the penitentials are straight presented with credentials. 820 And in their way attended on by magistrates of every town, and, all respect and charges paid, they are to their ancient seats conveyed. Now if you'll venture, for my sake, 825 to try the toughness of your back, and suffer, as the rest have done, the laying of a whipping on, and may you prosper in your suit, as you with equal vigour do. 830 I here engage myself to loose ye, and free your heels from capaducy. But since our sex's modesty will not allow I should be by, bring me, on oath, a fair account. 835 And honour too, when you have done and I'll admit you to the place you claim as due in my good grace. If matrimony and hanging go by destiny, why not whipping too? 840 What medicine else can cure the fits of lovers when they lose their wits? Love is a boy by poets still then spare the rod and spoil the child. A Persian emperor whipped his granum. 845 The sea, his mother Venus came on, and hence some reverend men approve of rosemary in making love. As skilful coopers hoop their tubs with Lydian and with Phrygian dubs. 850 Why may not whipping have as good a grace, performed in time and mood, with comely movement, and by art, raise passion in a lady's heart? It is an easier way to make 855 love by, than that which many take. Who would not rather suffer whipping, than swallow toasts of bits of ribbon? Make wicked verses, treats, and faces, and spell names over with beer glasses. 860 Be under vows to hang and die love's sacrifice, and all a lie. With china oranges and tarts and winning plays, lay baits for hearts. Bribe chambermaids with love and money. 865 To break no roguish jests upon ye. For lilies limned on cheeks, and roses, with painted perfumes, hazard noses. Or, venturing to be brisk and wanton, do penance in a paper lantern. 870 All this you may compound for now, by suffering what I offer you, which is no more than has been done by knights for ladies long agone. Did not the great La Mancha do so? 875 For the Infanta del Toboso. Did not th illustrious Barca make himself a slave for Miss Sake? And with Bull's pizzle, for her love, was Tavdi as gentle as a glove. 880 Was not young Florio sent, to cool his flame for Biancafiore, to school, where pedant made his Pythic bum for her sake suffer martyrdom? Did not a certain lady whip 885 of late her husband's own lordship? And though a grandee of the house, clawdee him with fundamental blows, tiedee him stark naked to a bedpost, and firkdee his hide, as if she had rid post 890 and after, in the Sessions Court, where whippings jugdee, had on a 40. This swear you will perform, and then I'll set you from th enchanted den, and the magician's circle clear. 895 quoth he, I do profess and swear, and will perform what you enjoin, or may I never see you mine. Amen, quoth she, winking smiley, then turned about, and bid her esquire let him out 900, but ere an artist could be found to undo the charms another bound, the sun grew low, and left the skies, put down, some right, by ladies' eyes. The moon pulled off her veil of light 905 that hides her face by day from sight, mysterious veil, of brightness made, that's both her lustre and her shade, and in the lantern of the night with shining horns hung out her light, 910 for darkness is the proper sphere, where all false glories used to appear. The twinkling stars began to muster, and glitter with their borrowed lustre, while sleep the wearied world relieved 915 by counterfeiting death revived his whipping penance till the morn hour. What I thought it best to adjourn, and not to carry on a work of such importance in the dark, 920 with erring haste, but rather stay, and do in open face of day, and in the meantime go in quest of next retreat to take his rest. Canto 2. The argument. The knight and squire, in hot dispute, within an ace of falling out, are parted with a sudden fright of strange alarm, and stranger sight, with which adventuring to stickle, they are sent away in nasty pickle. 'Tis strange how some men's tempers suit, like board and brandy, with dispute, that for their own opinions stand last only to have them clawed and canvassed, that keep their consciences in cases, 5 as fiddlers do their crowds and basses, ne'er to be usty, but when they are bent to play a fit for argument, make true and false, unjust and just, of no use but to be discussed, 10 dispute, and set a paradox like a straight boot upon the stocks, and stretch it more unmercifully than Helmont, Montin, White, or Tully, so th ancient, n. Stoics, in their porch, 15 with fierce dispute maintained their church, beat out their brains in fight and study, to prove that virtue is a body, that, bonum is an animal, made good with stout polemic brawl, 20 in which some hundreds on the place were slain outright, and many a face retrenched of nose, and eyes, and beard, to maintain what their sect averred, all which the knight and squire, in wrath, 25 had like to have suffered. For their faith, each striving to make good his own, as by the sequel shall be shown. The sun had long since, in the lap of Thetis, taken out his nap, 30 and, like a lobster boiled the morn from black to red began to turn, when Hudibras, whom thoughts and a king, twixt sleeping kept all night and waking, began to rub his drowsy eyes, 35 and from his couch prepared to rise, resolving to dispatch the deed he vowed to do with trusty speed. But first, with knocking loud, and bawling, he roused the squire, in truckle lolling, 40 and, after many circumstances, which vulgar authors, in romances, do use to spend their time and wits on, to make impertinent description, they got, with much ado, to horse, 45 and to the castle bent their course, in which he to the dame before to suffer whipping duly swore, where now arrived and half unhonest, to carry on the work in earnest, 50 he stopped and paused upon the sudden, and with a serious forehead plodding, sprung a new scruple his head, which first he scratched and after said, whether it be direct infringing 55 an oath, if I should waive this swinging, and what I've sworn to bear, forbear, and so be equivocation swear, or whether it be a lesser sin to be forsworn than act the thing. 60 are deep and subtle points, which must, inform my conscience, be discussed, in which to err a tittle may to errors infinite make way, and therefore I desire to know 65 thy judgment ere we further go. Quoth Ralpho, since you do enjoin I shall enlarge upon the point, and, for my own part, do not doubt affirmative may be made out. 70 But first, to state the case aright, for best advantage of our light, and thus tease, whether be a sin to claw and curry your own skin, greater or less, than to forbear. 75 And that you are forsworn, forswear. But first, first, the inward man, and outward, like a clan and clan, have always been at daggers drawing, and one another clap a clawing. 80 Not that they really cuff, or fence, but in a spiritual mystic sense, which to mistake, and make squabble in literal phrase abominable. T's heathenish, in frequent use 85 with pagans and apostate Jews, to offer sacrifice of bridules, like modern Indians to their idols, and mongrel Christians of our times, that expiate less with greater crimes. 90 And call the foul abomination, contrition and mortification. Is not enough we're bruised and kicked with sinful members of the wicked, our vessels, that are sanctified 95 Profaned and curried back and side, but we must claw ourselves with shameful and heathen stripes, by their example, which, were there nothing to forbid it, is impious because they did it. 100 This, therefore, may be justly reckoned a heinous sin. Now to the second, that saints may claim a dispensation to swear and forswear, on occasion, I doubt not but it will appear 105 with pregnant light, the point is clear. Oaths are but words, and words but wind, two feeble implements to bind, and hold with deeds proportion so as shadows to a substance do. 110 Then when they strive for place, 'tis fit the weaker vessel should submit. Although your church be opposite to ours as black friars are to white, in rule and order, yet I grant, 115 you are a reformado saint, and what the saints do claim as due, you may pretend a title to, but saints whom oaths and vows oblige, know little of their privilege. 120 Further, I mean, than carrying on some self-advantage of their own, for if the devil, to serve his turn, can tell troth, why the saints should scorn, when it serves theirs, to swear and lie. 125 I think there's little reason why, else has a greater POWR than they, which were impiety to say. W are not commanded to forbear indefinitely at all to swear, 130 but to swear idly, and in vain, without self-interest or gain, for breaking of an oath, and lying, is but a kind of self-denying, a saint-like virtue, and from hence 135 some have broke oaths by providence, some, to the glory of the Lord, perjured themselves, and broke their word, and this the constant rule and practice of all our late apostles' acts is. 140 was not the cause at first begun with perjury, and carried on. Was there an oath the godly took, but in due time and place they broke? Did we not bring our oaths in first, 145 before our plate, to have them burst, and cast in fitter models for the present use of church and war? Did not our worthies of the house, before they broke the peace, break vows? 154 having freed us first from both allegiance and supremacy oath, did they not next compel the nation to take and break the protestation? To swear, and after to recant 155 the solemn league and covenant? To take engagement, and disclaim it, enforced by those who first did frame it? Did they not swear, at first, to fight for the king's safety and his right, 160, and after marched to find him out, and charged him home with horse and foot, but yet still had the confidence to swear it was in his defense? Did they not swear to live and die 165 with Essex, and straight laid him by? If that were all, for some have swore as false as they, if did no more, did they not swear to maintain law, in which that swearing made a flaw? 174 Protestant religion vow, that did that vowing disallow. For privilege of Parliament, in which that swearing made a rent. And since, of all the three, not 175 is left in being, 'tis well known. Did they not swear, in express words, to prop and back the House of Lords, and after turned out the whole house full of peers, as dangerous and unuseful? 180 So Cromwell, with deep oaths and vows, swore all the Commons out House, vowed that the Redcoats would disband, marry wooed they, at their command, and trolled them on, and swore, 185 till army turned them out of door. This tells us plainly what they thought, that oaths and swearing go for naught, and that by them were only meant to serve for an expedient. 190 What was the public faith found out for, but to slur men of what they fought for the public faith, whichever why one is bound to observe, yet kept by none, and if that go for nothing, why 195 should private faith have such a tie? Oaths were not purposed more than law, to keep the good and just in awe, but to confine the bad and sinful, like moral cattle, in a pinfold. 200 saints of heaven realm appear, and as no peer is bound to swear, but on the gospel of his honor, of which he may dispose as owner, it follows, though the thing be forgery, 205 and false affirm, it is no perjury, but a mere ceremony, and a breach of nothing, but a form of speech, and goes for no more when 'tis took, than mere saluting of the book. 210 Suppose the scriptures are of force, they are but commissions of course, and saints have freedom to digress, and vary from them, as they please, or misinterpret them, by private 215 instructions, to all aims they drive at. Then why should we ourselves abridge and curtail our own privilege? Quakers, that, like to lanterns, bear their light within 'em, will not swear 220 their gospel is an accidence, by which they construe conscience, and hold no sin so deeply read, as that of breaking Prision's head, the head and founder of their order. 225 that stirring hats held worse than murder. These thinking are obliged to troth in swearing, will not take an oath like mules, who, if have not their will to keep their own pace, stand stock still. 230 but they are weak, and little know what freeborn consciences may do. 'Tis the temptation of the devil that makes all human actions evil, for saints may do the same things by 235 the Spirit, in sincerity, which other men are tempted to, and at the devil's instance do, and yet the actions be contrary, just as the saints and wicked vary. 244 As on land there is no beast, but in some fish at seas expressed, so in the wicked there's no vice, of which the saints have not a spice, and yet that thing that's pious in 245 the one, in other is a sin. Is not ridiculous, and nonsense, a saint should be a slave to conscience, that ought to be above such fancies, as far as above ordinances. 250 She's of the wicked, as I guess, be her looks, her language, and her dress, and though, like constables, we search for false wares, one another's church, yet all of us hold this for true. 255 No faith is to the wicked due, for truth is precious and divine, too rich a pearl for carnal swine. Quoth Hudibras, all this is true. 260 Yet 'tis not fit that all men knew those mysteries and revelations, and therefore topical evasions of subtle turns and shifts of sense serve best with wicked. For pretense, such as the learned Jesuits use, 265 and Presbyterians for excuse against the Protestants, when happen to find their churches taken napping, as thus, a breach of oath is duple, and either way admits a scruple. 270 And may be, ex parte of the maker more criminal than injured taker, for he that strains too far a vow, will break it, like an o'er-bent bow, and he that made, and forked it, broke it. 275 Not he that for convenience took it. A broken oath is, quaitness oath, as sound all purposes of troth, as broken laws are ne'er the worse, nay, till are broken have no force. 280 What's justice to a man, or laws, that never comes within their claws? They have no power, but to admonish, cannot control, coerce, or punish, until they are broken, and then touch. 285 Those only that do make such. Beside, no engagement is allowed by men in prison made for good, for when they are set at liberty, they are from engagement to set free. 290 The rabbins write, when any Jew did make to God, or man, a vow, which afterward he found untoward, and stubborn to be kept, or too hard, any three other Jews oth nation, 295 might free him from the obligation and have not two saints powr to use a greater privilege than three Jews. The court of conscience, which in man should be supreme and sovereign, 300 fit should be subordinate to every petty court I the state, and have less power than the lesser, to deal with perjury at pleasure. Have its proceedings disallowed, or 305 allowed, at fancy of pie powder. Tell all it does, or does not know, forswearing ex officio. Be forked et impeach a broken hedge, and pigs unringed at vis frank. Pledge. 310 Discover thieves, and bawds, recusants, priests, witches, eavesdroppers, and nuisance, tell who did play at games unlawful, and who filled pots of ale but half full and have no powr at all, nor shift. 315 To help itself at a dead lift. Why should not conscience have vacation as well as other courts? Oth nation have equal power to adjourn, appoint appearance and return. 320 And make as nice distinction serve to split a case, as those that carve, invoking cuckolds' names, hit joints. Why should not tricks as slight do points? Is not High Court of Justice sworn? 325 To judge that law that serves their turn, make their own jealousies high treason, and fix whomsoe'er they please on. Cannot the learned counsel there make laws in any shape appear? 330 Mold as witches do their clay, when they make pictures to destroy and vex into any form that fits their purpose to do harm. Rack until they do confess. 335 Impeach of treason whom they please, and most perfidiously condemn those that ingagged their lives for them, and yet do nothing in their own sense, but what they ought by oath and conscience. 340 Can they not juggle, and, with slight conveyance, play with wrong and right, and sell their blasts of wind as dear as Lapland witches' bottled air? Will not fear, favor, bribe and grudge. 345 The same case several ways adjudge. As seamen, with the self-same gale, will several different courses sail. As when the sea breaks o'er its bounds, and overflows the level grounds. 350 Those banks and dams, that, like a screen, did keep it out, now keep it in, so when tyrannic usurpation invades the freedom of a nation, the laws oth land, that were intended 355 to keep it out, are made defend it. Does not in Chankawai every man swear what makes best for him in his answer? Is not the winding up witnesses and nicking more than half the busness? 364 Witnesses, like watches, go just as they are set, too fast or slow, and where in conscience they are straight lacked, 10 to 1 that side is cast. Do not your juries give their verdict? 365 As if they felt the cause, not heard it, and as they please, make matter of fact run all on one side, as their pacti. Nature has made man's breast no windows, to publish what he does within doors. 370 Nor what dark secrets there inhabit, unless his own rash folly blab it. If oaths can do a man no good in his own business, why they should in other matters do him hurt. 375 I think there's little reason for it. He that imposes an oath, makes it, not he that for convenience takes it. Then how can any man be said to break an oath he never made? 380 These reasons may, perhaps, look oddly to th wicked, though th evince the godly, but if they will not serve to clear my honor, I am ne'er the near. Honor is like that glassy bubble 385 that finds philosophers such trouble, whose least part cracked he, the whole does fly, and wits are cracked to find out why. Quoth Ralpho, honor's but a word to swear by only in a lord. 390 In other men 'tis but a huff, to vapor with instead of proof, that, like a wen, looks big and swells, is senseless, and just nothing else. Let it, quoth he, be what it will. 395 It has the world's opinion still. But as men are not wise that run the slightest hazard they may shun, there may a medium be found out to clear to all the world the doubt. 400 And that is, if a man may duty, by proxy whipped, or substitute. Though nice and dark the point appear, quoth Ralph, it may hold up and clear. That sinners may supply the place 405 of suffering saints is a plain case. Justice gives sentence many times on one man for another's crimes. Our brethren of New England use choice malefactors to excuse, 410 and hang the guiltless in their stead, of whom the churches have less need, as lately happened in a town, there lived a cobbler, and but one, that out of doctrine could cut use, 415 and mend men's lives as well as shoes. This precious brother having slain, in time of peace, an Indian, not out of malice, but mere zeal, because he was an infidel. 420 The mighty Totipotimoi sent to our elders an envoy, complaining sorely of the breach of league held forth by Brother Patch against the articles in force 425 between both churches, his and ours, for which he craved the saints to render into his hands or hang th offender, but they maturely having weighed, they had no more but him oth trade. 430 A man that served them in a double capacity, to teach and cobble, resolved to spare him, yet, to do the Indian Mochgan to impartial justice, in his stead did 435 hang an old weaver, that was bedrid. Then wherefore way not you be skipped and in your room another whipped For all philosophers, but the skeptic, hold whipping may be sympathetic. 440 It is enough, quoth Hudibras, thou'st resolved and cleared the case and canst, in conscience, not refuse from thy own doctrine to raise use. I know thou wilt not, for my sake. 445 Be tender conscienced of thy back. Then strip thee off thy carnal jerking, and give thy outward fellow a firking, for when thy vessel is new hooped, all leaks of sinning will be stopped. 450 Quoth Ralpho, you mistake the matter, for in all scruples of this nature, no man includes himself, nor turns the point upon his own concerns. As no man of his own self catches 455 the itch, or amorous French aches, so no man does himself convince, by his own doctrine, of his sins, and though all cry down self, none means his own self in a literal sense. 460 Beside, it is not only foppish, but vile, idolatrous and popish, for one man, out of his own skin, to firk and whip another's sin, as pedants out of schoolboys' breeches. 465 Do claw and curry their own itches. But in this case it is profane, and sinful too, because in vain, for we must take our oaths upon it. You did the deed, when I have done it. 470 Quoth Hudibras, that's answer, dee soon give us the whip, we'll lay it on. Quoth Ralpho, that we may swear true, 'twere proper that I whip dee you, for when with your consent 'tis done. 475 The act is really your own. Quoth Hudibras, it is in vain, I see, to argue 'gainst the grain, or, like the stars, incline men to what they are averse themselves to do. 484 When disputes are wearied out, 'tis interest still resolves the doubt, but since no reason can confute ye, I'll try to force you to your duty, for so it is, how you mince it. 485 As ere we part, I shall evince it and curry, if you stand out, whether you will or no, your stubborn leather. Canst thou refuse to hear thy part? Ith public work, base as thou art. 490 To higgle thus for a few blows, to gain thy knight an opulent spouse, whose wealth his bowels yearn to purchase, merely for th interest of the churches, and when he has it in his claws. 495 Will not be hidebound to the cause. Nor shalt thou find him a curmudgeon, if thou dispatch it without grudging. If not, resolve, before we go, that you and I must pull a crow. 500 Why had best, quoth Ralpho, as the ancients say wisely, have a care oth main chance, and look before you ere you leap, for as you sow, why are like to reap, and were why as good as George A. Green. 505 I shall make bold to turn again, nor am I doubtful of the issue in a just quarrel, and mine is so. Is fitting for a man of honor to whip the saints, like Bishop Borner. 510 A knight usurp the beadle's office, for which why are like to raise brave trophies. But I advise you, not for fear, but for your own sake, to forbear, and for the churches, which may chance, 515 from hence, to spring a variance, and raise among themselves new scruples, whom common danger hardly couples. Remember how, in arms and politics, we still have worsted all your holy tricks. 520 Trepanned your party with intrigue, and took your grandees down a peg, new model DTH army, and cashiered all that to legions smec adhd, made a mere utensil o' your church. 525 And after left it in the lurch a scaffold to build up our own, and, when W had done with T, pulled it down capocked your rabbins of the synod, and snapped their cannons with a why not. 530 Grave synod men, that were revered for solid face and depth of beard, winking smiley. Their classic model prof a maggot, their direct RY an Indian pagod, and drowned their discipline like a kitten. 535 On which they'd been so long a sitting, decried it as a holy cheat, grown out of date, and obsolete, and all the saints of the first grass as casting foals of Balaam's ass. 540 At this the knight grew high in chafe, and staring furiously on Ralph, he trembled, and looked pale with ire like ashes first, then red as fire. Have I, quoth he, been ta'en in fight, 545 and for so many moons lain by tea, and, when all other means did fail, have been exchanged for tubs of ale. Not but they thought me worth a ransom much more considerable and handsome, 550 but for their own sakes, and for fear they were not safe when I was there now to be baffled by a scoundrel, an upstart sectary, and a mongrel, such as breed out of peccant humours, 555 of our own church, like wens or tumours, and, like a maggot in a sore, would that which gave it life devour. It never shall be done or said, with that he seized upon his blade, 560 and Ralpho too, as quick and bold, upon his basket hilt laid hold, with equal readiness pardy to draw, and stand upon his guard, when both were parted on the sudden, 565 with hideous clamour, and a loud one as if all sorts of noise had been contracted into one loud din, or that some member to be chosen, had got the odds above 1,000, 570 and by the greatness of its noise, proved fittest for his country's choice. This strange surprisal put the knight and wrathful squire into a fright, and though they stood prepardy, with fatal 575 impetuous rancour to join battle, both thought it was the wisest course to waive the fight and mount to horse, and to secure by swift retreating, themselves from danger of worse beating. 580 Yet neither of them would disparage, by uttering of his mind, his courage, which made them stoutly keep their ground, with horror and disdain wind-bound. And now the cause of all their fear 585 by slow degrees approached so near, they might distinguish different noise of horns, and pans, and dogs, and boys, and kettle drums, whose sullen dub sounds like the hooping of a tub. 590 But when the sight appeared in view, they found it was an antique show, a triumph, that, for pomp and state, did proudest Romans emulate. For as the aldermen of Rome 595 their foes at training overcome, and not enlarging territory, as some mistaken write in story, being mounted, in their best array, upon a car, and who but they? 600 and followed with a world of tall lads, that merry ditties trolled and ballads, did ride with many a good morrow, crying, hey for our town. Through the borough so when this triumph drew so nigh 605 they might particulars descry, they never saw two things so pat, in all respects, as this and that. First, he that led the cavalcade, wore a Saugelder's flagellate, 610 on which he blew as strong a levee as well-fed lawyer on his breviate, when over one another's heads they charge, 3 ranks at once, like Swedes, next pans and kettle, of all keys, 615 from trebles down to double bass, and after them, upon a nag, that might pass for a four-hand stag, a cornet rode, and on his staff a smock displayed did proudly wave. 620 Then bagpipes of the loudest drones, with snuffling broken winded tones, whose blasts of air, in pockets shut sound filthier than from the gut, and make a viler noise than swine. 625 In windy weather, when they whine. Next one upon a pair of panniers, full fraught with that which for good manners shall here be nameless, mixed with grains, which he dispensed among the swains. 630 And busily upon the crowd at random round about bestowed. Then, mounted on a horned horse, one bore a gauntlet and gilt spurs, tied to the pummel of a long sword. 635 He held reversed, the point turned downward. Next after, on a raw bondy steed, the conqueror's standard bearer rid, and bore aloft before the champion a petticoat displayed, and rampant. 640 Near whom the Amazon triumphant bestrid her beast, and on the rampant he sat face to tail, and bum to bum, the warrior whilom overcome, armed with a spindle and a distaff. 645 Which, as he rode, she made him twist off, and when he loitered o'er her shoulder chastised the reformado soldier. Before the dame, and round about, marched whifflers and staffiers on foot. 650 With lackeys, grooms, valets, and pages, in fit and proper equipages, of whom some torches bore, some links, before the proud virago minx, that was both madam and a don. 655 Like Nero's Sporus, or Pope Joan, and at fit periods the whole rout set up their throats with clamorous shout. The knight, transported, and the squire, put up their weapons, and their ire. 660 And Hudibras, who used to ponder on such sights with judicious wonder, could hold no longer to impart his animadversions, for his heart. Quoth he, in all my life, till now, 665 I ne'er saw so profane a show. It is a paganish invention, which heathen writers often mention, and he who made it had read Goodwin, or Ross, or Silius Rhodogen. 670 With all the Grecians, speeds and stows, that best describe those ancient shows, and has observed all fit decorums we find described by old historians, for as the Roman conqueror, 675 that put an end to foreign war, entering the town in triumph for it, bore a slave with him, in his chariot, so this insulting female brave, carries behind her here a slave. 680 And as the ancients long ago, when they in field defied the foe, hung out their mantles de la guerre, so her proud standard-bearer here waves on his spear, in dreadful manner. 685 A Tyrian petticoat for banner, next links and torches, heretofore still borne before the emperor. And as, in antique triumphs, eggs were born for mystical intrigues, 690 There's one with truncheon, like a ladle, that carries eggs too, fresh or addle, and still at random, as he goes, among the rabble rout bestows. Quoth Ralpho, you mistake the matter. 695 For all antiquity use matter, is but a riding, of course when the grey mare's the better horse, when o'er the breaches greedy women fight to extend their vast dominion. 700 And in the cause impatient Grisel has drubbed her husband with bull's pizzle, and brought him under covert baron, to turn her vassal with a murrain, when wives their sexes shift, like hares, 705 and ride their husbands like nightmares, and they in mortal battle vanquished are of their charter disenfranchised and by the right of war, like gills, condemned to distaff, horns, and wheels, 710 for when men by their wives are cowed, their horns of course are understood. Quoth Hudibras, thou still givest sentence impertinently, and against sense. 'Tis not the least disparagement 715 to be defeated by event, nor to be beaten by main force, that does not make a man the worse, although his shoulders with batoon be clawed and cudgelled to some tune. 720 A tailor's prentice has no hard measure that spanged with a true yard, but to turn tail, or run away, and without blows give up the day, or to surrender ere assault. 725 That's no man's fortune, but his fault, and renders men of honor less than all adversity of success, and only unto such this show of horns and petticoats is due. 730 There is a lesser profanation, like that the Romans called ovation, for as ovation was allowed for conquest purchased without blood, so men decree these lesser shows. 735 For victory gotten without blows, by dint of sharp hard words, which some give battle with, and overcome. These mounted in a chair curule, which moderns call a cooking stool. 740 March proudly to the river's side, and o'er the waves in triumph ride, like dukes of Venice, who are said the Adriatic Sea to wed, and have a gentler wife than those. 745 For whom the state decrees those shows, but both are heathenish, and come from whores of Babylon and Rome, and by the saints should be withstood, as antichristian and lewd. 750 And as such, should now contribute our utmost struggling to prohibit. This said, they both advanced, and rode a dog trot through the bawling crowd, to attack the leader, and still pressed. 755 Till they approached him breast to breast. Then Hudibras, with face and hand, made signs for silence, which obtained what means, quoth he, this devil's procession with men of orthodox profession. 760 'Tis ethnic and idolatrous, from heathenism derived to us. Does not the whore of Babylon ride upon her horned beast astride like this proud dame, who either is 765 a type of her, or she of this? Are things of superstitious function fit to be used in gospel sunshine? It is an antichristian opera, much used in midnight times of popery. 770 Of running after self-inventions of wicked and profane intentions, to scandalize that sex for scolding, to whom the saints are so beholden. Women, who were our first apostles. 775 Without whose aid we had been lost else, women, that left no stone unturned in which the cause might he concerned brought in their children's spoons and whistles, to purchase swords, carbines, and pistols. 780 Their husbands, cullies, and sweethearts, to take the saints' and church's parts, drew several gifted brethren in, that for the bishops would have been, and fixed constant to the party. 785 with motives powerful and hearty, their husbands robbed and made hard shifts to administer unto their gifts all they could wrap, and rend, and pilfer, to scraps and ends of gold and silver. 790 rubbed down the teachers, turd and spent with holding forth for Parliament, pampered and edified their zeal with marrow puddings many a meal, and led them, with store of meat, 795 on controverted points to eat, and crammed till their guts did ache, with caudle, custard, and plum cake. What have they done, or what left undone, that might advance the cause at London? 800 marched rank and file, with drum and ensign, to entrench the city for defence in raid rampiers with their own soft hands, to put the enemy to stands, from ladies down to oyster wenches. 805 labored like pioneers in trenches, fell to their pickaxes and tools, and helped the men to dig like moles. Have not the handmaids of the city chose of their members a committee, 810 for raising of a common purse out of their wages to raise horse? And do they not as try as sit, to judge what officers are fit have they? At that an egg let fly, 815 hit him directly o'er the eye, and running down his cheek, besmeared with orange tawny slime, his beard, but beard and slime being of one hue, the wound the less appeared in view. 820 then he that on the panniers rode, let fly on th other side a load, and, quickly charged again, gave fully in Ralpho's face another volley. The knight was startled with the smell, 825 and for his sword began to feel, and Ralpho, smothered with the stink, grasped his, when one, that bore a link, oth sudden clapped his flaming cudgel, like linstock, to the horse's touch hole, 830 and straight another, with his flambeau, gave Ralpho's o'er the eye a damned blow. The beasts began to kick and fling, and forked the rout to make a ring, through which they quickly broke their way, 835 and brought them off from further fray, and though disordered in retreat, each of them stoutly kept his seat for quitting both their swords and reins. They grasped with all their strength the mains, 840 and, to avoid the foe's pursuit, with spurring put their cattle to tea, until all four were out of wind, and danger too, ne'er looked behind. After th had paused a while, supplying 845 their spirits, spent with fight and flying, and Hudibras recruited force of lungs, for action or discourse, quoth he, that man is sure to lose that fouls his hands with dirty foes, 854 where no honours to be gained, tis thrown away in being maintained. 'Twas ill for us we had to do with so dishonourable a foe, for though the law of arms doth bar 855 the use of venomed shot in war, yet, by the nauseous smell, and noisome, their case shot savours strong of poison, and doubtless have been chewed with teeth of some that had a stinking breath, 860 else, when we put it to the push, they have not given us such a brush. But as those poltroons, that fling dirt, do but defile, but cannot hurt, so all the honour they have won, 865 or we have lost, is much as one, 'Twas well we made so resolute and brave retreat without pursuit, for if we had not, we had sped much worse, to be in triumph led. 870 Than which the ancients held no state of man's life more unfortunate. But if this bold adventure e'er do chance to reach the widow's ear, it may, being destined to assert 875 her sex's honor, reach her heart, and as such homely treats, they say, portend good fortune, so this may. Vespasian being daubed with dirt, was destined to the empire 880 and from a scavenger did come to be a mighty prince in Rome. And why may not this foul address presage in love the same success? Then let us straight, to cleanse our wounds, 885 advance in quest of nearest ponds, and after, as we first designed swear I've performed what she enjoined. Notes to Part 2. Canto 2. 15. N. So th ancient Stoics, and c. In Porticu, Stoicorum schola Athenes, discipulorum si disciplinibus mil quadrigenti triginta civs interfecti sunt. Diag. Laer. In Vita Zenonis, p. 383. 1,430 citizens were killed in the quarrels of the disciples in the porch of the Stoic school of Athens. Those old virtuosos were better proficients in those exercises than modern, who seldom improve higher than cuffing and kicking. 19. Bonum is such a kind of animal as our modern virtuosi from Don Quixote will have windmills under sail to be. The same authors are of opinion, that all ships are fishes while they are afloat, but when they are run on ground, and laid up, in the dock, become ships again. 413. P. In a town, and c. The history of the cobbler had been attested by persons of good credit, who were upon the place when it was done. 548. Q. Have been exchanged, and c. The knight was kept prisoner in Exeter, and, after several exchanges proposed, but none accepted of, was at last released for a barrel of ale, as he often used to declare. 678. Bore a slave with him in his chariot. It sibi consul me placeat, curru servus portata eodem. And it pleased the consul to have me carried as a slave in his chariot. 683. Hung out, and c. Tunica coccinea solabat prediquam dimicandum essit, supra praetrum poni, quasi admonito, and indicium futuri pugnae. The praetors wore scarlet tunics on the day before the battle, for a warning, and a portent of the future. Lipsius in Tacit. p. 56. 687. T. Next links, and c. That the Roman emperors were wont to have torches borne before them, by day, appears by Herodian in Pertinace. Lipsius in Tacit. p. 16. 879. Vespasian being daubed, and c. C. Caesar Susan sends, propter curum verendis eius non adhibitam, aliuto jussit apellari congesto per milites in pretext sinum. Sueton. In Vespers. C.5 Part 2 Canto 3. The argument, the knight, with various doubts possessed, to win the lady goes in quest of Sidrophale, the Rosicrucian, to know the destiny's resolution, with whom being met, they both chop logic about the science astrologic, till falling from dispute to fight, the conjurers worsted by the night. Doubtless the pleasure is as great of being cheated as to cheat, as lookers on feel most delight, that least perceive a juggler's sleight, and still the less they understand, 5 the more admire his sleight of hand. Some with a noise, and greasy light, are snapped, as men catch larks by night, ensnared and hampered by the soul, as nooses by their legs catch fowl. L0 Some with a medicine, and receipt, are drawn to nibble at the bait, and though it be a 2-foot trout, tease with a single hair pulled out. Others believe no voice an organ 15 so sweet as lawyers in his bar gown, until with subtle cobweb cheats are catched in knotted law, like nets, in which, when once they are embrangled, the more they stir, the more they are tangled, 20 and while their purses can dispute, there's no end of immortal suit. Others still gape anticipate the cabinet designs of fate, apply to wizards, to foresee 25 what shall and what shall never be, and, as those vultures do forebode, believe events prove bad or good, a flam more senseless than the roguery of old Araspice and Augusta Y. 30 That out of garbages of cattle presaged events of truce or battle, from flight of birds, or chickens pecking, success of great attempts would reckon, though cheats, yet more intelligible 35 than those that with the stars do fribble. This Hudibras by proof found true, as in due time and place we'll show, for he, with beard and face made clean, being mounted on his steed Gen. 40, and Ralpho got a cock horse too upon his beast, with much ado, advanced on for the widow's house, to acquit himself, and pay his vows, when various thoughts began to bustle, 45 and with his inward man to justle he thought what danger might accrue if she should find he swore untrue, or if his squire or he should fail, and not be punctual in their tale, 50 it might at once the ruin prove both of his honour, faith, and love. But if he should forbear to go, she might conclude had broke his vow, and that he durst not now for shame 55 appear in court to try his claim. This was the penworth of his thought, to pass time and uneasy trot. Quoth he, in all my past adventures I ne'er was set so on the tenters, 60 or taken tardy with dilemma, that ever why way I turn does hem me, and with inextricable doubt besets my puzzled wits about, for though the dame has been my bail, 65 to free me from enchanted jail, yet as a dog, committed close for some offence, by chance breaks loose, and quits his clog, but all in vain, he still draws after him his chain, 70 so, though my ankle she has quitted, my heart continues still committed, and like a bailed and main prized lover, although at large, I am bound over, and when I shall appear in court, 75 to plead my cause, and answer 40, unless the judge do partial prove, what will become of me and love? For if in our account we vary, or but in circumstance miscarry, 80 or if she put me to strict proof, and make me pull my doublet off, to show, by evident record writ on my skin, I've kept my word. How can I expect to have her? 85 Having demurred unto her favor. But faith, and love, and honor lost, shall be reduced a night oth post. Beside, that stripping may prevent what I'm to prove by argument, 90 and justify I have a tale, and that way, too, my proof may fail. Oh, that I could enucleate, and solve the problems of my fate, or find, by necromantic art, 95 how far the destinies take my part. For if I were not more than certain to win and wear her, and her fortune, I'd go no farther in his courtship, to hazard soul, estate, and worship 100. For though an oath obliges not where anything is to be got, as thou last proved, yet 'tis profane, and sinful, when men swear in vain. Quoth Ralph, not far from hence doth dwell 105 a cunning man, hight Sidrophale, that deals in destiny's dark counsels, and sage opinions of the moon sells, to whom all people, far and near, on deep importances repair. 110 When brass and pewter hap to stray, and linen slinks out of the way, when geese and pullen are seduced, and sows of sucking pigs are choused, when cattle feel indisposition, 115 and need th opinion of physician, when murrain reigns in hogs or sheep, and chickens languish of the pip, when yeast and outward means do fail, and have no POWR to work on ale, 120 When butter does refuse to come, and love proves cross and humoursome, to him with questions, and with urine, they for discafar flock, or curing. Quoth Hudibras, this Sidrophale 125 I've heard of, and should like it well, if thou canst prove the saints have freedom to go to Sorceres when they need 'em. Says Ralpho, there's no doubt of that, whose principles I quoted late, 130 prove that the godly may allege for anything their privilege, and to the devil himself may go, if they have motives thereunto. For, as there is a war between 135 the devil and them, it is no sin, if they by subtle stratagem make use of him, as he does them. Has not this present Parliament O.W. ledger to the devil sent, 140 fully empowered to treat about finding revolted witches out, and has not he, within a year, hanged 70 of them in one shire? Some only for not being drowned, 145, and some for sitting above ground, whole days and nights, upon their breeches, and feeling pain, were hanged for witches. And some for putting knavish tricks upon green geese and turkey chicks, 150, and pigs, that suddenly deceased of griefs unnatural, as he guessed, who after proved himself a witch and made a rod for his own breech. Did not the devil appear to Martin 155 Luther in Germany for certain, and would have gulled him with a trick, but Martin was too politic. Did he not help the Dutch to purge at Antwerp their cathedral church? 160. Why, sing catches to the saints at Mascon, and tell them all they came to ask him. Appeared in divers shapes to Kelly, and speak ith none of Loudon's belly. Meet with the Parliament's Committee 165 at Woodstock on a personal treaty. b. At Sarum take a cavalier ith causes service prisoner as withers, in immortal rhyme, has registered to after time. 170 Do not nor great reformers use this sidrophale to forebode news. To write of victories next year, and castles taken yet ith ere of battles fought at sea, and ships 175 sank 2 years hence, the last eclipse. A total overthrow given the king in Cornwall, horse and foot, next spring. And has not he point blank foretold what's ere the close committee would? 180 Made Mars and Saturn for the cause, the moon for fundamental laws. The ram, the bull, and goat declare against the Book of Common Prayer. The scorpion take the protestation, 185 and bear engage for reformation. Made all the royal stars recant, compound and take the covenant. Quoth Hudibras, the case is clear, the saints may employ a conjurer, 190 as thou'st proved it by their practice. No argument like matter of fact is, and we are best of all led to men's principles by what they do. Then let us straight advance in quest 195 of this profound Gimosophist, and as the fates and he advise, pursue or waive this enterprise. This said, he turned about his steed, and eftsoons on th adventured. 200 Where leave we him and Ralph a while, and to the conjurer turn our style, to let our reader understand what's useful of him beforehand. He had been long towards mathematics, 205 optics, philosophy, and statics, magic, horoscopy, astrology, and was old dog at physiology, but as a dog that turns the spit bestirs himself, and plies his feet, 210 to climb the wheel, but all in vain, his own weight brings him down again, and still he's in the self-same place where at his setting out was so in the circle of the arts 215 did he advance his natural parts, till falling back still, for retreat, he fell to juggle, cant, and cheat, for as those fowls that live in water are never wet, he did but smatter, 220 waiter he labored to appear, his understanding still was clear, yet none a deeper knowledge boasted, since old, Hodge-Bacon and Bob Grosted. Th intelligible world he knew, 225 and all men dream on to be true, that in this world there's not a wart that has not there a counterpart, nor can there on the face of ground an individual beard be found, 230 that has not, in that foreign nation, a fellow of the self-same fashion so cut, so coloured and so curled as those are in th inferior world. H had read these prefaces before, 235 the Devil, and Euclid, o'er and o'er, and all the intrigues twixt him and Kelly, Lescus and th Emperor, would tell ye, but with the moon was more familiar than was Almanac Wellwiller, 240 her secrets understood so clear, that some believed he had been there, knew when she was in the fittest mood for cutting corns, or letting blood, when for anointing scabs or itches, 245 or to the balm applying leeches, when sows and bitches may be spady, and in what sign best cidders made, whether the wane be, or increase, best to set garlic, or sow piece, 250 Who first found out the man ith moon, that to the ancients was unknown, how many dukes, and earls, and peers, are in the planetary spheres, their airy empire and command, 255 Their several strengths by sea and land, what factions have, and what they drive at in public vogue, or what in private, with what designs and interests each party manages contests. 260 He made an instrument to know if the moon shine at full or no, that would as soon as he or she shone, straight whether 'twere day or night demonstrate, tell what her diameter in inches, 265 And prove that she's not made of green cheese. It would demonstrate, that the man in the moon's a sea Mediterranean, and that it is no dog nor bitch, that stands behind him at his breech, 270 But a huge Caspian Sea, or lake, with arms, which men for legs mistake, how large a gulf his tail composes, and what a goodly bay his nose is, how many German leagues by scale 275 Cape snouts from promontory tail. He made a planetary gin, which rats would run their own heads in, and cause on purpose to be taken, without expense of cheese or bacon. 280 With lute strings he would counterfeit maggots that crawl on dish of meat, quote moles and spots on any place oth body, by the index face, detect lost maiden heads by sneezing, 285 Or breaking wind of dames, or pissing, cure warts and corns with application of medicines to imagination, fright into dogs, and scare with rhymes the toothache and catarrh, 290 Chase evil spirits away by dint of sickle, horseshoe, hollow flint, spit fire out of a walnut shell, which made the Roman slaves rebel, and fire a mine in China here 295 With sympathetic gunpowder. He knew what severs to be known, but much more than he knew would own, what medicine 'twas that Paracelsus could make a man with, as he tells us, 300 What figure D slates are best to make on watery surface duck or drake, what bowling stones, in running race upon a board, have swiftest pace, whether a pulse beat in the black 305 List of a dappled louse's back, if systole or diastole move quickest when he's in wrath or love when two of them do run a race, whether they gallop, trot, or pace, 310. How many scores a flea will jump, of his own length, from head to rump, which, D. Socrates and Cherephan, in vain, assayed so long agon, whether his snout a perfect nose is, 315 And not an elephant's proboscis how many different rent specieses of maggots breed in rotten cheese and which are next of kin to those engendered in a chandler's nose, 320 Or those not seen, but understood, that live in vinegar and wood. A paltry wretch he had, half starved that him in place of zany served height were chum, bread to dash and draw, 325 Not wine, but more unwholesome law to make twixt words and lines huge gaps, wide as meridians in maps, to squander paper, and spare ink, and cheat men of their words, some think. 330 From this, by merited degrees, he'd to more high advancement rise, to be an under-conjurer, a journeyman astrologer. His business was to pump and wheedle. 335 and men with their own keys unriddle, and make them to themselves give answers, for which they pay the necromancers, to fetch and carry intelligence, of whom, and what, and where, and whence. 340 and all discoveries disperse among whole pack of conjurers what cut purses have left with them for the right owners to redeem, and what they dare not vent find out. 345 to gain themselves and art repute, draw figures, schemes, and horoscopes, of Newgate. Bridewell, brokers' shops, of thieves ascendant in the cart, and find out all by rules of art. 350 which way a serving man, that's run with clothes or money away, is gone, who picked a fob at holding forth, and wear a watch, for half the worth, may be redeemed or stolen plate. 355 rested at conscionable rate. Beside all this, he served his master in quality of poetaster, and rhymes appropriate could make to every month. Ith almanac 360 what terms begin and end could tell, with their returns, in doggerel, when the exchequer opes and shuts, and so gilder with safety cuts when men may eat and drink their fill. 365 and when be temperate, if they will, when use and when abstain from vice, figs, grapes, phlebotomy, and spice. And as in prison mean rogues beat hemp for the service of the great. 370 so Huchum beats his dirty brains, to advance his master's fame and gains, and, like the devil's oracles, put into doggerel rhymes his spells, which, over every month's blank page 375 Ith almanac, strange bilks presage. He would an elegy compose on maggots squeezed out of his nose, in lyric numbers write an ode on his mistress, eating a black puddin'. 380 and when imprisoned escaped her, it puffed him with poetic rapture. His sonnets charmed attentive crowd, by wide-mouthed mortal trolled aloud, that circled with his long-eared guests. 385 like Orpheus looked among the beasts. A carman's horse could not pass by, but stood tied up to poetry. No porter's burthen passed along, but served for burthen to his song. 390 each window like a pillar appears, with heads thrust through, nailed by the ears. All trades run in as to the sight of monsters, or their dear delight the gallow tree. When cutting purse 395 breeds busness for heroic verse, which none does here, but would have hung have been the theme of such a song. Those two together long had lived in mansion prudently contrived 400 where neither tree nor house could bar the free detection of a star, and nigh an ancient obelisk was raised by him, found out by Fisk, on which was a written not in words, 405 but hieroglyphic mute of birds, many rare pithy saws concerning the worth of astrologic learning. From top of this there hung a rope, to a which he fastened telescope, 410 the spectacles with which the stars he reads in smallest characters. It happened as a boy, one night, did fly his tassel of a kite, the strangest long-winged hawk that flies, 415 that, like a bird of paradise, or herald's martlet, has no legs, nor hatches young ones, nor lays eggs. His train was 6 yards long, milk white, at th end of which there hung a light, 420 in cloth d in lantern, made of paper, that far off like a star did appear. This Sidrophale by chance espied, and with amazement staring wide, bless us. Quoth he, what dreadful wonder 425 is that appears in heaven yonder? A comet, and without a beard, or star that ne'er before appeared. I'm certain 'tis not in the scrowl of all those beasts, and fish, and fowl, 430 with which, like Indian plantations, the learned stock the constellations, nor those that draw for signs have been to th houses where the planets in. It must be supernatural, 435, unless it be that cannonball that, shot ith air point blank upright, was born to that prodigious height, that learned philosophers maintain, it ne'er came backwards down again, 440, but in the airy region yet hangs like the body of Mahomet, for if it be above the shade that by the earth's round bulk is made, 'tis probable it may from far 445 appear no bullet, but a star. This said, he to his engine flew, plaque d near at hand, in open view, and rayed it till it levelled right against the glowworm tail of kite, 450, then peeping through, bless us. Quoth he, it is a planet, now I see, and, if I err not, by his proper figure, that's like tobacco stopper, it should be Saturn. Yes, 'tis clear 455 'tis Saturn, but what makes him there? He's got between the dragon's tail and farther leg behind oth whale. Pray heaven divert the fatal omen, for 'tis a prodigy not common, 460, and can no less than the world's end, or nature's funeral, portend. With that he fell again to pry through perspective more wistfully, when by mischance the fatal string, 465, that kept the towering fowl on wing, breaking, down fell the star. Well shot, quoth Huchum, who right wisely thought H had levelled at a star, and hit it, but Sidrophale, more subtle-witted, 470, cried out, what horrible and fearful portent is this, to see a star fall? It threatens nature, and the doom will not be long before it come when stars do fail, 'tis plain enough, 475, the day of judgment's not far off, as lately 'twas revealed to Sedgwick, and some of us find out by magic. Then since the time we have to live in this world's shortened, let us strive 480 to make our best advantage of it, and pay our losses with our profit. This feat fell out not long before the night, upon the Farinum D score, in quest of Sidrophale advancing, 485 was now in prospect of the mansion, whom he discovering, turned his glass, and found far off, 'twas Hudibras. Huchum, quoth he, look yonder, some to try or use our art are come 490, the ones the learned knight, seek out, and pump what they come about. Huchum advanced, with all submissness, to accost but much more their busness. He held a stirrup, while the knight 495 from leathern bare bones did alight, and taking from his hand the bridle, approached the dark squire to unriddle He gave him first the time oth day, and welcomed him, as he might say, 500. He asked him whence he came, and whither their business lay. Quoth Ralpho, hither. Did you not lose? Quoth Ralpho, nay. Quoth Hudibras, sir, I meant your way. Your knight, quoth Ralpho, is a lover, 505 and pains intolerable doth suffer, for lovers' hearts are not their own hearts, nor lights, nor lungs, and so forth downwards. What time, quoth Ralpho, sir? Too long 3 years it off and on has hung. 510 quoth he, I meant what time o' the day 'tis. Quoth Ralpho, between 7 and 8 'tis. Why then, quoth Hudibras, my small art tells me, the dame has a hard heart, or great estate. Quoth Ralph, a jointer, 515 which makes him have so hot a mind to her. Meanwhile the knight was making water, before he fell upon the matter, which having done, the wizard steps in, to give him suitable reception 520 but kept his business at a bay till Hudibras put him in the way, who having now, by Ralpho's light, expounded errand of the knight, and what he came to know, drew near, 525 to whisper in the conjurer's ear, which he prevented thus, what was 't, quoth he, that I was saying last, before these gentlemen arrived. Quoth Hudibras, Venus you retrieved 530 in opposition with Mars, and no benign friendly stars to allay the effect. Quoth wizard, so in Virgo. Ha! Quoth Hudibras, no. Has Saturn nothing to do in it? 535 1/10 of circle to a minute. 'Tis well, quoth he. Sir, you'll excuse this rudeness I am forked to use it is a scheme and face of heaven, as the aspects are dispersed this even, 540 I was contemplating upon when you arrived but now I've done, quoth Hudibras, if I appear unseasonable in coming here at such a tone, to interrupt, 545 your speculations, which I hope assistance from, and come to use, 'tis fit that I ask your excuse. By no means, sir, quoth Sidrophale, the stars your coming did foretell, 550 I did expect you here, and knew, before you spake, your business too. Quoth Hudibras, make that appear, and I shall credit whatsoe'er you tell me after on your word, 555 how unlikely, or absurd. You are in love, sir, with a widow, quoth he, that does not greatly heed you, and for 3 years has rid your wit and passion without drawing bit, 560 and now your business is to know, if you shall carry her or no. Quoth Hudibras, you're in the right, but how the devil you came by I can't imagine, for the stars, 565 I'm sure, can tell no more than a horse, nor can their aspects, though you pour your eyes out on tell you more than oracle of sieve and shears, that turns as certain as the spheres, 570 but if the devil's of your counsel, much may be done my noble donzel, and 'tis on his account I come, to know from you my fatal doom. Quoth Sidrophale, if you suppose, 575 Sir Knight, that I am one of those, I might suspect, and take the alarm. Your business is but to inform, but if it be, 'tis ne'er the near, you have a wrong sow by the ear. 584 I assure you, for my part, I only deal by rules of art, such as are lawful, and judge by conclusions of astrology, but for the devil, know nothing by him. 585 But only this, that I defy him. Quoth he, whatever others deem ye, I understand your metonymy, your words of second-hand intention, when things by wrongful names you mention. 590 The mystic sense of all your terms, that are, indeed, but magic charms to raise the devil, and mean one thing, and that is downright conjuring, and in itself more warrantable. 595 Than cheat, or canting to a rabble, or putting tricks upon the moon, which by confederacy are done. Your ancient conjurers were wont to make her from her sphere dismount. 600 And to their incantations stoop, they scorned to pour through telescope, or idly play at bo-peep with her, to find out cloudy or fair weather, whichever almanac can tell. 605 Perhaps, as learnedly and well, as you yourself, then, friend, I doubt you go the furthest way about. G. Your modern Indian magician makes but a hole in earth to piss in. 610 And straight resolves all questions by and seldom fails to be right. The Rosicrucian ways more sure to bring the devil to the lure, each of them has a several gin. 615 To catch intelligences in. Some by the nose with fumes trepan as Dunstan did the devil's granum, others, with characters and words, catch as men in nets do birds. 620 And some with symbols, signs, and tricks, engraved with planetary nicks, with their own influences will fetch down from their orbs, arrest, and catch make depose and answer to. 625 All questions ere they let them go. H. Bombastus kept a devil's bird shut in the pummel of his sword, that taught him all the cunning pranks of past and future mountebanks. 630 Kelly did all his feats upon the devil's looking glass, a stone, where playing with him at bo-peep, he solved all problems ne'er so deep. I. Agrippa kept a Stygian pug, 635 Ith garb and habit of a dog, that was his tutor, and the cur read to occult philosopher, and taught him subtly to maintain all other sciences are vain. 640 To this, quoth Sidrophilo, Sir, Agrippa was no conjurer, nor Paracelsus, no, nor Beman, nor was the dog a cacodemon, but a true dog, that would show tricks. 645 For emperor, and leap o'er sticks, would fetch and carry, was more civil than other dogs, but yet no devil, and whatsoe'er he's said to do, he went the self same way we go. 650 As for the Rosicross philosophers, whom you will have to be but sorcerers, what they pretend to is no more than Trismegistus did before Pythagoras, old Zoroaster. 655 And Apollonius their master, to whom they do confess they owe all that they do, and all they know. Quoth Hudibras, alas! What is us, whether 'twas said by Trismegistus, 660 if it be nonsense, false, or mystic, or not intelligible, or sophistic. 'Tis not antiquity, nor author, that makes truth truth, old Hotime's daughter. 'Twas he that put her in the pit 665 before he pulled her out of it, and as he eats his sons, just so he feeds upon his daughters too. Nor does it follow, cause a herald, can make a gentleman, scarce a year old, 670 to be descended of a race of ancient kings in a small space, that we should all opinions hold authentic that we can make old. Quoth Sidrophale, it is no part 675 of prudence to cry down an art, and what it may perform deny, because you understand not why, as K. of a hoise play D but a mean trick to damn our whole art for eccentric. 684 Who knows all that knowledge contains? Men dwell not on the tops of mountains, but on their sides, or rising seat so tease with knowledge's vast height. Do not the histories of all ages 685 relate miraculous presages, of strange turns in the world's affairs, foreseen be astrologers, soothsayers, Chaldeans, learned genethliacs, and some that have writ almanacs. 690 L. The media Emperor dreamt his daughter had pissed all Asia under water, and that a vine, sprung from her haunches, o'erspread his empire with its branches, and did not soothsayers expound it. 695 As after by th event he found it. When Caesar in the Senate fell, did not the sun eclipse D foretell, and, in resentment of his slaughter, look D pale for almost a year after. 700 N. Augustus having, by oversight, put on his left shoe for his right, had like to have been slain that day by soldiers mutinying for pay. Are there not myriads of this sort? 705 Which stories of all times report? Is it not ominous in all countries when crows and ravens croak upon trees? Oh, the Roman Senate, when within the city walls an owl was seen 710 did cause their clergy, with lustrations, our synod calls humiliations, the round facd prodigy to avert from doing town or country hurt. And if an owl have so much POWR, 715 why should not planets have much more? That in a region far above inferior fowls of the air move, and should see further, and fork no more than their augury below. 720 Though that once served the polity of mighty states to govern by, and this is what we take in hand by POWFL art to understand which, how we have performed all ages 725 can speak th events of our presages. Have we not lately, in the moon, found a new world, to the old unknown? Discovered sea and land, Columbus and Magellan could never compass. 730 Made mountains with our tubes appear, and cattle grazing on there. Quoth Hudibras, you lie so ope, that I, without a telescope, can mind your tricks out, and descry 735 where you tell truth, and where you lie, for, Anaxagoras, Long Agon, saw hills, as well as you, ith moon, and held the sun was but a piece of red-hot iron, as big as Greece. 740 Believed the heavens were made of stone, because the son had voided one, and, rather than he would recant th opinion, suffered banishment. But what, alas, is it to us? 745 Whether ith moon men thus or thus do eat their porridge, cut their corns, or whether they have tails or horns. What trade from thence can you advance, but what we nearer have from France? 750 What can our travellers bring home, that is not to be learnt at Rome? What politics, or strange opinions, that are not in our own dominions? What science can he brought from thence, 755 in which we do not here commence? What revelations, or religions, that are not in our native regions? Are sweating lanterns, or screen fans, made better there than thr in France? 760 Or do they teach to sing and play oth guitar there a newer way? Can they make plays there, that shall fit the public humour, with less wit? Write wittier dances, quainter shows, 765 Or fight with more ingenious blows? Or does the man ith moon look big, and wear a huger periwig, show in his gait or face more tricks, than our own native lunatics? 770 And if W outdo him here at home, what good of your design can come? As wind ith hypochondries pent, is but a blast if downward sent, but if it upward chance to fly, 775 becomes new light and prophecy. So when your speculations tend above their just and useful end, although they promise strange and great discoveries of things far set, 780 they are but idle dreams and fancies, and savour strongly of the ganzas. Tell me but what's the natural cause, why on a sign no painter draws the full moon ever, but the half? 785 Resolve that with your Jacob's staff, or why wolves raise a hubbub at her, and dogs howl when she shines in water, and I shall freely give my vote, you may know something more remote. 790 At this deep Sidrophale looked wise, and staring round with owl-like eyes, he put his face into a posture of sapience, and began to bluster, for having 3 times shook his head 795 to stir his wit up, thus he said art has no mortal enemies, next ignorance, but owls and geese, those consecrated geese in orders, that to the Capitol were warders, 800, and being then upon patrol, with noise alone beat off the Gaul, or those Athenian skeptic owls, that will not credit their own souls, or any science understand, 805 beyond the reach of eye or hand, but measuring all things by their own knowledge, hold nothings to be known. Those wholesale critics, that in coffee houses cry down all philosophy, 810, and will not know upon what ground in nature we our doctrine found, although with pregnant evidence we can demonstrate it to sense, as I just now have done to you, 815, foretelling what you came to know. Were the stars only made to light robbers and burglars by night? To wait on drunkards, thieves, gold finders, and lovers solacing behind doors, 820, or giving one another pledges of matrimony under hedges, or witches simpling, and on gibbets cutting from malefactors snippets. or from the pillory tips of ears 825 of rebel saints and perjurers. Only to stand by, and look on, but not know what is said or done. Is there a constellation there, that was not born and bred up here? 830 and therefore cannot be to learn in any inferior concern. Were they not, during all their lives, most of them pirates, whores and thieves, and is it like they have not still 835 in their old practices some skill? Is there a planet that by birth does not derive its house from earth, and therefore probably must know what is and hath been done below? 840 Who made the balance, or whence came the bull, the lion, and the ram? Did not we hear the Argo rig make Berenice's periwig? Whose livery does the coachman wear? 845 Or who made Cassiope as chair? And therefore, as they came from hence, with us may hold intelligence. Plato denied the world can be governed without geometry. 850 For money being the common scale of things by measure, weight, and tale, in all affairs of church and state, 'tis both the balance and the weight winking smiley. Then much less can it be without 855 divine astrology made out, that puts the other down in worth, as far as heaven is above the earth. These reasons, quoth the knight, I grant are something more significant 860 than any that the learned use upon this subject to produce, and yet are far from satisfactory. Establish and keep up your factory. Egyptians say, the sun has twice 865 shifted his setting and his rise twice has he risen in the west, as many times set in the east, but whether that be true or no, the devil any of you know. 870 Some hold the heavens like a top, and kept by circulation up, and, were he not for their wheeling round, they'd instantly fall to the ground, as sage Empedocles of old, and from him modern authors hold. 875 Plato believed the sun and moon below all other planets run. Some Mercury, some Venus, seat above the sun himself in height. The learned Scaliger complained 880 against what Copernicus maintained that, in 1200 years and odd, the sun had left its ancient road, and nearer to time earth is come above 50,000 miles from home. 885 swore 'twas a most notorious flam, and he that had so little shame to vent such fopperies abroad, deserved to have his rump well clawed, which Monsieur Bodin hearing, swore 890 that he deserved the rod much more, that durst upon a truth give doom, he knew less than the Pope of Rome. Cardan believed great states depend upon the tip of bear's tail's end. 895 That, as she whisked it towards the sun, strode mighty empires up and down, which others say must needs be false, because your true bears have no tails. Some say the zodiac constellations 900 have long since changed their antique stations above a sign, and prove the same in Taurus now once in the Ram, affirm the Trigons chopped and changed, the what are why with the fiery ranged. 905 Then how can their effects still hold to be the same they were of old? This, though the art were true, would make our modern soothsayers mistake. 910 And in one cause they tell more lies, in figures and nativities, than old W. Chaldean conjurers in so many 100,000 years, beside their nonsense in translating. 915 For want of accidents and Latin, like Idus, and Calende, Englished the quarter days by skilful linguist, and yet with canting, slate and cheat, 'twill serve their turn to do the feat. 920 Make fools believe in their foreseeing of things, before they are in being, to swallow gudgeons ere thr catch d, and count their chickens ere thr hatch d. Make them the constellations prompt. 925 And give them back their own accompt, but still the best to him that gives the best price 40, or best believes. Some towns and cities, some, for brevity, have cast the versal world's nativity. 930 And made the infant stars confess, like fools or children, what they please. Some calculate the hidden fates of monkeys, puppy dogs, and cats, some running nags and fighting cocks. 935 Some love, trade, lawsuits, and the pox. Some take a measure of the lives of fathers, mothers, husbands, wives, make opposition, trin, and quartile, tell who is barren, and who fertile. 940 As if the planet's first aspect the tender infant did infect in soul and body, and instill all future good, and future ill, which, in their dark fatalities lurking, 945 At destined periods follow, working, and break out, like the hidden seeds of long diseases, into deeds, in friendships, enmities, and strife, and all the emergencies of life. 950 No sooner does he peep into the world, but he has done his due, catched all diseases, took all physic that cures or kills a man that is sick, married his punctual dose of wives. 955 Is cuckolded, and breaks or thrives. There's but the twinkling of a star between a man of peace and war, a thief and justice, fool and knave, a huffing officer and a slave. 960 A crafty lawyer and a pickpocket, a great philosopher and a blockhead, a formal preacher and a player, a learned physician and manslayer. As if men from the stars did suck. 965 Old age, diseases, and ill luck, wit, folly, honor, virtue, vice, trade, travel, women, claps, and dice, and draw, with the first air they breathe, battle and murder, sudden death. 970 Are not these fine commodities to be imported from the skies, and vended here amongst the rabble, for staple goods and warrantable? Like money by the Druids borrowed. 975 In other world to be rested. Quoth Sidrophale, to let you know you wrong the art, and artists too, since arguments are lost on those that do our principles oppose. 980 I will, although I've done before, demonstrate to your sense once more, and draw a figure, that shall tell you what you, perhaps, forget befall you, by way of hoary inspection. 985 Which some account our worst erection. With that he circles, draws, and squares, with ciphers, astral characters, then looks them o'er, to understand them, although set down hobnab, at random. 990 quoth he, this scheme of heaven's set, discovers how in fight you met at Kingston with a maypole idol, and that why were banged both back and side well, and though you overcame the bear. 995 the dogs beat you at Brentford fair, where sturdy butchers broke your noddle, and handled you like a fop doodle. Quoth Hudibras, I now perceive you are no conjurer, by your leave, 1000 that, why, paltry story is untrue, and foggy to cheat such gulls as you. Not true. Quoth he, how you vapor, I can what I affirm make appear. Whichum shall justify your face, 1005 and prove he was upon the place. He played the salt in Banco's part, transformed a Frenchman by my art. He stole your cloak, and picked your pocket, choused and called ye like a blockhead. 1010 and what you lost I can produce, if you deny it, here house. Quoth Hudibras, I do believe that argument's demonstrative. Ralpho, bear witness, and go fetch us 1015 a constable to seize the wretches, for though are both false knaves and cheats, impostors, jugglers, counterfeits, I'll make them serve for perpendiculars as true as were us by bricklayers. 1020 they are guilty, by their own confessions, of felony, and at the sessions, upon the bench, I will so handle that the vibration of this pendulum shalt make all tailors' yards of 1025 unanimous opinion, a thing he long has vapored of, but now shall wake it out of proof. Quoth Sidrophale, I do not doubt to find friends that will bear me out, 1030 nor have I hazarded my art, and neck, so long on the state's part, to be exposed to suffer by such a braggadocio huffer. Huffer. Quoth Hudibras, this sword 1035 shall down thy false throat craw that word. Ralpho, make haste, and call an officer, to apprehend this Stygian sophister, meanwhile I'll hold at a bay, lest he and Whichum run away. 1040 but Sidrophale who, from the aspect of Hudibras did now erect a figure worse portenting far than that of a malignant star, believed it now the fittest moment 1045 to shun the danger that might come on while Hudibras was all alone, and he and Whichum, 2 to 1. This being resolved he spied by chance, behind the door, an iron lance, 1050 that many a sturdy limb had gored and legs, and loins, and shoulders bored he snatched it up, and made a pass, to make his way through Hudibras. Whichum had got a fire fork, 1055 with which he vowed to do his work. But Hudibras was well prepared, and stoutly stood upon his guard. He put by Sidrophalo's thrust, and in right manfully he rushed. L060 the weapon from his gripe he wrung, and laid him on the earth along. Whichum his sea-coal prong threw by, and basely turned his back to fly, but Hudibras gave him a twitch 1065 as quick as lightning in the breach, just in the place where honour's logged as wise philosophers have jugged because a kick in that place more hurts honour than deep wounds before. 1070 quoth Hudibras, the stars determine you are my prisoners, base vermin. Could they not tell you so as well as what I came to know foretell? By this what cheats you are we find, 1075 that in your own concerns are blind. Your lives are now at my dispose, to be redeemed by fine or blows, but who his honour would defile, to take or sell to live so vile. 1080 I'll give you quarter, but your pillage, the conquering warrior's crop and tillage, which with his sword he reaps and plows, that's mine, the law of arms allows. This said, in haste he fell 1085 to rummaging of Sidrophale. First, he expounded both his pockets, and found a watch, with rings and lockets, which had been left with him to erect a figure for, and so detect, 1090 a copper plate, with almanacs engraved upon t, with other knacks, of Booker's Lillis, Sarah Jimmers, and blank schemes to discover Nimbus, a moon dial, with Napier's bones, 1095 and several constellation stones, engraved in planetary hours, that over mortals had strange powers to make em thrive in law or trade, and stab or poison to evade. 1100 in wit or wisdom to improve, and be victorious in love, Huchum had neither cross nor pile, his plunder was not worth the while, all which the conqueror did discompt, 1105 to pay for curing of his rump. But Sidrophale, as full of tricks as rotamen of politics, straight cast about to overreach th unwary concuror with a fetch, 1110 and make him glad, at least, to quit his victory, and fly the pit, before the secular prince of darkness arrived to seize upon his carcass. And as a fox, with hot pursuit 1115 chacked through a warren, casts about to save his credit, and among dead vermin on a gallows hung, and while the dogs run underneath, escaped by counterfeiting death, 1120 not out of cunning, but a train of atoms justling in his brain, as learned philosophers give out, so Sidrophalo cast about, and fell to swonted trade again, 1125 to feign himself in earnest slain, first stretched out one leg, then another, and seeming in his breath to smother a broken sigh. Quoth he, where am I, alive or dead? Or which way came I? 1130 through so immense a space so soon, but now I thought myself in th moon, and that a monster with huge whiskers, more formidable than a Switzer's, my body through and through had drilled 1135 and Huchum by my side had killed had cross-examined both our hoes, and plundered all we had to lose. Look, there he is, I see him now, and feel the place I am run through, 1140 and there lies Huchum by my side stone dead, and in his own blood dyd. Oh! Oh! With that he fetched a groan, and fell again into a swoon, shut both his eyes, and stopped his breath, 1145 and to the life out acted death, that Hudibras, to all appearing, believed him to be dead as herring. He held it now no longer safe to tarry the return of Ralph, 1150, but rather leave him in the lurch, thought he has abused our church, refused to give himself one firk to carry on the public work, despised our synod men like dirt, 1155, and made their discipline his sport, divulged the secrets of their classes, and their conventions profed high places, disparaged their tithe pigs as pagan, and set at naught their cheese and bacon, 1160 railed at their covenant, and jeered their reverend parsons to my beard, for all which scandals, to be quit at once, this juncture falls out fit, I'll make him henceforth to beware, 1165, and tempt my fury, if he dare. He must at least hold up his hand, by 12 freeholders to be scanned, who, by their skill in palmistry, will quickly read his destiny, 1170, and make him glad to read his lesson, or take a turn for it at the session, unless his light and gifts prove truer than ever yet they did, I'm sure, for if he 'scape with whipping now, 1175, 'tis more than he can hope to do, and that will disengage my conscience of obligation in his own sense. I'll make him now by force abide what he by gentle means denied, 1180, to give my honour satisfaction, and right the brethren in the action. This being resolved, with equal speed and conduct he approached his steed, and with activity unwont, 1185, assayed the lofty beast to mount, which once achieved, he spurred his palfrey, to get from enemy, and Ralph, free left dangers, fears, and foes behind, and beat, at least 3 lengths, the wind. 1190 notes to Part 2. Canto 3. 140 W. Ledger, and C. The witch-finder in Suffolk, who, in the Presbyterian times, had a commission to discover witches, of whom, right or wrong, he caused 60 to be hanged within the compass of year, and, among the rest, the old minister, who been a painful preacher for many years. 159 Did he not help the Dutch, and C. In the beginning of the civil wars of Flanders, the common people of Antwerp in a tumult broke open the cathedral church, to demolish images and shrines, and did so much mischief in a small time, that Strada writes, there were several devils seen very busy among them, otherwise it had been impossible. 161, Why, sing catches, and C. This devil at Mascon delivered all his oracles, like his forefathers, in verse, which he sung to tunes. He made several lampoons upon the Huguenots, and foretold them many things which afterwards came to pass, as may be seen his memoirs, written in French. 163, Z. Appeared in divers, and C. The History of D and the Devil, published by M. Casaubon, Isaac Phil. Prebendary of Canterbury, has a large account of all those passages, in which the style of the true and false angels appears to be penned by one and the same person. The Nun of Loudun, in France, and all her tricks, have been seen by many persons of quality of this nation yet living, who have made very good observations upon the French book written on that occasion. 165. Met with, and see, a committee of the Long Parliament, sitting in the King's House in Woodstock Park, were terrified with several apparitions, the particulars whereof were then the news of the whole nation. 157. B. At Sarum, and C. Withers has a long story, in doggerel, of a soldier in the King's army, who being a prisoner at Salisbury, and drinking a health to the devil upon his knees, was carried away by him through a single pane of glass. 224. Since old, C. Hodge Bacon, and C. Roger Bacon, commonly called Friar Bacon, lived in the reign of Edward I and, for some little skill he had in the mathematics, was by the rabble accounted a conjurer, and had the sottish story of the brazen head fathered upon him by the ignorant monks of those days. Robert Grostheed was Bishop of Lincoln in the of Henry III. He was a learned man for those times, and for that reason suspected by the clergy to be a conjurer, for which crime, being degraded by Innocent IV, and summoned to appear at Rome, appealed to the tribunal of Christ, which our lawyers say is illegal, if not a praemunire, for offering to sue in a foreign court. 513. Which, D. Socrates, and C. Aristophanes, in his Comedy of the Clouds, brings in Socrates and Cherephan, measuring the leap of a flea from the one's beard to the other's. 404. E. Was ready by him, and C. This Fiske was a famous astrologer, who flourished about the time of Subtile and Face, and was equally celebrated by Ben Jonson. 436. E. Unless it be, and C. This experiment was tried by some foreign virtuosos, who planted a piece of ordnance point blank against the zenith, and having fired it, the bullet never rebounded back again, which made them all conclude that it sticks in the mark, but Descartes was of opinion, that it does but hang in the air. 477. F. As lately T was, and C. This Sedgwick had many persons, and some of quality, that believed in him, and prepared to keep the day of judgment with him, but were disappointed, for which the false prophet was afterwards called by the name of Doomsday Sedgwick. 609. G. Your modern Indian and C. This compendious new way of magic is affirmed by Monsieur Leblanc, in his Travels, to be used in the East Indies. 627. H. Bombastus kept, and C. Paracelsus is said to have kept a small devil prisoner in the pummel of his sword, which was the reason, perhaps, why he was so valiant in his drink. Howsoever, it was to better purpose than Hannibal carried poison in his, to dispatch himself, for the sword alone would have done the feat much better, and more soldier-like, and it was below the honor of so great a commander, to go out of the world like a rat. 635. I. Agrippa kept and C. Cornelius Agrippa had a dog which was suspected to be a spirit, for some tricks he was wont to do beyond the capacity of a dog, as it was thought, but the author of Magia Adamaka has taken a great deal of pains to vindicate both the doctor and the dog from the aspersion, in which he has shewn a very great respect and kindness for them both. 679 as K. of Ahois, and C. Of Ahois astronomium propter eccentricus contempsit. Averroes despised the eccentricities of astronomy. Phil Melanchthon in Elam. Phil p. 781. 691, L. The Median emperor dreamt his daughter, and C. Astyages, king of Media, had this dream of his daughter Madane, and the interpretation of the Magi, wherefore he married her to a Persian of mean quality, by whom she had Cyrus, who conquered all Asia, and translated the empire from the Medes to the Persians. Her Odet. Li 697, m. When Caesar, and C. Fiantaliquando prodigiosi, and longiores solus defectus, qualis oxissa Caesarea dictator, and Antonia nobello, totius anni pallor continuo. Other miracles occurred, and the sun was dimmed for a longer time, for example, at the death of the dictator Caesar, and the Antonine War, its dimness continued for a whole year. Phil 701, n. Augustus having and C. Divus Augustus levum sibi predidit calcium preposterigitum, quod seditium militum propoflictus estimated. The divine Augustus put on his left boot before the right one. That same day he was afflicted by a mutiny of the soldiers. Idem L2. 709, O. The Roman Senate, and C. Romani L. Crasso and Mario Cos. Bubone viso orbim lustrabant. The Romans L. Crasso and Mario Cos ritually purified the country from the evil influence caused by seeing the owl. 737 4, p. Anaxagoras, and C. Anaxagoras affirmabat solum candens ferum s, and Peloponneso majorem, alunum habitacula in se haberia, and cols, and veils. Furta dixis coelum omnex lapidibus s compositum, damnatus and in exilium pulsus ist, quod impi solum candentum luminam est dixicit. Anaxagoras stated that the sun was made of white hot iron, and bigger than the Peloponnese. The moon had buildings, and hills, and valleys. He was so carried away that he said that the whole sky was made of stone. He was condemned and driven into exile, for speaking impiously about the pure white light of the sun. Diog. Laer. In Anaxag. p. 11, 13. 865, q. Th Egyptians say and C. Egyptiidisum milia anarum and amplius recensent, and observatum ist in hoc tanto spatio, bis mutata es loca ortuum and casuum solis, itaut sol bis ortus sit ubi nunc occidit, and bis descenderit ubi nunc oricha. The Egyptians have records for 10,000 years and more, and it has been observed that during this space of time, the rising and setting places of the sun have changed twice, so that twice the sun has risen where it now sets, and twice set where it now rises. Phil Melanct. Lib. 1 Pag. 6871, some hold the heavens, and sea. Causaque coelum non cadit, secundum empedicum, ist velocitas suae motus. The reason the sky does not fall is, according to empedocles, the speed it is moving at. Comment. In L2. Aristot. De Silo. 877, s. Plato believed D, and C. Plato solum and lunam ceteris planetis inferius es putavit. Plato believed that the Sun and Moon were lower than the other planets, g. Gunin in Cosmog. L1. P11. 881, t. The learned Scaliger, and C. Copernicus in Libri Revolutionem, Dane de Reinholdus, post etiam stadius mathematici nobiles perspicuis demonstrationibus darcurunt, solis absida terris es propiorem, quam Ptolemeia etate duodecem partibus, i.e. uno and triginta terras emidiameteris. Copernicus in his Book of Revolutions, and afterwards Reinholdus, very cleverly showed by mathematical means that the perihelion of the Earth was become nearer in the 12 centuries since Ptolemy, that is, 31 times the radius of the Earth. Jo. Bod. Met. Hist. P 455. 895, U. Cardan believed D, and C. Putat Cardanus, ab extrema corda halicis su majoris ursae omn magnum imperium pendura. Cardanus believed that the fate of every great empire depended on the end of the tail of the thumb or great bear, idem p. 325. 913, W, than th old Chaldean, and C. Chaldea jactant se quadringinta septuaginta annarum millia in periclitandis, experiundisque purorum animis posuis. The Chaldeans alleged that they were 40 or 70,000 years in experiments to possess the souls of boys. Cicero 975, x, like money, and C. Drude pecunum mutuo accipibant in posterior vita redicere. The Druids accepted money from one another to be repaid in the next life. Patricius. Tom. 29p. 1001, y. That paltry story, and C. There was a notorious idiot, that is here described by the name and character of Hwachum, who counterfeited a second part of Hudibras, as untowardly as Captain Poe, who could not write himself, and yet made a shift to stand on the pillory for forging other men's hands, as his fellow Hwachum no doubt deserved, in whose abominable doggerel this story of Hudibras and a French mountebank at Brentford Fair is as properly described. 1024 That the Z vibration and C. The device of the vibration of a pendulum was intended to settle a certain measure of ells and yards, and C. that should have its foundation in nature, all the world over, for by swinging a weight at the end of a string, and calculating by the motion of the sun, or any star, how long the vibration would last, in proportion to the length of the string, and the weight of the pendulum, they thought to reduce it back again, and from any part of time to compute the exact length of any string that must necessarily vibrate into so much space of time, so that if a man should ask in China for a quarter of an hour of satin, or taffeta, they would know perfectly what it meant, and all mankind learn a new way to measure things, no more by the yard, foot or inch, but by the hour, quarter, and minute. 1113. Before the secular, and c. As the devil is the spiritual prince of darkness, so is the constable the secular, who governs the night with as great authority as his colleague, but far more imperiously. An heroical epistle of Hudibras to Sidrophale, Ecce iterum Crispinus. Well, Sidrophale, though 'tis in vain to tamper with your crazy brain, without trepanning of your skull as often as the moon's at full 'tis not amiss, ere we are given o'er, 5 to try one desperate medicine more, for where your case can be no worse, the desperate st is the wisest course. Is 't possible that you, whose ears are of the tribe of Issachars, 10 and might, with equal reason, either, for merit, or extent of leather, with William Pryns, before they were retrenched and crucified, compare, showed yet be deaf against a noise 15 so roaring as the public voice that speaks your virtues free, and loud, and openly, in every crowd, as loud as one that sings his part to a wheelbarrow or turnip cart, 20 or your new nickname the old invention to cry Green Hastings with an engine. As if the vehemence had stunned ye, and turn your drum heads with the sound winking smiley, and cause your follies now no news, 25 but overgrown, and out of use. Persuade yourself there's no such matter, but that 'tis vanished out of nature, when folly, as it grows in years, the more extravagant appears. 34 Who but you could be possessed with so much ignorance, and beast, that neither all men scorn and hate, nor being laughed and pointed at, nor brayed so often in a mortar, 35 can teach you wholesome sense and nurture, but, like a reprobate, what course soever's us grow worse. And worse can no transfusion of the blood, that makes fools cattle, do you good. 40 Nor putting pigs to a bitch to nurse, to turn 'em into mongrel curs, put you into a way, at least, to make yourself a better beast. Can all your critical intrigues 45 of trying sound from rotten eggs, your several new-found remedies of curing wounds and scabs in trees, your arts of flexing them for claps, and purging their infected saps, 50 recoffering chancres, crystallines, and nodes and botches in their rinds, have no effect to operate upon that duller block, your pate. But still it must be lewdly bent 55 to tempt your own due punishment, and, like your whimsidy chariots, draw the boys to course you without law, as if the art you have so long professed of making old dogs young, 60 in you had virtue to renew not only youth, but childhood too. Can you that understand all books, by judging only with your looks, resolve all problems with your face, 65 as others do with B's and A's, unriddle all that mankind knows with solid bending of your brows, all arts and sciences advance, with screwing of your countenance, 70 and, with a penetrating eye, into th abstrusest learning pry. No more of any trade be a hint, than those that have been bred up in tea, and yet have no art, true or false. 75 To help your own bad naturals, but still, the more you strive tea appear, are found to be the wretcheder, for fools are known by looking wise, as men find woodcocks by their eyes. 80 Hence teas that cause why have gained doth college a quarter share, at most, of knowledge, and brought in none, but spent repute, why assume a POWR as absolute to judge, and censure, and control. 85 As if you were the sole Sir Pole, and saucily pretend to know more than your dividend comes to. You'll find the thing will not be done with ignorance and face alone. 90 No, though why have purchased to your name, in history, so great a fame, that now your talents, so well for having all belief outgrown, that ever why strange prodigious tale. 95 Is measured by your German scale, by which the virtuosi try the magnitude of ever why lie, cast up to what it does amount, and place the big St to your account. 100 That all those stories that are laid too truly to you, and those made, are now still charged upon your score, and lesser authors named no more. Alas! That faculty betrays. 105 Those soonest it designs to raise, and all your vain renown will spoil, as guns o'ercharged the more recoil. Though he that has but impudence, to all things has a fair pretence. 110 And put among his wants but shame, to all the world may lay his claim, though you have tried that nothing's born with greater ease than public scorn, that all affronts do still give place. 115 To your impenetrable face, that makes your way through all affairs, as pigs through hedges creep with theirs, yet as tea's counterfeit, and brass, you must not think 'twill always pass. 120 For all impostors, when they are known, are past their labor, and undone. And all the best that can befall an artificial natural, is that which madmen find as soon. 125 As once they are broke loose from the moon, and, proof against her influence, relapse to so little sense, to turn stark fools, and subjects fit for sport of boys, and rabble wit. 130 Part 3 Canto Either Argument. The knight and squire resolve, at once, the one the other to renounce. They both approach the lady's bower, the squire to inform, the knight to woo her. She treats them with a masquerade, by furies and hobgoblins made, from which the squire conveys the knight, and steals him from himself, by night. 'Tis true, no lover has that powrt enforce a desperate amour, as he that has 2 strings to his bow, and burns for love and money too, for then he's brave and resolute. 5 Disdains to render in his suit, has all his flames and raptures double, and hangs or drowns with half the trouble, while those who sillily pursue the simple, downright way, and true, 10 Make as unlucky applications, and steer against the stream their passions. Some forge their mistresses of stars, and when the ladies prove averse, and, more untoward to be 115 than by Caligula the moon, cry out upon the stars, for doing ill offices to cross their wooing, when only by themselves they are hindred, for trusting those they made her kindred. 20 And still, the harsher and hidebounder the damsels prove, become the fonder. For what mad lover ever dyd to gain a soft and gentle bride? Or for a lady tender-hearted, 25 in purling streams or hemp departed? Leap headlong into Elysium, through windows of a dazzling room. But for some cross, ill-natured dame, the amorous fly burnt in his flame. 30 This to the knight could be no news, with all mankind so much in use, who therefore took the wiser course, to make the most of his amours, resolved to try all sorts of ways. 35 As follows in due time and place. No sooner was the bloody fight between the wizard and the knight, with all appurtenances, over, but he relapsed again a lover. 40 As he was always wont to do, when had discomfited a foe and us the only antique, philters, derived from old heroic tilters. But now triumphant, and victorious. 45 He held achievement was too glorious for such a conqueror to meddle with petty constable or beadle, or fly for refuge to the hostess of inns of court and chancery, justice, who might, perhaps reduce his cause 50 to ordeal trial of the laws, where none escape, but such as branded with red-hot irons have passed bare-handed, and, if they cannot read one verse Psalms, must sing it, and that's worse. 55 He therefore judging it below him, to tempt a shame the devil might owe him, resolved to leave the squire for bail and main prize for him to the Gaul, to answer, with his vessel, all 60 that might disastrously befall, and thought it now the fittest juncture to give the lady a rencounter, acquaint her with his expedition. 65 And conquest o'er the fierce magician, describe the manner of the fray, and show the spoils he brought away, his bloody scourging aggravate, the number of his blows and weight. 70 All which might probably succeed, and gain belief had done the deed, which he resolved to enforce, and spare no pawning of his soul to swear, but, rather than produce his back, 75 to set his conscience on the rack, and in pursuance of his urging of articles performed and scourging, and all things else, his part, demand deliver why of her heart, 80 her goods, and chattels, and good graces, and person up to his embraces. Thought he, the ancient errant knights won all their ladies' hearts in fights, and cut whole giants into fritters, 85 to put them into amorous twitters whose stubborn bowels scorned to yield until their gallants were half killed but when their bones were drubbed so sore they durst not woo one combat more. 90 The ladies' hearts began to melt, subdued by blows their lovers felt. So, Spanish heroes, with their lances, at once wound bulls and ladies' fancies, and he acquires the noblest spouse 95 that widow's greatest herds of cows. Then what may I expect to do, have quelled so vast a buffalo? Meanwhile, the squire was on his way the knight's late orders to obey, 100 who sent him for a strong detachment of beadles, constables, and watchmen, to attack the cunning man for plunder, committed falsely on his lumber, when he, who had so lately sacked 105 the enemy, had done the fact, had rifled all his pokes and fobs of gimcracks, whims, and jigumbobes, when he, by hook or crook, had gathered and for his own inventions farther d 110, and when they should, at gull delivery, unriddle one another's thievery, both might have evidence enough, to render neither whole to proof. He thought it desperate to tarry 115 and venture to be accessory, but rather wisely slip his fetters, and leave them for the night, his betters. He called to mind th unjust, foul play he would have offered him that day, 120 to make him curry his own hide, which no beast ever did beside, without all possible evasion, but of the riding dispensation, and therefore much about the hour 125 the night, for reasons told before, resolved to leave them to the fury of justice, and an unpacked jury. The squire concurred to abandon him, and serve him in the self-same trim, 130 to acquaint the lady what H had done, and what he meant to carry on. What project 'twas he went about, when Sidrophale and he fell out, his firm and steadfast resolution, 135 to swear her to an execution, to pawn his inward ears to marry her, and bribe the devil himself to carry her, in which both dealt, as if they meant their party saints to represent, 140 who never failed upon their sharing in any prosperous alms-bearing to lay themselves out to supplant each other cousin German saint. But, ere the knight could do his part, 145 the squire had got so much the start, H had to the lady done his errand, and told her all his tricks aforehand. Just as he finished his report, the knight alighted in the court, 150, and having tied his beast to a pale, and taking time for both to stale, he put his band and beard in order, the sprucer to accost and board her, and now began to approach the door, 155, when she, WH had spied him out before, conveyed th informer out of sight, and went to entertain the knight, with whom encountering, after longs of humble and submissive congees, 160 and all due ceremonies paid, he stroked his beard, and thus he said, Madam, I do, as is my duty, honor the shadow of your shoe-tie, and now am come to bring your ear 165 a present you'll be glad to hear, at least I hope so, the thing's done, or may I never see the sun, for which I humbly now demand performance at your gentle hand 170, and that you'd please to do your part, as I have done mine, to my smart. With that he shrugged his sturdy back as if he felt his shoulders ache. But she, who well enough knew what 175, before he spoke, he would be at, pretended not to apprehend the mystery of what he meaned, and therefore wished him to expound his dark expressions, less profound. 180 Madam, quoth he, I come to prove how much I've suffered for your love, which, like your votary, to win, I have not spared my tattered skin, and for those meritorious lashes, 185 to claim your favor and good graces. Quoth she, I do remember once I freed you from th enchanted sconce, and that you promised for that favor, to bind your back to good behavior, 190, and, for my sake and service, vowed to lay upon a heavy load, and what 'twould bear a scruple prove, as other knights do oft make love, which, whether you have done or no, 195 concerns yourself, not me, to know. But if you have, I shall confess, why are honester than I could guess. Quoth he, if you suspect my troth, I cannot prove it but by oath. 200 And if you make a question on't, I'll pawn my soul that I have done't, and he that makes his soul his surety, I think, does give the best security. Quoth she, some say, the soul's secure. 205 Against distress and forfeiture is free from action, and exempt from execution and contempt, and to be summoned to appear in other worlds illegal here. 210 And therefore few make any account in't what encumbrances they run for most men carry things so even between this world, and hell, and heaven, without the least offence to either. 215 They freely deal in all together, and equally abhor to quit this world for both or both for it, and when they pawn and damn their souls, they are but prisoners on paroles. 224 That, quoth he, 'tis rational, may be accountable in all, for when there is that intercourse between divine and human powers, that all that we determine here. 225 Commands obedience everywhere, when penalties may be commuted for fines or years, and executed it follows, nothing binds so fast as souls in pawn and mortgage past. 234 Oaths are only tests and seals of right and wrong, and true and false, and there's no other way to try the doubts of law and justice by. Quoth she, what is it you would swear? 235 There's no believing till I hear, for, till they are understood all tales, like nonsense, are not true nor false. Quoth he, when I resolved to obey what you commanded other day. 240 And to perform my exercise, as schools are wont, for your fair eyes, avoid all scruples in the case, I went to duty upon the place. But as the castle is enchanted. 245 By Sidrophale the witch, and haunted by evil spirits, as you know, who took my squire and me for two, before I'd hardly time to lay my weapons by, and disarray. 250 I heard a formidable noise, loud as the stentrophonic voice, that roared far off, dispatch and strip, I'm ready with infernal whip, that shall divest thy ribs from skin. 255 To expiate thy lingering sin. Hast broken perfidiously thy oath, and not performed thy plighted troth, but sparred thy renegado back, where hadst so great a prize at stake. 260 Which now the fates have ordered me for penance and revenge to flee, unless thou presently make haste. Time is, time was, and there it seized thee. With which, though startled, I confess, 265 yet horror of the thing was less than other dismal apprehension of interruption or prevention, and therefore, snatching up the rod, I laid upon my back a load. 270 Resolved to spare no flesh and blood, to make my word and honour good, till turdy, and making truce at length, for new recruits of breath and strength, I felt the blows still plied as fast. 275 As had been by lovers plagued in raptures of platonic lashing, and chaste contemplative bardishing, when facing hastily about, to stand upon my guard and scout. 280 I found th infernal cunning man, and th under which, his Caliban, with scourges, like the Furies, armed that on my outward quarters stormed In haste I snatched my weapon up, 285 and gave their hellish rage a stop, called thrice upon your name, and fell courageously on Sidrophale, who, now transformed himself a bear, began to roar aloud, and tear, 290 when I as furiously pressed on, my weapon down his throat to run, laid hold on him, but he broke loose, and turned himself into a goose, dived under water, in a pond, 295 to hide himself from being found. In vain I sought him, but, as soon as I perceived him fled and gone, prepared with equal haste and rage, his under sorcerer engage. 300 but bravely scorning to defile my sword with feeble blood and vile, I jugged it better from a quick-set hedge to cut a knotted stick, with which I furiously laid on 305 till, in a harsh and doleful tone, it roared, "O hold for pity, sir, I am too great a sufferer, abused as you have been, be a witch, but conjured into a worse capric, 310 who sends me out on many a jaunt, old houses in the night to haunt, for opportunities to improve designs of thievery or love, with drugs conveyed in drink or meat, 315 all teats of witches counterfeit, kill pigs and geese with powdered glass, and make it for enchantment pass, with cowitch measle like a leper, and choke with fumes of guinea pepper. 320 make leeches and their punks with deutery, commit fantastical advotery, bewitch, hermetic men to run stark staring mad with manikin, believe mechanic virtuosi 325 can raise mountains in, potasy, and, sillier than the antic fools, take treasure for a heap of coals, seek out for plants with signatures, to quack of universal cures, 330 with figures ground on panes of glass make people on their heads to pass, and mighty heaps of coin increase, reflected from a single piece, to draw in fools, whose natural itches 335 incline perpetually to witches, and keep me in continual fears, and danger of my neck and ears, when less delinquents have been scarged, and hemp on wooden anvil fugged, 340 which others for cravats have worn about their necks, and took a turn. I pitied the sad punishment the wretched caitiff underwent, and left my drubbing of his bones, 345 too great an honor for poltroons, for knights are bound to feel no blows from paltry and unequal foes, who, when they slash, and cut to pieces, do all with civilest addresses. 350 their horses never give a blow, but when they make a leg, and bow. I therefore sparred his flesh, and pressed him about the which with many a question. Quoth he, for many years he drove 355 a kind of broking trade in love, employed in all intrigues, and trust of feeble, speculative lust, procure to extravagancy, and crazy ribaldry of fancy, 360 by those the devil had forsook, as things below him to provoke. But being a virtuoso, able to smatter, quack, and cant, and dabble. He held his talent most adroit 365 for any mystical exploit, as others of his tribe had done, and rated their prices 3 to 1, for one predicting pimp has odds of chaldrons of plain downright boards. 370 But as an elf, the devil's valet, is not so slight a thing to get, for those that do his business best, in hell are the ruggedest. Before so meriting a person 375 could he get a grant, but in reversion, he served 2 prenticeships, and longer, ithmystry of a ladymonger. For, as some write, a witch's ghost, as soon as from the body loosed 380 becomes a puny imp itself and is another witch's elf. He, after searching far and near, at length found one in Lancashire with whom he bargained beforehand, 385 and, after hanging, entertained, since which has played 1,000 feats, and practised all mechanic cheats, transformed himself to ugly shapes of wolves and bears, baboons and apes, 390 which he has varied more than witches, or pharaohs wizards could their switches, and all with whom has had to do, turned to as monstrous figures too. Witness myself, whom has abused 395 and to this beastly shape reduced, by feeding me on beans and peas, he crams in nasty crevices, and turns to comfits by his arts, to make me relish for desserts, 401 by one, with shame and fear, lick up the candid provender. Beside, but as was running on, to tell what other feats had done, the lady stopped his full career, 405 and told him now 'twas time to hear if half those things, said she, be true. They are all, quoth he, I swear by you. Why then, said she, that Sidrophale has damned himself to pit of hell, 410 who, mounted on a broom, the nag and hackney of a Lapland hag, in quest of you came hither post, within an hour, I'm sure, at most, who told me all you swear and say, 415 quite contrary another way, vowed that you came to him to know if you should carry me or no, and would have had him, and his imps, to be your matchmakers and pimps, 420 engage the devil on your side, and steal, like Proserpine, your bride. But he, disdaining to embrace so filthy a design and base, you fell to vaporing and huffing 425 and drew upon him like a ruffin, surprised him meanly, unprepared, before had time to mount his guard, and left him dead upon the ground, with many a bruise and desperate wound. 430 swore you had broke and robbed his house, and stole his talismanic louse, and all his new-found old inventions, with flat felonious intentions, which he could bring out where he had, 435 and what he bought them for, and paid. His flea, his morpion, and punies, had gotten for his proper ease, and all perfect minutes made, by ablest artist of the trade, 440 which, he could prove it, since he lost, he has been eaten up almost, and altogether might amount to many hundreds on account, for which had got sufficient warrant 445 to seize the malefactors errant, without capacity of bale, but of a cart's or horse's tail, and did not doubt to bring the wretches to serve for pendulums to watches, 450, which, modern virtuosos say, incline to hanging every way. Beside, he swore, and swore 'twas true, that, ere he went in quest of you, he set a figure to discover 455 if you were fled to Rye or Dover, and found it clear, that, to betray yourselves and me, you fled this way, and that he was upon pursuit, to take you somewhere hereabout. 460 he vowed he had intelligence of all that passed before and since, and found that, ere you came to him, why had been engaging life and limb about a case of tender conscience, 465 where both abounded in your own sense, till Ralpho, by his light and grace, had cleared all scruples in the case, and proved that you might swear and own whatever's by the wicked done, 470 for which, most basely to requite the service of his gifts and light, you strove to oblige him, by main force, to scourge his ribs instead of yours, but that he stood upon his guard, 475 and all your vapouring out dard, for which, between you both, the feat has never been performed as yet. While thus the lady talked, the knight turned outside of his eyes to white, 480, as men of inward light are wont to turn their optics in upon he wondered how she came to know what he had done, and meant to do, held up his affidavit hand, 485 as if had been to be arraigned, cast towards the door a look, in dread of Sidrophale, and spoke, Madam, if but one word be true of all the wizard has told you, 490 or but one single circumstance in all apocryphal romance, may dreadful earthquakes swallow down this vessel, that is all your own, or may the heavens fall, and cover 495 these relics of your constant lover. You have provided well, quoth she, I thank you, for yourself and me, and shown your Presbyterian wits jump punctual with the Jesuits, 500, a most compendious way, and civil, at once to cheat the world, the devil, and heaven and hell, yourselves, and those on whom you vainly think to impose. Why then, quoth he, may hell surprise, 505 that trick, said she, will not pass twice. I've learned how far I'm to believe your pinning oaths upon your sleeve. But there's a better way of clearing what you would prove than downright swearing, 510 for if you have performed the feat, the blows are visible as yet, enough to serve for satisfaction of nicest scruples in the action, and if you can produce those knobs, 515 although they are but the witches' drubs, I'll pass them all upon account, as if your natural self had done provided that they passed opinion of able juries of old women 520 who, us to judge all matter of facts for bellies, may do so. For backs, madam, quoth he, your love's a million, to do is less than to be willing, as I am, were it in my power, 525 to obey, what you command, and more, but for performing what you bid, I thank you as much as if I did. You know I ought to have a care to keep my wounds from taking air, 534 wounds in those that are all heart, are dangerous in any part. I find, quoth she, my goods and chattels are like to prove but mere drawn battles, for still the longer we contend, 535 we are but farther off the end. But granting now we should agree, what is it you expect from me? Your plighted faith, quoth he, and word you passed in heaven on record, 540 where all contracts, to have and to hold, are everlastingly enrolled and if 'tis counted treason here to raise records, 'tis much more there. Quoth she, there are no bargains driven, 545 or marriages clapped up, in heaven, and that's the reason, as some guess, there is no heaven in marriages, two things that naturally press too narrowly to be at ease. 550 their busness there is only love, which marriage is not like to improve, love, that's too generous to abide to be against its nature tidy, or where 'tis of itself inclined. 555 it breaks loose when it is confined, and like the soul, its harbourer. Bear the freedom of the air, disdains against its will to stay, but struggles out, and flies away, 560 and therefore never can comply to endure the matrimonial tie, that binds the female and the male, where one is but the other's bale, like Roman gaolers, when they slept, 565 chained to the prisoners they kept, of which the true and faithfulest lover gives best security to suffer. Marriage is but a beast, some say, that carries double in foul way, 570 and therefore 'tis not to be admired, it should so suddenly be turned, a bargain at a venture made, between two partners in a trade, for what's inferred by to have and to hold, 575 but something passed away, and sold. That as it makes but one of two, reduces all things else as low, and, at the best, is but a mart between the one and th other part, 580 that on the marriage day is paid, or hour of death, the bet is laid, and all the rest of better or worse, both are but losers out of purse. For when upon their ungot heirs 585 entail themselves, and all that's theirs, what blinder bargain e'er was driven, or wager laid at 6 and 7, to pass themselves away, and turn their children's tenants ere they're born. 590 beg one another idiot to guardians, ere they are begot, or ever shall, perhaps, by one, who's bound to vouch for his own, though got be implicit generation, 595 and general club of all the nation, for which she's fortified no less than all the island, with 4 seas, exacts the tribute of her dower, in ready insolence and power, 600 and makes him pass away to have and hold, to her, himself, her slave, more wretched than an ancient villain, condemned to drudgery and tilling. While all he does upon the buy, 605 she is not bound to justify, nor at her proper cost and charge maintain the feats he does at large. Such hideous sots were those obedient old vassals to their ladies regent, 610 to give the cheats the eldest hand in foul play by the laws of land, for which so many a legal cuckold has been run down in courts and truckled, a law that most unjustly yokes 615 all Johns of Styles to Jones of Noakes, without distinction of degree, condition, age, or quality, admits no power of revocation, nor valuable consideration. 620 Nor writ of error, nor reverse of judgment passed, for better or worse, will not allow the privileges that beggars challenge under hedges, who, when they aggrieve can make dead horses. 625 Their spiritual judges of divorces, while nothing else but rem in re can set the proudest wretches free, a slavery beyond enduring, but that tease of their own procuring. 630 As spiders never seek the fly, but leave him, of himself, apply, so men are by themselves employed, to quit the freedom they enjoyed, and run their necks into a noose. 635 They'd break after, to break loose, as some whom death would not depart, have done the feat themselves by art, like Indian widows, gone to bed in flaming curtains to the dead. 640 And men as often dangled 40, and yet will never leave the sport. Nor do the ladies want excuse for all the stratagems they use to gain the advantage of the set. 645 And lurch the amorous rook and cheat, for as the Pythagorean soul runs through all beasts, and fish and fowl, and has a smack of every one, so love does, and has ever done. 650 And therefore, though 'tis ne'er so fond, takes strangely to the vagabond. 'Tis but an ug that's reversed, whose hot fit takes the patient first, that after burns with cold as much. 655 As iron in Greenland does the touch, melts in the furnace of desire like glass, that's but the ice of fire, and when his heat of fancy's over, becomes as hard and frail a lover. 664 When he's with love powder laden, and primmed and cocked by miss or madam, the smallest sparkle of an eye gives fire to his artillery, and off the loud oaths go. But while 665 they are in the very act, recoil. Hence 'tis so few dare take their chance without a separate maintenance, and widows, who have tried one lover, trust none again, till have made over. 670 Or if they do, before they marry, the foxes weigh the geese they carry, and ere they venture o'er a stream, know how to size themselves and them, whence wittiest ladies always choose. 675 To undertake the heaviest goose, for now the world is grown so wary, that few of either sex dare marry, but rather trust on amours, the cross and pile for better or worse. 680 A mode that is held honorable, as well as French, and fashionable, for when it falls out for the best, where both are incommoded least, in soul and body to unite. 685 To make up one hermaphrodite, still amorous, and fond, and billing, like Philip and Mary on a shilling. Have more punctilios and caprices between the petticoat and breeches. 690 More petulant extravagances, than poets make in romances. Though when their heroes spouse the dames, we hear no more charms and flames, for then their later tracts decline. 695 And turn as eager as pricked wine, and all their caterwauling tricks, in earnest to as jealous peaks, which the ancients wisely signified by yellow mantos of the bride. 700 For jealousy is but a kind of clap and grinkum of the mind, the natural effects of love, as other flames and aches prove, but all the mischief is, the doubt 705 on whose account they first broke out. For though, Chineses go to bed, and lie in their ladies' stead, and for the pains they took before, are nursed and pampered to do more 710 our green men do it worse. When th hap to fail in labour of a clap both lay the child to one another, but who's the father, who the mother, 'tis hard to say in multitudes, 715 or who imported the French goods. But health and sickness being all one, which both ingagged before to own, and are not with their bodies bound to worship, only when they are sound, 720 both give and take their equal shares of all they suffer by false wares, a fate no lover can divert with all his caution, wit, and art. For 'tis in vain to think to guess 725 at women by appearances, that paint and patch their imperfections of intellectual complexions, and daub their tempers o'er with washes as artificial as their faces. 730 where under vizard masks their talents and mother-wits before their gallants, until they are hampered in the noose, too fast to dream of breaking loose, when all the flaws they strove to hide 735 are made unready with the bride, that with her wedding clothes undresses her complaisance and gentilesses, tries all her arts to take upon her the government from th easy owner. 740 until the wretch is glad to waive his lawful right, and turn her slave, find all his having, and his holding, reduct to eternal noise and scolding, the conjugal petard, that tears 745 down all portcullises of ears, and make the volley of one tongue for all their leathern shields too strong when only armed with noise and nails. The female silkworms ride the males, 750, transform them into rams and goats. Like sirens, with their charming notes, sweet as a screech owl's serenade, or those enchanting murmurs made by th husband, mandrake and the wife, 755 both buried, like themselves, alive. Quoth he, these reasons are but strains of wanton, overheated brains which ralliers, in their wit, or drink, do rather wheedle with than think 760 man was not man in paradise, until he was created twice, and had his better half, his bride, carved from the original, his side, to amend his natural defects, 765 and perfect his recruited sex, enlarge his breed at once, and lessen the pains and labor of increasing, by changing them for other cares, as by his dried up paps appears. 770 his body, that stupendous frame, of all the world the anagram is of two equal parts compact, in shape and symmetry exact, of which the left and female side 775 is to the manly right a bride, both joined together with such art, that nothing else but death can part. Those heavenly attracts of yours, your eyes, and face, that all the world surprise, 780 that dazzle all that look upon ye, and scorch all other ladies tawny, those ravishing and charming graces are all made up of two half faces, that in a mathematic line, 785 like those in other heavens, join, of which if either grew alone, would fright as much to look upon, and so would that sweet bud your lip, without the other's fellowship. 790 Our noblest senses act by pairs, 2 eyes to see, to hear, 2 ears, intelligences of the mind, to wait upon the soul designed, but those that serve the body alone, 795 are single, and confine to one. The world is but 2 parts, that meet and close at equinoctial fit, and so are all the works of nature, stamped with her signature on matter, 800, which all her creatures, to a leaf, or smallest blade of grass receive, all which sufficiently declare, how entirely marriage is her care, the only method that she uses 805 in all the wonders she produces, and those that take their rules from her, can never be deceived, nor err. For what secures the civil life, but pawns of children, and a wife? 810 That lie like hostages at stake, to pay for all men undertake, to whom it is as necessary as to be born and breathe, to marry, so universal all mankind, 815 In nothing else, is of one mind. For in what stupid age, or nation, was marriage ever out of fashion? Unless among the Amazons, or cloistered friars, and Vestal nuns, 820 or Stoics, who to bar the freaks and loose excesses of the sex, preposterously would have all women turned up to all the world in common. Though men would find such mortal feuds, 825 in sharing of their public goods, 'twould put them to more charge of lives, than they are supplied with now by wives, until they graze, and wear their clothes, as beasts do, of their native growths. 834 Simple wearing of their horns will not suffice to serve their turns. For what can we pretend to inherit, unless the marriage deed will bear it? Could claim no right to lands or rents, 835 But for our parents' settlements, had been but younger sons oth earth, bear it all, but for our birth. What honours or estates of peers, could be preserved but by their heirs 840 And what security maintains their right and title, but the banes? What crowns could be hereditary, if greatest monarchs did not marry, and with their consorts consummate 845 their weightiest interests of state? For all the amours of princes are but guarantees of peace or war, or what but marriage has a charm the rage of empires to disarm? 850 Make blood and desolation cease, and fire and sword unite in peace, when all their fierce contest for forage conclude in articles of marriage. Nor does the genial bed provide 855 less for the interests of the bride, who else had not the least pretence to as much as due benevolence, could no more title take upon her to virtue, quality, and honour. 860 Than ladies errant, unconfined, and feme covets all mankind all women would be of one piece, the virtuous matron and the miss, the nymphs of chaste, Diana's train, 865 The same with those in, Lucna's lane, but for the difference marriage makes twixt wives and ladies of the lakes, besides the joys of place and birth, the sex's paradise on earth, 870 A privilege so sacred held, that none will to their mothers yield, but rather than not go before, abandon heaven at the door. And if indulgent law allows 875 a greater freedom to the spouse, the reason is, because the wife runs greater hazards of her life, is trusted with the form and matter of all mankind by careful nature. 880 Where man brings nothing but the stuff she frames the wondrous fabric of, who therefore, in a strait, may freely demand the clergy of her belly, and make it save her the same way. 885 It seldom misses to betray, unless both parties wisely enter into the liturgy indenture, and though some fits of small contests sometimes fall out among the best, 890 That is no more than ever why lover does from his hackney lady suffer, that makes no breach of faith and love, but rather, sometimes, serves to improve. For as in running, ever why pace 895 is but between two legs a race, in which both do their uttermost to get before, and win the post, yet when they are at their race's ends, they are still as kind and constant friends. 900 And, to relieve their weariness, by turns give one another ease, so all those false alarms of strife between the husband and the wife, and little quarrels, often prove 905 to be but new recruits of love, when those are always kind or coy, in time must either tire or cloy. Nor are their loudest clamours more, than as they relish sweet or sour. 910 Like music, that proves bad or good, according as 'tis understood. In all amours, a lover burns with frowns as well as smiles by turns, and hearts have been as oft with sullen. 915 As charming looks surprised and stolen. Then why should more bewitching clamour some lovers not as much enamour? For discords make the sweetest airs, and curses are a kind of prayers. 922 Slight alloys for all those grand felicities by marriage gained. For nothing else has powr to settle interests of love perpetual, an act and deed, that makes one heart. 925 Becomes another's counterpart, and passes fines on faith and love, enrolled and registered above, to seal the slippery knots of vows, which nothing else but death can loose. 930 And what securities too strong, to guard that gentle heart from wrong, that to its friend is glad to pass itself away, and all it has, and, like an anchorite, gives over. 935 This world for heaven of lover. I grant, quoth she, there are some few who take that course, and find it true, but millions whom the same does sentence to heaven be another way, repentance. 940 Love's arrows are but shot at rovers, though all they hit, they turn to lovers, and all the weighty consequence depend upon more blind events, than gamesters, when they play a set. 945 With greatest cunning at piquet, put out with caution, but take in they know not what, unsight, unseen. For what do lovers, when they are fast in one another's arms embracte? 950 But strive to plunder, and convey each other, like a prize, away. To change the property of selves, as sucking children are by elves. And if they use their persons so, 955 What will they to their fortunes do? Their fortunes. the perpetual aims of all their ecstasies and flames. For when the money's on the book, and all my worldly goods, but spoke, 960, the formal livery and sison that puts a lover in possession, to that alone the bridegroom's wedded, the bride a flam, that's superseded. To that their faith is still made good, 965, and all the oaths to us they vowed. For when we once resign our POWRS, have nothing left we can call ours, our money's now become the miss of all your lives and services, 970, and we forsaken, and postponed, but boards to what before we owned, which, as it made Wyatt first gallant us, so now hires others to supplant us, until 'tis all turned out of doors, 975, as we had been, for new amours, for what did ever heiress yet by being born to lordships get? When the more ladysha is of manners, she's but exposed to more trepaners, 980 pays for their projects and designs, and for her own destruction finds, and does but tempt them with her riches, to use her as the devil does witches, who takes it for a special grace, 985, to be their cully for a space, that when the time's expurdy, the Drazels forever may become his vassals, so she, bewitched by rooks and spirits, betrays herself, and all she inherits, 990, is bought and sold, like stolen goods, by pimps, and matchmakers, and bawds, until they force her to convey, and steal the thief himself away. These are the everlasting fruits, 995, of all your passionate love suits, effects of all your amorous fancies to portions and inheritances, your lovesick rapture for fruition of dowry, jointure, and tuition, 1000, to which you make address and courtship, add with your bodies strive to worship, that infants' fortunes may partake of love too, for the mother's sake. For these you play at purposes, 1005, and love your loves with A's and B's, for these at bist and elomba woo, and play for love and money too, strive who shall be the ablest man at right gallanting of a fan, 1010, and who the most genteelly bred at sucking of a vizard head, how best accost us in all quarters, our question, and command new garters and solidly discourse upon 1015 all sorts of dresses, pro and con. For there's no mystery nor trade, but in the art of love is made, and when you have more debts to pay than Michaelmas and Ladyday, 1020, and no way possible to duty, but love and oaths, and restless suit, to us why apply to pay the scores of all your coloured, past amours, act o'er your flames and darts again, 1025, and charge us with your wounds and pain, which others' influences long since have charmed your noses with and shins, for which the surgeon is unpaid, and like to be, without our aid. 1030, Lord, what an amorous thing is want! How debts and mortgages enchant! What graces must that lady have that can from executions save! What charms that can reverse extent, 1035, and null decree and exigent! What magical attracts and graces, that can redeem from sire facias! From bonds and statutes can discharge, and from contempts of courts enlarge. 1040 These are the highest excellences of all your true or false pretenses, and you would damn yourselves, and swear as much tea and hostess dowager, grown fat and pursy by retail 1045 of pots of beer and bottled ale, and find her fitter for your turn, for fat is wondrous apt to burn, who at your flames would soon take fire, relent, and melt to your desire, 1050 and like a candle in the socket, dissolve her graces into your pocket. By this time 'twas grown dark and late, when they heard a knocking at the gate, laid on in haste with such a powder, 1055 The blows grew louder still and louder, which Hudibras, as if th had been bestowed as freely on his skin, expounding, by his inward light, or rather more prophetic fright, 1060 To be the wizard, come to search, and take him napping in the lurch turned pale as ashes or a clout, but why or wherefore is a doubt for men will tremble, and turn paler, 1065 With too much or too little valor, his heart laid on, as if it tried to force a passage through his side, impatient, as he vowed to wait but in a fury to fly at 1070 and therefore beat, and laid about, to find a cranny to creep out. But she, who saw in what a taking the knight was by his furious quaking, undaunted cried Courage, Sir Knight, 1075 No, I'm resolved to break no right of hospitality to a stranger, but, to secure you out of danger, will here myself stand sentinel, to guard this pass gainst Sidrophale. 1080 Women, you know, do seldom fail to make the stoutest men turn tail, and bravely scorn to turn their backs upon the desperatest attacks. At this the knight grew resolute 1085 as W. Ironside and hard-inute his fortitude began to rally, and out he cried aloud to Sally. But she besought him to convey his courage rather out oth way, 1090 and lodge in ambush on the floor, or fortify behind a door, that if the enemy showed enter, he might relieve her in th adventure. Meanwhile they knocked against the door 1095 as fierce as at the gate before, which made the renegado knight relapse again to his former fright. He thought it desperate to stay till th enemy had forked his way, 1100 but rather post himself, to serve the lady, for a fresh reserve his duty was not to dispute, but what she had ordered execute, which he resolved in haste to obey, 1105 and therefore stoutly marched away, and all encounter fell upon, though in the dark, and all alone, till fear, that braver feats performs than ever courage ard in arms, 1110 had drawn him up before a pass to stand upon his guard, and face, this he courageously invaded, and having entered barricado ensconced himself as formidable 1115 as could be underneath a table, where he lay down in ambush close, to expect th arrival of his foes. Few minutes he had lain perdue, to guard his desperate avenue, 1120 before he heard a dreadful shout, as loud as putting to the rout, with which impatiently alarmed he fancied enemy had stormed and, after entering, Sidrophale 1125 was fallen upon the guards pell-mell. He therefore sent out all his senses, to bring him in intelligences, which vulgars, out of ignorance, mistake for falling in a trance. 1130. But those that trade in geomancy, affirm to be the strength of fancy, in which the Lapland may ideal, and things incredible reveal. Meanwhile the foe beat up his quarters, 1135, and stormed the outworks of his fortress, and as another, of the same degree and party, in arms and fame, that in the same cause had ingagged, at war with equal conduct wagged, 1140, by venturing only but to thrust his head a span beyond his post. Be a general of the cavaliers was dragged through a window by ears, so he was served in his redoubt. 1145, and by the other end pulled out. Soon as they had him at their mercy, they put him to the cudgel fiercely, as if they'd scorned to trade or barter, by giving or by taking quarter. 1150, they stoutly on his quarters laid, until his scouts came in to his aid. For when a man is past his sense, there's no way to reduce him thence, but twinging him by ears or nose. 1155, or laying on of heavy blows, and if that will not do the deed, why, burning with hot irons proceed. No sooner was he come to himself, but on his neck a sturdy elf 1160 clapped in a trice, his cloven hoof, and thus attacked him with reproof: Mortal, thou art betrayed to us, be our friend, thy evil genius, who, for thy horrid perjuries, 1165, thy breach of faith, and turning lies, the brethren's privilege, against the wicked, on themselves, the saints, has here thy wretched carcass sent for just revenge and punishment. 1170, which thou hast now no way to lessen, but by an open, free confession. For if we catch thee failing once, 'twill fall the heavier on thy bones. What made thee venture to betray? 1175, and filch the lady's heart away, to spirit her to matrimony, that which contracts all matches, money. It was enchantment oft her riches that made apply to your crony witches. 1180, that, in return, would pay expense, the wear and tear of conscience, which I could have patched up, and turned for the 100th part of what I earned. Didst thou not love her then? Speak true. 1185, no more, quoth he, than I love you. How would Sttth have us her, and her money? First turned her up to alimony, and laid her dowry out in law, to null her jointure with a flaw. 1190, which I beforehand had agreed to have put, on purpose in the deed, and bar her widow's making over to a friend in trust, or private lover. What made thee pick and choose her out? 1195, to employ their sorceries about. That which makes gamesters play with those who have least wit, and most to lose. But didst thou scourge thy vessel thus, as thou hast damned thyself to us. 1200 I see you take me for an ass, 'tis true, I thought the trick would pass upon a woman well enough, as 't has been often found by proof, whose humours are not to be won. 1205 But when they are imposed upon, for love approves of all they do that stand for candidates, and woo. Why didst thou forge those shameful lies of bears and witches in disguise? 1210 That is no more than authors give the rabble credit to believe, a trick of following their leaders, to entertain their gentle readers, and we have now no other way. 1215 Of passing all we do or say which, when 'tis natural and true, will be believed be a very few, beside the danger of offence, the fatal enemy of sense. 1220 Why did thou choose that cursed sin, hypocrisy, to set up in? Because it is in the thriving St. calling, the only saint's bell that rings all in which all churches are concerned. 1225 And is the easiest to be learned, for no degrees, unless employ can ever gain much, or enjoy a gift that is not only able to domineer among the rabble, 1230 but by the laws empowered to rout, and or the greatest that stand out, which few hold forth against, for fear their hands should slip, and come too near, for no sin else among the saints. 1235 is taught so tenderly against. What made thee break thy plighted vows? That which makes others break a house, and hang, and scorn ye all, before endure the plague of being poor. 1240 Quoth he, I see you have more tricks than all your doting politics, that are grown old, and out of fashion, compare with your new reformation, that we must come to school to you. 1245 To learn your more refined, and new. Quoth he, if you will give me leave to tell you what I now perceive, you'll find yourself an arrant chouse, if I were but at a meeting house. 1250 'Tis true, quoth he, we ne'er come there, because W have let out by year. Truly, quoth he, you can't imagine what wondrous things they will engage in that as your fellow fiends in hell. 1255 Were angels all before they fell, so are you like to be compared with angels of us men. Quoth he, I am resolved to be thy scholar in this mystery. 1260 And therefore first desire to know some principles on which you go. What makes a knave a child of God, and one of us? A livelihood. What renders beating out of brains? 1265 And murder, godliness. Great gains. What's tender conscience? 'Tis a botch, that will not bear the gentlest touch, but breaking out, dispatches more than epidemical plague sore. 1270 What makes we encroach upon our trade, and damn all others? To be paid. What's orthodox, and true, believing against a conscience? A good living. What makes rebelling against kings? 1275 A good old cause. administrings. What makes all doctrines plain and clear? About £200 a year. And that which was proved true before, prove false again. 200 more. 1280. What makes the breaking of all oaths a holy duty? Food and clothes. What laws and freedom? Persecution. Being out of POWR, and contribution. What makes a church a den of thieves? 1285. A dean and chapter, and white sleeves. Add what would serve, if those were gone, to make it orthodox. Our own. What makes morality a crime? The most notorious of the time. 1290. Morality, which both the saints, and wicked too, cry out against. Cause grace and virtue are within prohibited degrees of kin, and therefore no true saint allows. 1295. They shall be suffered to espouse, for saints can need no conscience, that with morality dispense, as virtues impious, when 'tis rooted in nature only, and not imputed. 1300. But why the wicked should do so, we neither know, or care to do. What's liberty of conscience? Ith natural and genuine sense. 'Tis to restore, with more security, 1305. Rebellion to its ancient purity, and Christian liberty reduced to th elder practice of the Jews. For a large conscience is all one, and signifies the same with none. 1310. It is enough, quoth he, for once, and has reprieved thy forfeit bones. Nick Machiavel had ne'er a trick, though he gave his name to our old Nick, but was below the least of these. 1315. That pass ith world for holiness. This said, the furies and the light in th instant vanished out of sight, and left him in the dark alone, with stinks of brimstone and his own. 1320. The Z, Queen of Night, whose large command rules all the sea, and half the land, and over moist and crazy brains, in high spring tides, at midnight reigns, was now declining to the west. 1325. To go to bed, and take her rest, when Hudibras, whose stubborn blows denied his bones that soft repose, lay still expecting worse and more, stretched out at length upon the floor. 1330. And though he shut his eyes as fast as if had been to sleep his last, saw all the shapes that fear or wizards do make the devil wherefore vizards, and pricking up his ears, to hark. 1335. If he could hear too in the dark, was first invaded with a groan, and after in a feeble tone, these trembling words, unhappy wretch, what hast thou gotten by this fetch? 1340. For all thy tricks, in this new trade, thy holy brotherhood th blade. By sauntering still on some adventure, and growing to thy horse a centaur, to stuff thy skin with swelling knobs. 1345. Of cruel and hard-wooded drubs. For still th'st had the worst on yet, as well in conquest as defeat. Night is the Sabbath of mankind, to rest the body and the mind, 1350 which now thou art denied to keep, and cure thy laboured corpse with sleep. The knight, who heard the words, explained as meant to him, this reprimand, because the character did hit 1355 point blank upon his case so fit, believed it was some drolling sprite, that stayed upon the guard that night, and one of those had seen, and felt the drubs he had so freely dealt, 1360 when, after a short pause and groan, the doleful spirit thus went on, this tease engage with dogs and bears pell-mell together by the ears, and, after painful bangs and knocks, 1365 to lie in limbo in the stocks, and from the pinnacle of glory fall headlong into purgatory. Thought he, this devil's full of malice, that in my late disasters rallies. 1370 condemned to whipping, but declined it, by being more heroic-minded, and at a riding handled worse, with treats more slovenly and coarse, ingagged with fiends in stubborn wars, 1375 and hot disputes with conjurers, and when hadst bravely won the day, wast fain to steal thyself away. I see, thought he, this shameless elf would fain steal me too from myself. 1380 that impudently dares to own what I have suffered for and done, and now but venturing to betray, hast met with vengeance the same way. Thought he, how does the devil know 1385 what 'twas that I designed to do? His office of intelligence, his oracles, are seized long since, and he knows nothing of the saints, but what some treacherous spy acquaints. 1390 This is some pettifogging fiend, some under-doorkeeper's friend's friend, that undertakes to understand, and juggles at the second hand, and now would pass for spirit po. 1395 And all men's dark concerns folk know. I think I need not fear him, for these rallying devils do no hurt. With that he roused his drooping heart, and hastily cried out, What art? 1400 A wretch, quoth he, whom want of grace has brought to this unhappy place. I do believe thee, quoth the knight, thus far I'm sure art in the right, and know what 'tis that troubles thee. 1405 Better than thou'st guessed of me. Thou art some paltry, blackguard sprite, condemned to drug in the night. Thou'st no work to do in house, nor halfpenny to drop in shoes. 1410 Without the raising of which sum, you dare not be so troublesome, to pinch the slatterns black and blue, for leaving you their work to do. This is your busness, good pug Robin. 1415 And your diversion dull dry bobbing, entice fanatics in the dirt, and wash them clean in ditches 40, of which conceit you are so proud, at every jest you laugh aloud. 1420 As now you would have done by me, but that I barred your raillery. Sir, quoth the voice, why are no such, Sophie as you would have the world judge of ye? If you design to weigh our talents 1425 the standard of your own false balance, or think it possible to know us ghosts as well as we do you, we, who have been the everlasting companions of your drubs and basting, 1430 and never left you in contest, with male or female, man or beast, but proved as true to ye, and entire, in all adventures, as your squire. Quoth he, that may be said as true 1435 by the idlest pug of all your crew, for none could have betrayed us worse than those allies of ours and yours. But I have sent him for a token to your low country Hojan Mojan, 1440 to whose infernal shores I hope he'll swing like skippers in a rope. And, if I have been more just to me, as I am apt to think, than he, I am afraid it is as true, 1445 what ill affected say of you, why have spaced the covenant and cause, by holding up your cloven paws. Sir, quoth the voice, 'tis true, I grant, we made and took the covenant, 1450 but that no more concerns the cause than other perjuries do the laws, which when they are proved in open court, where wooden, see, peccadillos 40, and that's the reason Covenantus 1455 hold up their hands like rogues at bars. I see, quoth Hudibras, from whence these scandals of the saints commence, that are but natural effects of Satan's malice, and his sects, 1460 those spider saints, that hang by threads, spun out in trails of their heads. Sir, quoth the voice, that may as true and properly be said of you, whose talents may compare with either 1465 or both the other put together. For all the independents do, is only what you fork DM to, you, who are not content alone with tricks to put the devil down, 1470 but must have armies ready to back the gospel work you undertake, as if artillery, and edge tools, were the only engines to save souls, while he, poor devil, has no POWR 1475 by force to run down and devour, has ne'er a classy, cannot sentence to stools or poundage of repentance, is tidy up only to design, entice, and tempt, and undermine, 1480 in which you all his arts outdo, and prove yourselves his betters too. Hence possessions do less evil than mere temptations of the devil, which, all the horrid actions done, 1485 are charged in courts of law upon, because unless they help the elf, he can do little of himself, and therefore where his best possessed acts most against his interest, 1490 surprises none, but those have priests to turn him out, and exorcists, supplied with spiritual provision, and magazines of ammunition with crosses, relics, crucifixes, 1495 beads, pictures, rosaries, and pyxes, the tools of working our salvation by mere mechanic operation, with holy water, like a sluice, to overflow all avenues. 1500 but those are utterly unarmed to oppose his entrance. If he stormed he never offers to surprise, although his falsest enemies, but is content to be their drudge, 1505 and on their errands glad to trudge, for where are all your forfeitures entrusted in safe hands but ours, who are but jailers of the holes, 1510 and dungeons where you clap up souls, like underkeepers, turn the keys, your mittimus anathemas, and never boggle to restore the members you deliver upon demand, with fairer justice 1515 than all your covenanting trustees, unless to punish them the worse, you put them in the secular POWRS, and pass their souls, as some demise the same estate in mortgage twice, 1520 when to a legal, ut legation you turn your excommunication, and for a groat unpaid, that's due, distrain on soul and body too. Thought he, 'tis no mean part of civil 1525 state prudence to cajole the devil and not to handle him too rough, when has us in his cloven hoof. 'Tis true, quoth he, that intercourse has passed between your friends and ours, 1530 that as you trust us, in our way, to raise your members, and to lay, we send you others of our own, denounced to hang themselves or drown, or, frighted with our oratory, 1435 to leap down headlong. Many a story have us all means to propagate your mighty interests of state, laid out our spiritual gifts to further your great designs of rage and murder. 1544 If the saints are named from blood, we only have made that title good, and if it were but in our power, we should not scruple to do more, and not be half a soul behind 1545 of all dissenters of mankind. Right, quoth the voice, and as I scorn to be ungrateful, in return of all those kind good offices, I'll free you out of this distress, 1550 and set you down in safety, where it is no time to tell you here. The cock crows, and the morn grows on, when 'tis decreed I must be gone, and if I leave you here till day, 1555 you'll find it hard to get away. With that the spirit groped about, to find enchanted hero out, and tried with haste to lift him up, but found his forlorn hope, his crup, 1560 unserviceable with kicks and blows, received from hardened-hearted foes. He thought to drag him by the heels, like Gresham carts, with legs for wheels, but fear, that soonest cures those sores 1565 in danger of relapse to worse, came in to assist him with its aid and up his sinking vessel waded. No sooner was he fit to trudge, but both made ready to dislodge. 1570 The spirit horsed him like a sack upon the vehicle his back, and bore him headlong into hall, with some few rubs against the wall where finding out the postern locked 1575 and avenues as strongly blocked attacked the window, stormed the glass, and in a moment gained the pass, through which he dragged the worsted soldiers 4 quarters out by the head and shoulders, 1580 and cautiously began to scout, to find their fellow cattle out. Nor was it half a minute's quest, ere he retrieved the champion's beast, tied to a pale, instead of rack, 1585, but ne'er a saddle on his back, nor pistols at the saddle-bow, conveyed away the Lord knows how. He thought it was no time to stay, and let the night too steal away, 1590, but in a trice advanced the knight upon the berridge, bolt upright, and groping out for Ralpho's jade, he found the saddle too was strayed, and in the place a lump of soap, 1595, on which he speedily leaped up, and turning to the gate the rein, he kicked and cudgelled on amain. While Hudibras, with equal haste, on both sides laid about as fast, 1600, and spurred as jockeys used to break, or padders to secure, a neck where let us leave them for a time, and to their churches turn our rhyme, to hold forth their declining state, 1605, which now come near an even rate. Notes to Part 3. Canto 1. 15 and more, and c. Caligula was one of the emperors of Rome, son of Germanicus and Agrippina. He would needs pass for a god, and had the heads of the ancient statues of the gods taken off, and his own placed on in their stead, and used to stand between the statues of Castor and Pallas to be worshipped, and often bragged of lying with the moon. 43b and us d and c. Philters were love potions, reported to be much in request in former ages, but our true knight-errant hero made use of no other but what his noble achievements by his sword produced. 52c to th ordeal, and c. Ordeal trials were, when supposed criminals, to discover their innocence, went over several red-hot coal-to-irons. These were generally such whose chastity was suspected, as the Vestal Virgins, and c. 93d, so Spanish heroes, and c. The young Spaniards signalize their valor before the Spanish ladies at bull feasts, which often prove very hazardous, and sometimes fatal to them. It is performed by attacking of a wild bull, kept on purpose, and let loose at the combatant, and he that kills most, carries the laurel, and dwells highest in the lady's favor. 137 e to pawn, and c. His exterior ears were gone before, and so out of danger, but by inward ears is here meant his conscience. 252 f loud as, and c. Stentrophon, a speaking trumpet, by which the voice may be heard at a great distance, very useful at sea. 276 g as if th had, and c. This alludes to some abject lechers, who used to be disciplined with amorous lashes by their mistresses. 323 h bewitch hermetic men, and c. Hermes Trismegistus, an Egyptian philosopher, and said to have lived anno mundi 2076, in the reign of Ninus, after Moses. He was a wonderful philosopher and proved that there was but one God, the creator of all things, and was the author of several most excellent and useful inventions. But those hermetic men here mentioned, though the pretended sectators of this great man, are nothing else but a wild and extravagant sort of enthusiasts, who make a hodgepodge of religion and philosophy, and produce nothing but what is the object of every considering person's contempt. 326 I Potosí. Potosí is a city of Peru, the mountains whereof afford great quantities of the finest silver in all the Indies. 603 K more wretched, and C. Villanage was an antient tenure, by which the tenants were obliged to perform the most abject and slavish services for their lords. 639 L like Indian widows, and C. The Indian women, richly attired, are carried in a splendid and pompous machine to the funeral pile where the bodies of their deceased husbands are to be consumed, and they voluntarily throw themselves into it, and expire, and such as refuse. Their virtue is ever after suspected, and they live in the utmost contempt. 647 M4 as the Pythagorean, and C. It was the opinion of Pythagoras and his followers, that the soul transmigrated, as they termed it, into all the diverse species of animals, and so was differently disposed and affected, according to their different natures and constitutions. 707 N for though Chineses, and C. The Chinese men of quality, when their wives are brought to bed, are nursed and tended with as much care as women here, and are supplied with the best strengthening and nourishing diet, in order to qualify them for future services. 751 O transform them into rams, and C. The sirens according to the poets, were 3 sea monsters, half women and half fish. Their names were Parthenope, Lignia and Leucosia. Their usual residence was about the island of Sicily, where, by the charming melody of their voices, they used to detain those that heard them, and then transform them into some sort of brute animals. 755 P by the husband mandrake, and C. Naturalists report that if a male and female mandrake lie near each other, there will often be heard a sort of murmuring noise. 797 Q the world is but 2 parts, and C. The equinoctial divides the globe into north and south. 819 are unless among the Amazons, and C. The Amazons were women of Scythia, of heroic and great achievements. They suffered no men to live among them, but once every year used to have conversation with men of the neighboring countries, by which if they had a male child, they presently either killed or crippled it, but if a female, they brought it up to the use of arms, and burnt off one breast, leaving the other to suckle girls. 865 S the nymphs of chaste Dianas and C. Diana's nymphs, all of whom vowed perpetual virginity, and were much celebrated for the exact observation of their vow. 866 T Lucna's Lane. Some years ago swarmed with notoriously lascivious and profligate strumpets. 877 U the reason of it is and C. Demanding the clergy of her belly, which, for the reasons aforesaid, is pleaded in excuse by those who take the liberty to oblige themselves and friends. 1086 W as Ironside or Hardin Ute, and C. two famous and valiant princes of this country, the one a Saxon, the other a Dane. 1131 expert those that trade in geomancy, and c. The Lapland Magi. The Laplanders are an idolatrous people, far north, and it is very credibly reported, by authors and persons that have travelled in their country, that they do perform things incredible by what is vulgarly called magic. 1158 Why to burning with, and c. An allusion to cauterizing in apoplexies, and c. 1321 Z. The Queen of Night, and c. The moon influences the tides, and predominates over all humid bodies, and persons distempered in mind are called lunatics. 1344 And growing to thy horse, and c. The Centaurs were a people of Thessaly, and supposed to be the first managers of horses, and the neighboring inhabitants never having seen any such thing before, fabulously reported them monsters, half men and half horses. 1423 B. Sir, quoth the voice, and c. Sophie is at present the name of the kings of Persia, not Superdid, as Pharaoh was to the kings of Egypt, but the name of the family itself, and religion of Hali, whose descendants by Fatima's, Mahomet's daughter, took the name of Sophie. 1451 See where wooden peccadillos and c. Peccadillos were stiff pieces that went about the neck, and round about the shoulders, to pin the band, worn by persons nice in dressing. His wooden one is a pillory. 1483 D. Hence T's possessions, and c. Criminals, in their indictments, are charged with not having the fear of God before their eyes, but being led by the instigation of the devil. 1521 E. When to a legal legation, and c. When they return the excommunication into the chancery, there is issued out a writ against the person. 1524 F. Distrain on soul, and c. Excommunication, which deprives men from being members of the visible church, and formally delivers them up to the devil. Part 3 Canto 2. The argument. The saints engage in fierce contests about their carnal interests, to share their sacrilegious praise, according to their rates of grace, their various frenzies to reform, when Cromwell left them in a storm till, in th effigy of Rumps, the rabble burns all their grandees of the cabal. The learned write, an insect breeze is but a mongrel prince of bees, that falls before a storm on cows, and stings the founders of his house, from whose corrupted flesh that breed 5 of vermin did at first proceed. So ere the storm of war broke out, religion spawned a various rout of petulant capricious sects, the maggots of corrupted texts, 10 that first run all religion down, and after ever swarm its own. For as the Persian, Magi once upon their mothers got their sons, that were incapable to enjoy 15 that empire any other way, so presbyter begot the other upon the good old cause, his mother, then bore then like the devil's dam, whose son and husband are the same. 20 And yet no natural tie of blood nor interest for the common good could when their profits interfered, get quarter for each other's beard. For when they thrived, they never fagged, 25 But only by the ears ingagged, like dogs that snarl about a bone, and play together when they've none, as by their truest characters, their constant actions, plainly appears. 30 Rebellion now began, for lack of zeal and plunders to grow slack, the cause and covenant to lessen, and providence to be out of season, for now there was no more to purchase 35 Oth King's revenue, and the churches, but all divided, shardy, and gone, that us to urge the brethren on, which forked the stubborn st for the cause, to cross the cudgels to the laws, 40 That what by breaking them had gained, by their support might be maintained, like thieves, that in a hemp plot lie secured against the hue and cry, for presbyter and independent 45 were now turned plaintiff and defendant, laid out their apostolic functions on carnal orders and injunctions, and all their precious gifts and graces on outlawries and sire facias. 50 At Michael's term had many a trial, worse than the dragon and Saint Michael, where thousands fell, in shape of fees, into the bottomless abyss. For when like brethren, and like friends, 55 they came to share their dividends, and every partner to possess his church and state joint purchases, in which the ablest saint, and best, was nommed in trust by all the rest, 60 to pay their money, and, instead of every brother, pass the deed, he straight converted all his gifts to pious frauds and holy shifts, and settled all the other shares 65 upon his outward man, and says, held all they claimed as forfeit lands, delivered up into his hands, and passed upon his conscience, by pre-entail of providence, 70 impeached the rest for reprobates, that had no titles to estates, but by their spiritual attaints degraded from the right of saints. This being revealed, they now begun 75 with law and conscience to fall on, and laid about as hot and brain-sick as at a barrister of Swansick, ingagged with money-bags as bold as men with sand-bags did of old, 80 That brought the lawyers in more fees than all unsanctified trustees, till he who had no more to show ith case received the overthrow, or both sides having had the worst, 85 They parted as they met at first. Poor presbyter was now reduced, secluded, and cashiered, and chose turned out, and excommunicate from all affairs of church and state, 90 Reformed a reformado saint, and glad to turn itinerant, to stroll and teach from town to town, and those he had taught up, teach down, and make those uses serve Gen 95 against the new enlightened men, as fit as when at first they were revealed against the cavalier, damn Anabaptist and fanatic, as pat as popish and prelatic, 100 and with as little variation, to serve for any sect ith nation. The good old cause, which some believe to be the devil that tempted Eve with knowledge, and does still invite 105 the world to mischief with new light, had store of money in her purse when he took her for better or worse, but now was grown deformed and poor, and fit to be turned out of door. 110 The independents, whose first station was in the rear of Reformation, a mongrel kind of church dragoons, that served for horse and foot at once, and in the saddle of one steed 115 the Saracen and Christian rid, were free of every spiritual order, to preach, and fight, and pray, and murder, no sooner got the start to lurch both disciplines, of war and church 120 and providence enough to run the chief commanders of them down, but carried on the war against the common enemy oth saints, and in a while prevailed so far, 125 to win of them the game of war, and be at liberty once more to attack themselves, as th had before. For now there was no foe in arms, to unite their factions with alarms, 130 but all reduced and overcome, except their worst, themselves at home. Wh had compassed all they prayed and swore, and fought, and preached and plundered for, subdued the nation, church, and state, 135 and all things, but their laws and hate. But when they came to treat and transact, and share the spoil of all th had ransacked, to botch up what th had torn and rent, religion and the government, 140 they met no sooner, but prepared to pull down all the war had sparred agreed in nothing, but to abolish, subvert, extirpate, and demolish. For knaves and fools being near of kin 145 as Dutch boors are to a suitor kin, both parties joined to do their best to damn the public interest, and herded only in consults, to put by one another's bolts, 150 to outcant the Babylonian labourers, at all their dialects of jabberers, and tug at both ends of the saw, to tear down government and law. For as two cheats, that play one game, 155 are both defeated of their aim, so those who play a game of state, and only cavil in debate, although there's nothing lost or won, the public business is undone, 160 which still the longer tease in doing, becomes the surer way to ruin. This, when the royalists perceived who to their faith as firmly cleaved and owned the right they had paid down 165 so dearly for, the church and crown, th united constanter, and sided the more their foes divided. For though outnumbered, overthrown and by the fate of war run down, 170 their duty never was defeated, nor from their oaths and faith retreated, for loyalty is still the same, whether it win or lose the game, true as the dial to the sun, 175 although it be not shindy upon. But when these brethren in evil, their adversaries, and the devil, began once more to show them play, and hopes, at least, to have a day, 180 they rallied in parades of woods, and unfrequented solitudes, convened at midnight in outhouses, to appoint new rising rendezvouses, and with a pertinacy unmatched 185 for new recruits of danger watched. No sooner was one blow diverted, but up another party started, and, as if nature too, in haste to furnish out supplies as fast, 190 before her time, had turned destruction to a new and numerous production, no sooner those were overcome, but uprose others in their room, that, like the Christian faith, increased 195 the more they were suppressed, whom neither chains, nor transportation, prescription, sale, or confiscation, nor all the desperate events of former tried experiments 200 nor wounds could terrify, nor mangling, to leave off loyalty and dangling, nor death, with all his bones, affright from venturing to maintain the right, from staking life and fortune down 205 gainst altogether, for the crown, but kept the title of their cause from forfeiture, like claims in laws and prof. D. No prosperous usurpation can ever settle in the nation. 210 until, in spite of force and treason, they put their loyalty in possession, and by their constancy and faith, destroyed the mighty men of Gath. Tossed in a furious hurricane, 215 did Oliver give up his reign, and was believed as well by saints, as mortal men and miscreants, to founder in the Stygian ferry, until he was retrieved by Sterii, 220 who, in a phase erroneous dream, mistook the New Jerusalem profanely for the apocryphal, false heaven at the end hall, whither it was decreed by fate 225 his precious relics to translate. So Romulus, p. was seen before B as orthodox a senator, from whose divine illumination he stole the pagan revelation. 230 next him his son and heir apparent succeeded, though a lame vicegerent, who first laid by the Parliament, the only crutch on which he leant, and then sunk underneath the state, 235 that rode him above horseman's weight. And now the saints began their reign, for which th had yearned so long in vain, and felt such bowel hankerings, to see an empire all of kings. 240 delivered from the Egyptian awe of justice, government, and law, and free erect what spiritual cantons should be revealed or gospel hands towns, to edify upon the ruins 245 of John of Lydon's old outgoings, who for a weathercock hung up upon the mother church's top, was made a type, by Providence, of all their revelations since, 250 and now fulfilled by his successors, who equally mistook their measures, for when they came to shape the model, not one could fit another's noddle, but found their light and gifts more wide 255 from fadging than th unsanctified, while every individual brother strove hand to fist against another, and still the maddest, and most cracked, were found the busiest to transact 264 though most hands dispatch apace, and make light work, the proverb says, yet many difference-rent intellects are found to have contrary effects, and many heads to obstruct intrigues. 265 as slowest insects have most legs. Some were for setting up a king, but all the rest for no such thing, unless King Jesus. Others tampered for Fleetwood, Desborough, and Lambert, 270 some for the rump, and some, more crafty, for agitators, and the safety, some for the gospel, and massacres of spiritual affidavit makers, that swore to any human regents, 275 oaths of supremacy and allegiance, yet, though the ablest swearing saint that vouched the bull's oth covenant, others for pulling down high places of synods and provincial classes. 280 That us to make such hostile inroads upon the saints, like bloody Nimrods, some for fulfilling prophesies, and expiration of excise, and some against Egyptian bondage. 285 Of holidays, and paying poundage, some for the cutting down of groves, and rectifying bakers' loaves, and some for finding out expedients against the Slavoi of obedience. 290 Some were for gospel ministers, and some for redcoat seculars, as men most fit to hold forth the word, and wield the one and other sword. Some were for carrying on the work. 295 Against the Pope, and some the Turk, some for engaging to suppress the camisado of surplices, that gifts and dispensations hindered and turned to outward man the inward. 300 More proper for the cloudy night of popery than gospel light. Others were for abolishing that tool of matrimony, a ring, with which unsanctified bridegroom. 305 Is married only to a thumb, as wise as ringing of a pig, that us to break up ground, and dig winking smiley the bride to nothing but her will, that nulls the after-marriage still. 310 Some were for utter extirpation of linsey-woolsey in the nation, and some against all idolizing the cross in shops' books, or baptizing others to make all things recant. 315 The Christian or surname of saint, and force all churches, streets, and towns, the holy title to renounce. Some gainst a third estate of souls, and bringing down the price of coals. 320 Some for abolishing black pudding, and eating nothing with the blood in, to abrogate them roots and branches, while others were for eating haunches of warriors, and now and then. 325 The flesh of kings and mighty men, and some for breaking of their bones with rods of iron, by secret ones, for thrashing mountains, and with spells for hallowing carriers' packs and bells. 330 Things that the legend never heard of, but made the wicked sore afeard of. The quacks of government, who sate at unregarded helm of state, and understood this wild confusion. 335 Of fatal madness and delusion, must, sooner than a prodigy, portend destruction to be nigh. Considered timely how to withdraw, and save their windpipes from the law. 344 One rencounter at the bar was worse than all had scapped in war, and therefore met in consultation to cant and quack upon the nation, not for the sickly patient's sake. 345 For what to give, but what to take, to feel the pulses of their fees, more wise than fumbling arteries, prolong the snuff of life in pain, and from the grave recover, gain. 350 Among these there was a politician with more heads than a beast in vision, and more intrigues in every one than all the whores of Babylon, so politic, as if one eye. 355 Upon the other were a spy, that, to trepan the one to think the other blind, both strove to blink, and in his dark pragmatic way, as busy as a child at play. 360 had seen 3 governments run down, and had a hand in every one, was for and against all, but barbarous when they came to fall for by trepanning old to ruin. 365 He made his interest with the new one play true and faithful, though against his conscience, and was still advanced. For by the witchcraft of rebellion transformed a feeble state chameleon. 370 By giving aim from side to side, he never failed to save his tide, but got the start of every state, and at a change ne'er came too late, could turn his word, and oath, and faith. 375 As many ways as in a lath, by turning, wriggle, like a screw, in't highest trust, and out, for new. For when had happily incurred, instead of hemp, to be preferred, 380 and passed upon a government, he paid his trick, and out he went but, being out, and out of hopes to mount his ladder, more, of ropes, would strive to raise himself upon. 385 The public ruin, and his own, so little did he understand the desperate feats he took in hand. For when had got himself a name for fraud and tricks, he spoiled his game. 390 Had forked his neck into a noose, to show his play at fast and loose, and when he chanced to escape, mistook for art and subtlety, his luck. So right his judgment was cut fit. 395 And made a tally to his wit, and both together most profound at deeds of darkness underground, as earth is easiest undermined by vermin impotent and blind. 400 By all these arts, and many more, had practised long and much before, our state artificer foresaw which way the world began to draw. For as old sinners have all points 405 compass in their bones and joints, can by their pangs and aches find all turns and changes of the wind, and better than by Napier's bones feel in their own the age of moons. 410 So guilty sinners in a state can by their crimes prognosticate, and in their consciences feel pain some days before a shower of rain. He therefore wisely cast about 415 all ways he could ensure his throat, and hither came, observe and smoke what courses other riskers took, and to the utmost do his best to save himself, and hang the rest. 420 To match this saint, there was, another as busy and perverse a brother, an haberdasher of small wares in politics and state affairs, more Jew than Rabbi Ahitophel. 425 And better gifted to rebel, for when had taught his tribe to spouse the cause, aloft, upon one house, he scorned to set his own in order, but tried another, and went further. 430 So suddenly addicted still to's only principle, his will, that whatsoe'er it chanced to prove, nor force of argument could move, nor law, nor cavalcade of Hoban. 435 Could render half a grain less stubborn. For he at any time would hang for opportunity harangue, and rather on a gibbet dangle, than miss his dear delight, to wrangle. 440 In which his parts were so accomplished, that, right or wrong, he ne'er was nonplussed, but still his tongue ran on, the less of weight it bore, with greater ease, and with its everlasting clack. 445 Set all men's ears upon the rack. No sooner could a hint appear, but up he started to pick where, and made the stoutest yield to mercy, when he ingagged in controversy. 450 Not by the force of carnal reason, but indefatigable teasing, with volleys of eternal babble, and clamour, more unanswerable. For though his topics, frail and weak, 455 could ne'er amount above a freak, he still maintained like his faults, against the desperatest assaults, and backed their feeble lack of sense, with greater heat and confidence. 460 As bones of Hector's, when they differ, the more their cudgel grow the stiffer. Yet when his profit moderated, the fury of his heat abated. For nothing but his interest 465 could lay his devil of contest. It was his choice, or chance, or curse, to espouse the cause for better or worse, and with his worldly goods and wit, and soul and body, worshipped it. 470 But when he found the sullen traps possessed with devil, worms, and claps, the Trojan mare, in foal with Greeks, not half so full of jadish tricks, though squeamish in her outward woman, 475 As loose and rampant as dole common, he still resolved to mend the matter, to adhere and cleave the obstinater, and still the skittisher and looser her freaks appeared to sit the closer. 484 Fools are stubborn in their way, as coins are hardened by tha, and obstinacy's ne'er so stiff as when 'tis in a wrong belief. These two, with others, being met, 485 and close in consultation set, after a discontented pause, and not without sufficient cause, the orator we named of late, less troubled with the pangs of state 490 than with his own impatience, to give himself first audience, after he had a while looked wise, at last broke silence, and the ice. Quoth he, there's nothing makes me doubt 495 our last outgoings brought about, more than to see the characters of real jealousies and fears not feigned as once, but, sadly horrid, scored upon every member's forehead, 500, who, cause the clouds are drawn together, and threaten sudden change of weather, feel pangs and aches of state turns, and revolutions in their corns, and, since our workings out are crossed 505 throw up the cause before 'tis lost. Was it to run away we meant, when, taking of the covenant, the lamest cripples of the brothers took oaths to run before all others, 510 but in their own sense only swore to strive to run away before, and now would prove, that words and oath engage us to renounce them both. 'Tis true, the cause is in the lurch, 515 between a right and mongrel church, the presbyter and independent, that stickle which shall make an end on as 'twas made out to us the last expedient, I mean, Margaret's fast, 520 when Providence had been suborned, what answer was to be returned? Else why should tumults fright us now, we have so many times come through, and understand as well to tame, 525 as when they serve our turns to inflame, have proved how inconsiderable are all engagements of the rabble, whose frenzies must be reconciled with drums and rattles, like a child, 530 but never proved so prosperous as when they were led on by us, for all our scourging of religion began with tumult and sedition, when hurricanes of fierce commotion 535 became strong motives to devotion, as carnal seamen, in a storm, turn pious converts, and reform winking smiley. When rusty weapons, with chalked edges, maintained our feeble privileges, 540 and brown bills levied in the city, made bills to pass the Grand Committee, when zeal, with aged clubs and glaives, gave chase to rochets and white sleeves, and made the Church, and State, and laws, 545 submit to old iron and the cause. And as we thrived by tumults then, so might we better now again, if we knew how, as then we did, to use them rightly in our need. 550 tumults, by which the mutinous betray themselves instead of us. The hollow-hearted, disaffected, and close malignant are detected, who lay their lives and fortunes down 555 for pledges to secure our own, and freely sacrifice their ears to appease our jealousies and fears, and yet, for all these providences are offered, if we had our senses, 560 we idly sit like stupid blockheads, our hands committed to our pockets, and nothing but our tongues at large, to get the wretches a discharge, like men condemned to thunderbolts, 565 who, ere the blow, become mere dolts, or fools besotted with their crimes, that know not how to shift betimes, and neither have the hearts to stay, nor wit enough to run away, 570 who, if we could resolve on either, might stand or fall at least together, no mean or trivial solace to partners in extreme distress, who us to lessen their despairs, 575 by parting them into equal shares, as if the more they were to bear, they felt the weight the easier, and ever why one the gentler hung, the more he took his turn among. 580 but 'tis not come to that, as yet, if we had courage left, or wit, who, when our fate can be no worse, are fitted for the bravest course, have time to rally, and prepare 585 our last and best defense, despair, despair, by which the gallant St. feats have been achieved in greatest straits, and horrid St. danger safely waved, by being courageously outbraved, 590 as wounds by wider wounds are healed, and poisons by themselves expelled, and so they might be now again, if we were, what we showed be, men, and not so dully desperate, 595 to side against ourselves with fate, as criminals, condemned to suffer, are blinded first, and then turned over. This comes of breaking covenants, and setting up exorns of saints, 600 that fine, like aldermen, for grace, to be excused the efficace. For spiritual men are too transcendent, that mount their banks for independent, to hang like, Mahome in Thr. 605 or Street Ignatius at his prayer, by pure geometry, and hate dependence upon church or state, disdain the pedantry oth letter, and since obedience is better 610, the scripture says, than sacrifice, presume the less on will suffice, and scorn to have the moderat est stints prescribed their peremptory hints, or any opinion, true or false, 615 declared as such, in doctrinals. But left at large to make their best on, without being called et account or question, interpret all the spleen reveals, as Whittington explained the bells, 620 and bid themselves turn back again Lord Mayors of New Jerusalem, but look so big and overgrown, they scorn their edifiers own, who taught them all their sprinkling lessons, 625 their tones, and sanctified expressions bestowed their gifts upon a saint, like charity on those that want, and learned apocryphal bigots inspire themselves with shorthand notes, 634 which they scorn and hate them worse than dogs and cats do sowgelders. For who first bred them up to pray, and teach, the House of Commons way? Where had they all their gifted phrases, 635 but from our calamies and cases? Without whose sprinkling and sowing, who e'er had heard of Nye or Owen? Their dispensations had been stifled, but for our Adoniram Byfield, 640 and had they not begun the war, had ne'er been sainted, as they are, for saints in peace degenerate, and dwindle down to reprobate, their zeal corrupts, like standing water, 645 in intervals of war and slaughter, abates the sharpness of its edge, without the power of sacrilege. And though they've tricks to cast their sins as easy as serpents do their skins, 650 that in a while grow out again, in peace they turn mere carnal men, and from the most refined of saints, as naturally grow miscreants, as barnacles turn solemn geese 655 in islands of the Orcades. Their dispensations but a ticket, for their conforming to the wicked, with whom the greatest difference lies more in words, and show, than sense. 664 as the Pope, that keeps the gate of heaven, wears 3 crowns of state, so he that keeps the gate of hell, proud, Cerberus, wears 3 heads as well. And if the world has any troth 665 some have been canonized in both. But that which does them greatest harm, their spiritual gizzards are too warm, which puts the overheated sots in fevers still, like other goats. 674 though the whole bends heretics with flames of fire, like crooked sticks, our schismatics so vastly differ, hotter they grow the stiffer, still setting off their spiritual goods 675 with fierce and pertinacious feuds. For zeal's a dreadful termagant, that teaches saints to tear and rant, and independents to profess the doctrine of dependences. 680 turns meek, and secret, sneaking ones, to raw heads fierce and bloody bones, and, not content with endless quarrels against the wicked, and their morals, the Gibelins, for want of Guelphs, 685 divert their rage upon themselves. For now the war is not between the brethren and the men of sin, but saint and saint, to spill the blood of one another's brotherhood, 690 where neither side can lay pretence to liberty of conscience, or zealous suffering for the cause, to gain 1 groat's worth of applause, for though endure D with resolution, 695 'twill ne'er amount to persecution. Shall precious saints, and secret ones, break one another's outward bones, and eat the flesh of brethren, instead of kings and mighty men? 700 When fiends agree among themselves, shall they be found the greatest elves? When Bel's at union with the dragon, and Bulper friends with Dagon, when savage bears agree with bears, 705 shall secret ones lug saints by ears, and not atone their fatal wrath, when common danger threatens both. Shall mastiffs, by the collar pull D, ingag D with bulls, let go their hold, 710 and saints, whose necks are pawned D at stake, no notice of the danger take. But though no POWR of heaven or hell can pacify fanatic zeal, who would not guess there might be hopes, 715 the fear of gallowses and ropes, before their eyes, might reconcile their animosities a while, at least until had a clear stage, and equal freedom to engage, 720 without the danger of surprise by both our common enemies. This none but we alone could doubt, who understand their workings out, and know them, both in soul and conscience. 725 Given up as reprobate nonsense as spiritual outlaws, whom the POWR of miracle can ne'er restore we, whom at first they set up under, in revelation only of plunder, 730 who since have had so many trials of their encroaching self-denials, that rook upon us with design to out-reform, and undermine, took all our interest and commands 735 perfidiously out of our hands. Involved us in the guilt of blood without the motive gains allowed and made us serve as ministerial, like younger sons of Father Belial, 740 and yet, for all inhuman wrong had done us and the cause so long, we never fail to carry on the work still as we had begun, but true and faithfully obey 745 and neither preach them hurt, nor pray nor troubled them to crop our ears, nor hang us like the cavaliers, nor put them to the charge of gowls, to find us pillories and carts' tails. 750 or hangman's wages, which the state was forked before them, to be at that cut, like tallies, to the stumps, our ears for keeping true accompts, and burnt our vessels, like a new 755 sealed peck, or bushel, for being true, but hand in hand, like faithful brothers, held for the cause against all others, disdaining equally to yield one syllable of what we held, 760 and though we differed now and then bout outward things, and outward men, our inward men, and constant frame of spirit, still were near the same, until they first began to cant 765 and sprinkle down the covenant, we ne'er had call in any place, nor dreamed of teaching down free grace, but joined our gifts perpetually against the common enemy. 770 Although 'twas ours and their opinion, each other's church was but a rumen, and yet, for all this gospel union, and outward show of church communion, they'll ne'er admit us to our shares 775 of ruling church or state affairs, nor give us leave to absolve, or sentence T our own conditions of repentance, but shah D our dividend oth crown, we had so painfully preached D down, 780 and fork D us, though against the grain, T have calls to teach it up again, for 'twas but justice to restore the wrongs we had received before, and when 'twas held forth in our way, 785 W had been ungrateful not to pay, who, for the right W have done the nation, have earned our temporal salvation, and put our vessels in a way once more to come again in play. 794 If the turning of us out has brought this providence about, and that our only suffering is able to bring in the King, what would our actions not have done? 795 Had we been suffered to go on, and therefore may pretend a share, at least, in carrying on affair. But whether that be so, or not, W have done enough to have it thought, 800, and that's as good as if W had done T, and easier past T upon account, for if it be but half denied T's half as good as justified The world is naturally averse 805 to all the truth it sees or hears, but swallows nonsense, and a lie, with greediness and gluttony, and though it have the peak, and long, 'tis still for something in the wrong, 810 as women long, when they are with child, for things extravagant and wild, for meats ridiculous and fulsome, but seldom anything that's wholesome, and, like the world, men's jobberknolls 815 turn round upon their ears, the poles, and what they are confidently told, by no sense else can be controlled and this, perhaps, may prove time means once more to hedge in providence, 824 as relapses make diseases more desperate than their first accesses, if we but get again in POWR. Our work is easier than before and we more ready and expert 825 ith mystery to do our part. We, who did rather undertake the first war to create than make, and when of nothing 'twas begun, ready funds as strange to carry on, 830 trepanned the state, and facd it down with plots and projects of our own, and if we did such feats at first, what can we now we're better vasd, who have a freer latitude, 835 than sinners give themselves, allowed and therefore likeliest to bring in, on fairest terms, our discipline, to which it was revealed long since, we were ordained by Providence, 840 when, 3 saints ears, our predecessors, the cause's primitive confessors, being crucified the nation stood in just so many years of blood, that, multiplied by 6, expressed 845 the perfect number of the beast, and proved that we must be the men to bring this work about again, and those who laid the first foundation, complete the thorough reformation, 854 who have gifts to carry on so great a work, but we alone. What churches have such able pastors, and precious, powerful, preaching masters? Possessed with absolute dominions 855 o'er brethren's purses and opinions, and trusted with the double keys of heaven and their warehouses, who, when the cause is in distress, can furnish out what sums they please, 860 that brooding lie in bankers' hands, to be dispersed at their commands, and daily increase and multiply, with doctrine, use, and usury, can fetch in parties, as in war 865 all other heads of cattle are, from th enemy of all religions, as well as high and low conditions, and share them, from blue ribands, down to all blue aprons in the town, 870 from ladies hurried in corleches, with cornets at their footmen's breeches, to boards as fat as Mother Nab, all guts and belly, like a crab. Our party's great, and better tidy 875 with oaths and trade than any side, has one considerable improvement, to double fortify the covenant, I mean our covenant to purchase delinquents' titles, and the churches, 880 that pass in sale, from hand to hand, among ourselves, for current land, and rise or fall, like Indian actions, according to the rate of factions our best reserve for reformation, 885 when new outgoings give occasion, that keeps the loins of brethren girt the covenant, their creed. T assert, and when th have packed a parliament, will once more try th expedient, 890 who can already muster friends, to serve for members, to our ends, that represent no part o th nation, but, Fisher's Folly congregation, are only tools to our intrigues, 895 and sit like geese to hatch our eggs, who, by their precedence of wit, outfast, outloiter, and outsit, can order matters underhand, to put all busness to a stand, 900 lay public bills aside for private, and make M1. Another drive out, divert the great and necessary, with trifles to contest and vary, and make the ration represent, 905 and serve for us, in Parliament cut out more work than can be done in Plato's year, but finish none, unless it be the bulls of Lenthal, that always pass D for fundamental, 910 can set up grandee against grandee, to squander time away, and bandy, make lords and commoners lay sieges to one another's privileges, and, rather than compound the quarrel, 915 engage to th inevitable peril of both their ruins, th only scope and consolation of our hope, who though we do not play the game, assist as much by giving aim, 920 can introduce our ancient arts, for heads of factions act their parts, know what a leading voice is worth, a seconding, a third, or fourth how much a casting voice comes to, 925 that turns up trump, of a, or no, and, by adjusting all at th end, share every one his dividend an art that so much study cost, and now's in danger to be lost, 930 unless our ancient virtuosos, that found it out, get into th houses. These are the courses that we took to carry things by hook or crook, and practice D down from 4 to 4, 935 until they turned us out of door. Besides the herds of bootifuse we set on work without the house, whenever knight and citizen kept legislative journeymen, 940 to bring them in intelligence from all points of the rabble's sense, and fill the lobbies of both houses with politic important buzzes, set committees of cabals, 945 to pack designs without the walls, examine, and draw up all news, and fit it to our present use. Agree upon the plot oth farce, and every one his part rehearse. 950 make qs of answers, to waylay what th other past is like to say what repartees, and smart reflections, shall be returned to all objections, and who shall break the master jest. 955 and what, and how, upon the rest held pamphlets out, with safe editions, of proper slanders and seditions, and treason for a token send, by letter to a country friend. 960 disperse lampoons, the only wit that men, like burglary, commit, wit falser than a padder's face, that all its owner does betrays, who therefore dares not trust it when 965 he's in his calling to be seen, disperse the dung on barren earth, to bring new weeds of discord forth, be sure to keep up congregations, in spite of laws and proclamations. 974 charlatans can do no good until they are mounted in a crowd, and when they are punished, all the hurt is but to fare the better for as long as confessors are sure. 975 of double pay for all th endure, and what they earn in persecution, are paid a groat in contribution. Whence some tub holders forth have made in powdering tubs their richest trade. 980 and while they kept their shops in prison, have found their prices strangely risen. Disdain to own the least regret for all the Christian blood you have let, 'twill save our credit, and maintain. 985 our title to do so again, that needs not cost 1 dram of sense, but pertinacious impudence. Our constancy our principles, in time will wear out all things else. 990 like marble statues rubbed in pieces with gallantry of pilgrims' kisses, while those who turn and wind their oaths, have swelled and sunk, like other froths, prevailed a while, but 'twas not long. 995 before from world to world they swung, as they had turned from side to side, and as the changelings lived they dyd. This said, th impatient statesmonger could now contain himself no longer. 1,000 who had not sparred to show his peaks against th haranguers politics, with smart remarks of leering faces, and annotations of grimaces. After had administered a dose 1005 of snuff mundungus to his nose, and powdered th inside of his skull, instead of th outward jobinol, he shook it with a scornful look on th adversary, and thus he spoke. 1010 in dressing a calf's head, although the tongue and brains together go, both keep so great a distance here, 'tis strange if ever they come near, for who did ever play his gambols 1015 with such insufferable rambles to make the bringing in the king, and keeping of him out, one thing which none could do, but those that swore as point-blank nonsense heretofore. 1020 that to defend, was to invade, and to assassinate, to aid unless, because you drove him out, and that was never made a doubt, no POWR is able to restore. 1025 and bring him in, but on your score a spiritual doctrine, that conduces most properly to all your uses. 'Tis true, a scorpion's oil is said to cure the wounds the vermin made. 1030 and weapons, dressed with salves, restore and heal the hurts they gave before. But whether Presbyterians have so much good nature as the salve, or virtue in them as the vermin, 1035 those who have tried them can determine. Indeed, pity you should miss arrears of all your services, and for eternal obligation why have laid upon ungrateful nation, 1040 be us so unconscionably hard, as not to find a just reward, for letting rapine loose, and murder, to rage just so far, but no further, and setting all the land on fire, 1045 to burn to a scantling, but no higher, for venturing to assassinate, and cut the throats, of church and state, and not be allowed the fittest men to take the charge of both. Gen. 1050 especially, that have the grace of self-denying, gifted face, who when your projects have miscarried, can lay them, with undaunted forehead, on those you painfully trepanned, 1055 and sprinkled in at second hand, as we have been, to share the guilt of Christian blood, devoutly spilt, for so our ignorance was flammed to damn ourselves, avoid being damned, 1060 till finding your old foe, the hangman, was like to lurch you at backgammon and win your necks upon the set, as well as ours, who did but bet, for he had drawn your ears before, 1065 and nicked them on the self-same score. We threw the box and dice away, before why had lost us, at foul play, and brought you down to rook, and lie, and fancy only, on the buy. 1070 redeemed your forfeit jobberknolls from perching upon lofty poles, and rescued all your outward traitors from hanging up like alligators, for which ingeniously why have showed 1075 your Presbyterian gratitude, would freely have paid us home in kind, and not have been one rope behind. Those were your motives to divide, and scruple, on the other side. 1080 to turn your zealous frauds, and force, to fits of conscience and remorse, to be convinced they were in vain, and face about for new again, for truth no more unveiled your eyes. 1085 than maggots are convinced to flies, and therefore all your lights and calls are but apocryphal and false, to charge us with the consequences of all your native insolences. 1090 that to your own imperious wills laid law and gospel neck and heels, corrupted the Old Testament, to serve the New for precedent amend its errors and defects. 1095 with murder and rebellion texts, of which there is not any one in all the book to sew upon, and therefore, from your tribe, the Jews held Christian doctrine forth, and use. 1100 as Mahomet, your chief, began to mix them in the Al-Quran, denounced and prayed, with fierce devotion, and bended elbows on the cushion, stole from the beggars all your tones. 1105 and gifted mortifying groans, had lights where better eyes were blind, as pigs are said to see the wind. Filled Bedlam with predestination, and Knightsbridge with illumination. 1110 made children, with your tones, to run 40, as bad as Bloodybones, or Lunsford, while women, great with child, miscarried, for being to malignants married transformed all wives to Dalilas 1115 whose husbands were not for the cause, and turned the men to 10-horned cattle, because they came not out to battle made tailors' prentices turn heroes, for fear of being transformed to maros, 1120 and rather forfeit their indentures, than not espouse the saints' adventures. Could transubstantiate, metamorphose, and charm whole herds of beasts, like Orpheus, enchant the kings and churches' lands 1125 obey and follow your commands, and settle on a new freehold, as Marklahill had done of old, could turn the covenant, and translate the gospel into spoons and plate, 1130 expound upon all merchants' cashes, and open intricatest places could catechism on a box, and prove all pouches orthodox, until the cause became a daemon, 1135 and Pythias the wicked mammon. And yet, in spite of all your charms to conjure legion up in arms, and raise more devils in the rout than why were able to cast out, 1140 why have been reduced, and by those fools bred up, you say, in your own schools, who, though but gifted at your feet, have made it plain, they have more wit, by whom why have been so oft trepanned, 1145 and held forth out of all command, outgifted, out-impulsed, outdone, and out-revealed at carryings on, of all your dispensations wormed, out-providenced, and out-reformed, 1150 ejected out of church and state, and all things, but the people's hate, and spirited out of enjoyments of precious, edifying employments, by those who logged their gifts and graces, 1155 like better bowlers, in your places, all which you bore with resolution, charged on accompt of persecution, and though most righteously oppressed, against your wills, still acquiesced, 1160 and never hummed and hardy sedition, nor snuffled treason, nor misprision. That is, because you never durst, for had you preached and prayed your worst, alas! You were no longer able 1165 to raise your posse of the rabble, one single redcoat sentinel out-charmed the magic of the spell, and, with his squirt fire, could disperse whole troops with chapter raid and verse. 1170 We knew too well those tricks of yours, to leave it ever in your powers, or trust our safeties, or undoings, to your disposing of outgoings, or to your ordering providence. 1175 1 farthing's worth of consequence. For had you POWR to undermine, or wit to carry a design, or correspondence to trepan, inveigle, or betray one man, 1180 there's nothing else that intervenes, and bars your zeal to use the means and therefore wondrous like, no doubt, to bring in kings, or keep them out. Brave undertakers to restore, 1185 that could not keep yourselves in POWR, advance the interests of the crown, that wanted wit to keep your own. 'Tis true, you have, for I'd be loath to wrong ye, done your parts in both, 1190 to keep him out, and bring him in, as grace is introduced by sin, for 'twas your zealous want of sense, and sanctified impertinence, your carrying business in a huddle. 1195 that forked our rulers to new model, obliged the state to tack about, and turn you, root and branch, all out, to reformado, one and all, your great, Croisadu General. 1200 your greedy slavering to devour, before 'twas in your clutches, POWR, that sprung the game you were to set, before why had time to draw the net, your spite to see the church's lands 1205 divided into other hands, and all your sacrilegious ventures laid out in tickets and debentures, your envy to he sprinkled down, by under churches in the town, 1210 and no cause us to stop their mouths, nor independence spreading growths all which consider T's most true none bring him in so much as you who have prevailed beyond their plots, 1215 their midnight juntos, and sealed knots that thrive more by your zealous peaks, than all their own rash politics, and you this way may claim a share in carrying, as you brag, affair, 1220 else frogs and toads, that croaked the Jews from Pharaoh and his brick kilns loose, and flies and mange, that set them free from taskmasters and slavery, were likelier to do the feat, 1225 in any indifferent man's conceit, for who heard of restoration until your thorough reformation. That is, the king's and church's land were sequestered into other hands, 1234 only then, and not before, your eyes were opened to restore. And when the work was carrying on, who crossed it, but yourselves alone? As by a world of hints appears, 1235 all plain and extant as your ears. But first, first, the Isle of Wight will rise up, if you should deny where Henderson, and other masses, were sent to cap texts, and put cases, 1240 to pass for deep and learned scholars, although but paltry, and solace, as if unseasonable fools had been a-coursing in the schools, until had proved the devil author 1245 covenant, and the cause his daughter, for when they charged him with the guilt of all the blood that had been spilt, they did not mean he wrought effusion, in person, like, Sir Pride, or Husan, 1250, but only those who first begun the quarrel were by him set on, and who could those be but the saints, those Reformation termagants? But ere this past the wise debate 1255 spent so much time, it grew too late, for Oliver had gotten ground, enclose him with his warriors round, had brought his providence about, and turned untimely sophists out, 1260, nor had the Uxbridge busness less of nonsense in or sottishness, when from a scoundrel holder forth, the scum as well as son earth, your mighty senators took law, 1265 at his command, were forked withdraw, and sacrifice the peace nation to doctrine. Use and application. So when the Scots, your constant cronies, espousers of your cause and monies, 1270 who had so often, in your aid, so many ways been soundly paid, came in at last for better ends, to prove themselves your trusty friends, you basely left them, and the Church 1275 they trained you up to, in the lurch, and suffered your own tribe of Christians to fall before, as true Philistines. This shows what utensils why have been, to bring the king's concernments in, 1280 which is so far from being true, that none but he can bring in you, and if he take you into trust, will find you most exactly just, such as will punctually repay 1285 with double interest, and betray. Not that I think those pantomimes, who vary action with the times, are less ingenious in their art, than those who dully act one part, 1290 or those who turn from side to side, more guilty than the wind and tide. All countries are a wise man's home, and so are governments to some, who change them for the same intrigues 1295 that statesmen use in breaking leagues, while others, in old faiths and troths, look odd as out of fashion cloths, and nastier in an old opinion, than those who never shift their linen. 1300 for true and faithful's sure to lose, which way soever the game goes, and whether parties lose or win, is always nick d, or else heg d in, while POWR usurp d, like still en delight. 1305 is more bewitching than the right, and when the times begin to alter, none rise so high as from the halter. And so may we, if W have but sense to use the necessary means. 1310 and not your usual stratagems on one another, lights and dreams to stand on terms as positive, as if we did not take, but give, set up the covenant on crutches. 1315 gainst those who have us in their clutches, and dream of pulling churches down, before W are sure to prop our own, your constant method of proceeding, without the carnal man's of heeding. 1320 who twixt your inward sense and outward, are worse, than if we had none accoutred. I grant, all courses are in vain, unless we can get in again, the only way that's left us now. 1325 but all the difficulties, how? 'Tis true, W have money, th only POWR that all mankind falls down before, money, that, like the swords of kings, is the last reason of all things. 1330 and therefore need not doubt our play has all advantages that way, as long as men have faith to sell, and meet with those that can pay well, whose half-starved pride, and avarice. 1335 One church and state will not suffice t exposed to sale, beside the wages of storing plagues to after ages. Nor is our money less our own, than 'twas before we laid it down. 1344 'Twill return, and turn t account, if we are brought, in play upon t, or but, by casting knaves, get in, what POWR can hinder us to win. We know the arts we used before, 1345 in peace and war, and something more, and by unfortunate events, can mend our next experiments, for when we are taken into trust, how easy are the wisest choosed. 1350 who see but outsides of our feats, and not their secret springs and weights, and while they are busy at their ease, can carry what designs we please. How easy is it to serve for agents, 1355 to prosecute our old engagements, to keep the good old cause on foot, and present power from taking root. Inflame them both with false alarms of plots and parties taking arms, 1360 to keep the nation's wounds too wide from healing up of side to side, profess the passionatest concerns for both their interests by turns, the only way to improve our own, 1365 by dealing faithfully with none, as bowls run true, by being made on purpose false, and to be swayed. For if we should be true to either, 'twould turn us out of both together, 1370 and therefore have no other means to stand upon our own defense, but keeping up our ancient party in vigor, confident and hearty, to reconcile our late dissenters, 1375 our brethren, though by other venters, unite them, and their different maggots, as long and short sticks are in faggots, and make them join again as close as when they first began to espouse. 1380 erect them into separate new Jewish tribes, in church and state, to join in marriage and commerce, and only among themselves converse, and all that are not of their mind. 1385 make enemies to all mankind, take all religions in and stickle from conclave down to conventicle, agreeing still, or disagreeing, according to the light in being. 1390 sometimes for liberty of conscience, and spiritual misrule, in one sense, but in another quite contrary, as dispensations chance to vary, and stand for, as the times will bear it. 1395 all contradictions of the Spirit, protect their emissaries, empower to preach sedition and the word, and when they are hampered by the laws, release the laborers for the cause. 1400 and turn the persecution back on those that made the first attack, to keep them equally in awe, from breaking or maintaining law, and when they have their fits too soon, 1405 before the full tides of the moon, put off their zeal to a fitter season for sowing faction in and treason, and keep them hooded, and their churches, like hawks from baiting on their perches. 1410 that, when the blessed time shall come of quitting Babylon and Rome, they may be ready to restore their own fifth monarchy once more. Meanwhile be better armed to fence 1415 against revolts of Providence, by watching narrowly, and snapping all blind sides of it. They happen, for if success could make us saints, or ruin turn us miscreants. 1420 a scandal that would fall too hard upon a few, and unprepared. These are the courses we must run, spite of our hearts, or be undone, and not to stand on terms and freaks. 1425 before we have secured our necks, but do our work, as out of sight, as stars by day, and suns by night, all license of the people own, in opposition to the crown. 1430 And for the crown as fiercely side, the head and body to divide, the end of all we first designed, and all that yet remains behind be sure to spare no public rapine. 1435 On all emergencies that happen, for 'tis as easy to supplant authority as men in want, as some of us, in trusts, have made the one hand with the other trade. 1440 Gained vastly by their joint endeavor, the right a thief, the left receiver, and what the one, by tricks, forestalled, the other, by as sly, retailed. For gain has wonderful effects. 1445 To improve the factory of sects, the rule of faith in all professions. And great Diana of the Ephesians, whence turning of religions made the means to turn and wind a trade. 1450 And though some change it for the worse, they put themselves into a course, and draw in store of customers, to thrive the better in commerce, for all religions flock together. 1455 Like tame and wild fowl of a feather, to nab the itches of their sects, as jades do one another's necks. Hence 'tis hypocrisy as well will serve to improve a church as zeal. 1460 As persecution or promotion, do equally advance devotion. Let business, like ill watches, go sometime too fast, sometime too slow, for things in order are put out. 1465 So easy, ease itself will do t, but when the feat's designed and meant, what miracle can bar th event? For 'tis more easy to betray, than ruin any other way. 1470 All possible occasions start the weightiest matters to divert, obstruct, perplex, distract, entangle, and lay perpetual trains to wrangle. But in affairs of less import, 1475 That neither do us good nor hurt, and they receive as little by, outfawn as much, and outcomply, and seem as scrupulously just, to bait our hooks for greater trust. 1480 But still be careful to cry down all public actions, though our own, the least miscarriage aggravate, and charge it all upon the sate, express the horrid detestation. 1485 And pity the distracted nation, tell stories scandalous and false, ith proper language of cabals, where all a subtle statesman says, is half in words, and half in face. 1490 As Spaniards talk in dialogues of heads and shoulders, nods and shrugs, entrust it under solemn vows of mum, and silence, and the rose, to be retailed again in whispers. 1495 For th easy credulous to disperse. Thus far the statesman, when a shout, heard at a distance, put him out, and straight another, all aghast, rushed in with equal fear and haste. 1500 Who starred about, as pale as death, and, for a while, as out of breath, till having gathered up his wits, he thus began his tale by fits. That, k, beastly rabble, that came down 1505 from all the garrets, in the town, and stalls, and shopboards, in vast swarms, with new chalk-d bills, and rusty arms, to cry the cause up, heretofore, and bawl the bishops out of door. 1510 are now drawn up, in greater shoals, to roast, and broil us on the coals, and all the grandees of our members are carbonading, on the embers, knights, citizens, and burgesses. 1515 held forth by rumps, of pigs and geese, that serve for characters and badges, to represent their personages. Each bonfire is a funeral pile, in which they roast, and scorch, and broil. 1520 and every representative have vowed to roast, and broil alive, and 'tis a miracle, we are not already sacrificed incarnate. For while we wrangle here, and jar, 1525 are grilled all at Temple Bar, some on the signpost of an alehouse, hang in effigy, on the gallows, made up of rags, to personate respective officers of state. 1530 that henceforth they may stand reputed, prescribed in law, and executed, and while the work is carrying on be ready listed under L. Don, that worthy patriot, once the bellows. 1535 and tinder box, of all his fellows, the actor festi member of the five, as well as the most primitive, who for his faithful service then is chosen for a fifth agen. 1540, for since the state has made a kint of generals, he's listed in T. This worthy, as the world will say, is paid in specie, his own way, for, moulded to the life in clouts. 1545 th have picked from dunghills hereabouts, he's mounted on a hazel baven, a crop malignant baker gave and to the largest bonfire riding, they've roasted cook already and pride in. 1550 on whom in equipage and state, his scarecrow fellow members wait, and march in order, 2 and 2, as at Thanksgivings thusd to do, each in a tattered talisman. 1555 like vermin in effigy, slain. But, what's more dreadful than the rest, those rumps are but the tail oth beast, set up by popish engineers, as by the crackers plainly appears. 1564 none but Jesuits have a mission to preach the faith with ammunition, and propagate the church with powder. Their founder was a blown-up soldier. These spiritual pioneers oth whores, 1565 that have the charge of all her stores, since first they failed in their designs, to take in heaven by springing mines, and with unanswerable barrels of gunpowder dispute their quarrels. 1570 now take a course more practicable, by laying trains to fire the rabble, and blow us up in open streets, disguised in rumps, like Sambinites, more like to ruin, and confound. 1575 than all the doctrines underground. Nor have they chosen rumps amiss for symbols of state mysteries, though some suppose 'twas but to show how much they scorned the saints. The few, 1580 who, cause they are wasted to the stumps, are represented best by rumps. But Jesuits have deeper reaches in all their politic far-fetches, and from the Coptic priest, O. Kercherus, 1585 found out this mystic way to jeer us. For, as Th. P. Egyptians us d by b's t express their antic talomes, and by their stings, the swords they wore, held forth authority and power. 1590 Because these subtle animals bear all their interests in their tails, and when they are once imparted in that, are banished their well-ordered state, they thought all governments were best. 1595 By hieroglyphic rumps expressed. For, as in bodies natural, the rump's the fundament of all, so, in a commonwealth, or realm, the government is called the helm. 1600 With which, like vessels under sail, they are turned and winded by the tail, which birds and fishes steer their courses with through sea and air, to whom the rudder of the rump is. 1605 The same thing with the stern and compass. This shows how perfectly the rump and commonwealth in nature jump. For as a fly, that goes to bed, rests with his tail above his head, 1610 So in this mongrel state of ours, the rabble are the supreme powers, that horsed us on their backs, to show us a jadish trick at last, and throw us. The learned rabbins of the Jews 1615 write there's a bone, which they call Leuz, ith rump of man, of such a virtue, no force in nature can do hurt to, and therefore at the last great day, all other members shall, they say, 1620 spring out of this, as from a seed all sorts of vegetals proceed, from whence the learned sons of Artos Sacrum justly style that part. Then what can better represent 1625 than this rump bone, the Parliament, that, alters several rude ejections, and as prodigious resurrections, with new reversions of 9 lives, starts up, and like a cat revives. 1630 But now, alas! They are all expurdi, and house, as well as members, furdi, consumed in kennels by the rout, with which they other fires put out, condemned to ungoverning distress. 1635 And paltry, private wretchedness, worse than the devil, to privation, beyond all hopes of restoration, and parted, like the body and soul, from all dominion and control. 1640 We, who could lately with a look enact, establish, or revoke, whose arbitrary nods gave law, and frowns kept multitudes in awe, before the bluster of whose huff, 1645 all hats, as in a storm, flew off, aided and bowed to by the great, down to the footman and valet, had more bent knees than chapel mats, and prayers than the crowns of hats. 1650 shall now be scorned as wretchedly, for ruins just as low as high, which might be suffered were it all the horror that attends our fall, for some of us have scores more large 1655 than heads and quarters can discharge, and others, who, by restless scraping, with public frauds, and private rapine, have mighty heaps of wealth amassed, would gladly lay down all at last. 1660 and to be but undone, entail their vessels on perpetual jail, and bless the devil to let them farms of forfeit souls on no worse terms. This said, a near and louder shout 1665 put all assembly to the rout, who now begun to outrun their fear, as horses do from whom they bear, but crowded on with so much haste, until had blocked the passage fast. 1670 and barricadoed it with haunches of outward men, and bulks, and paunches, that with their shoulders strove to squeeze, and rather save a crippled piece of all their crushed and broken members, 1675 than have them grilled on the embers, still pressing on with heavy packs of one another on their backs. The vanguard could no longer hear the charges of the forlorn rear, 1680 but, borne down headlong by the rout, were trampled sorely underfoot, yet nothing proved so formidable as the horrid cookery of the rabble, and fear, that keeps all feeling out. 1685 as lesser pains are by the gout, relieved with a fresh supply of rallied force enough to fly, and beat a Tuscan running horse, whose jockey rider is all spurs. 1690 notes to Part 3. Canto 2. 1g. The learned rite, and c. An insect breeze. Breezes often bring along with them great quantities of insects, which some are of opinion, are generated from viscous exhalations in the air, but our author makes them proceed from a cow's dung, and afterwards become a plague to that whence it received its original. 13h. As the Persian, and c. The Magi were priests and philosophers among the Persians, entrusted with the government both civil and ecclesiastic, much addicted to the observation of the stars. Zoroaster is reported to be their first author. They had this custom amongst them, to preserve and continue their families by incestuous copulation with their own mothers. Some are of opinion, that the 3 wise men that came out of the east to worship our Saviour were some of these. 51 at Michael's term, and c. Saint Michael, an archangel, mentioned in Saint Jude's epistle, verse 9. 78k and laid about, and c. William Prynne, of Lincoln's Inn, Esquire, born at Swansea, who styled himself a barrister, a very warm person, and voluminous writer, and after the Restoration, keeper of the records in the Tower. 146 as Dutch Boers, and c. It is reported of the Dutch women, that making so great use of stoves, and often putting them under their petticoats, they engender a kind of ugly monster, which is called a sooterkin. 151 mt out Cant the Babylonian, and c. At the building of the Tower of Babel, when God made the confusion of languages. 215 tossed in a furious hurricane, and c. At Oliver's death was a most furious tempest, such as had not been known in the memory of man, or hardly ever recorded to have been in this nation. This Sterry reported something ridiculously fabulous concerning Oliver, not unlike what Proculus did of Romulus. 224 O false heaven, and c. After the restoration, Oliver's body was dug up, and his head set at the farther end of Westminster Hall, near which place there is an house of entertainment, which is commonly known by the name of Heaven. 227 Piso Romulus, and c. A Roman senator, whose name was Proculus, and much beloved by Romulus, made oath before the Senate, that this prince appeared to him after his death, and predicted the future grandeur of that city, promising to be protector of it, and expressly charged him, that he should be adored there under the name of Quirinus, and he had his temple on Mount Quirinale. 231 Q. Next his son, and c. Oliver's eldest son Richard was, by him before his death, declared his successor, and, by order of Privy Council, proclaimed Lord Protector, and received the compliments of congratulation and condolence, at the same time, from the Lord Mayor and Court of Aldermen, and addresses were presented to him from all parts of the nation, promising to stand by him with their lives and fortunes. He summoned a parliament to meet at Westminster, which recognized him Lord Protector, yet, notwithstanding, Fleetwood, Desborough, and their partisans, managed affairs so, that he was obliged to resign. 245 are to edify upon the ruins, and c. John of Lydon, whose name was Buckhold, was a butcher of the same place, but a crafty, eloquent, and seditious fellow, and one of those called Anabaptists. He went and set up at Munster, where, with Nipperdolling, and others of the same faction, they spread their abominable errors, and run about the streets in enthusiastical raptures, crying, "Repent and be baptized," pronouncing dismal woes against all those that would not embrace their tenets. About the year 1533 they broke out into an open insurrection, and seized the palace and magazines, and grew so formidable that it was very dangerous for those who were not of their persuasion to dwell in Munster, but at length he and his associates being subdued and taken, he was executed at Munster, had his flesh pulled off by 2 executioners with red-hot pincers for the space of an hour, and then run through with a sword. 351 Among these there was a politician, and c. This was the famous E of S, who was endued with a particular faculty of undermining and subverting all sorts of government. 490 And better than by Napier's bones, and c. The famous Lord Napier, of Scotland, the first inventor of logarithms, contrived also a set of square pieces, with numbers on them, made generally of ivory, which perform arithmetical and geometrical calculations, and are commonly called Napier's bones. 421 U to match this saint, and c. The great Colonel John Lilbourne, whose trial is so remarkable, and well known at this time. 475 W the Trojan mare, and c. After the Grecians had spent 10 years in the siege of Troy, without the least prospect of success, they bed out of a stratagem, and made a wooden horse capable of containing a considerable number of armed men, This they filled with the choicest of their army, and then pretended to raise the siege, upon which the credulous Trojans made a breach in the walls of the city to bring in this fatal plunder. But when it was brought in, the enclosed heroes soon appeared, and surprising the city, the rest entered in at the breach. 520x, I mean Margaret's fast, and c. That Parliament used to have public fasts kept in St. Margaret's Church, Westminster, as is done to this present time. 605 Why to hang like Mahomet, and c. It is reported of Mahomet the great impostor, that having built a mosque, the roof whereof was of lodestone, and ordering his corpse, when he was dead, to be put into an iron coffin, and brought into that place, the lodestone soon attracted it near the top, where it still hangs in the air. No less fabulous is what the legend says of Ignatius Loyola, that his zeal and devotion transported him so, that at his prayers he has been seen to be raised from the ground for some considerable time together. 650 Z as easy as serpents, and c. Naturalists report that snakes, serpents, and sea cast their skins every year. 655 are as barnacles turn soland geese, and c. It is said that in the islands of the Orcades, in Scotland, there are trees which bear those barnacles, which dropping off into the water, receive life, and become those birds called soland geese. 663 B. So he that keeps the gate of hell, and c. The poets feign the dog Cerberus, that is the porter of hell, to have 3 heads. 685 C. The Ghibellines, and c. 2 great factions in Italy, distinguished by those names, miserably distracted and wasted it about the year 1130. 841 D. When 3 saints ears, and c. Burton, Prynn, and Baswick, 3 notorious ringleaders of the factious, just at the beginning of the late horrid rebellion. 894 E. But Fisher's Folly, and c. Fisher's Folly was where Devonshire Square now stands, and was a great place of consultation in those days. 907 F. Cut out more work, and c. Plato's Year, or the Grand Revolution of the entire machine of the world, was accounted 4,000 years. 1200 GT Your Great Croisade General, and c. General Fairfax, who was soon laid aside after he had done some of their drudgery for them. 1241 H. To pass for deep and learned scholars, and c. 2 ridiculous scribblers, that were often pestering the world with nonsense. 1250 I like Sir Pride, and c. The one a brewer, the other a shoemaker, and both colonels in the rebels' army. 1505 K. The beastly rabble that came down, and c. This is an accurate description of the mobs burning rumps upon the admission of the secluded members, on contempt of the Rump Parliament. 1534 L. Be ready listed under Don. The hangman's name at that time was Don. 1550 they've roasted Cook already and pride in. Cook acted as Solicitor General against King Charles I at his trial, and afterwards received his just reward for the same. Pride, a colonel in the Parliament's army. 1564 their founder was a blown-up soldier. Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Society of the Jesuits, was a gentleman of Biscay, in Spain, and bred a soldier, was at Pampelune when it was besieged by the French in the year 1521, and was so very lame in both feet, by the damage he sustained there, that he was forced to keep his bed. 1585 and from their Coptic priests, Kircherus. Athanasius Kircher, a Jesuit, a throat largely on the Egyptian mystical learning. 1587 p4, as the Egyptians used by bees, and c. The Egyptians represented their kings, many of whose names were Ptolemy, under the hieroglyphic of a bee, dispensing honey to the good and virtuous, and having a sting for the wicked and dissolute. Part 3 Canto 3 The Argument. The knight and squire's prodigious flight to quit th enchanted bower by night. He plots to turn his amorous suit to a plea in law, and prosecute repairs to council, to advise bout managing the enterprise, but first resolves to try by letter, and one more fair address, to get her. Who would believe what strange bugbears mankind creates itself of fears that spring like fern, that insect weed, equivocally, without seed, and have no possible foundation, 5 but merely in imagination, and yet can do more dreadful feats than hags, with all their imps and teats make more bewitch and haunt themselves than all their nurseries of elves. 10 For fear does things so like a witch, 'tis hard to unriddle which is which, sets up communities of senses, to chop and change intelligences, as, Rosicrucian virtuosos 15 can see with ears, and hear with noses, and when they neither see nor hear, have more than both supplied by fear that makes them in the dark see visions, and hag themselves with apparitions. 20 And when their eyes discover least, discern the subtlest objects best do things not contrary, alone, to th course of nature, but,